Welcome everybody here to the CONUS Esports Championships for 2025. The regional brackets are over, and this is where the real fun begins as the championship bracket begins now. I am Infinity, and I'm joined on the desk all week long, unfortunately sometimes, by the men in black apparently. It's Seymour, it's Enigma, starting with the man on the very far left of our broadcast. Seymour, you've been bringing the vibes all week long thus far. I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
No, I mean, I saw the intro vid. Everybody was dancing. I had to join them. I thought I'd get in on it. And it's been great all weekend. I love the players, the energy that they're bringing. It's easy to bring the vibes when the people that you're watching are also bringing the vibes. And we see it not only when they are getting hype after games, but we see it in the content that they bring as well. It's great over here. It's
a fun time. It's even more fun when we've got Enigma on the desk.
I mean, yeah, I'm loving being up here, my friend, of course. I'm obviously joining in with Seymour's whole bit about getting the shades on. I can't see a damn thing again, which is a flaw that I need to get addressed, by the way. But yeah, it's wonderful to be up here alongside both of you. We were treated to some absolute classics yesterday. And obviously today we step on into CONUS, so I can't wait to see what unfolds and, of course, break it down alongside you gentlemen.
Yeah, well, we already talked a little bit about the fact that the regional brackets are done. There were two brackets yesterday, the Eastern bracket and the Western bracket. Before we get into the big boy, the Championship bracket, just very quickly here, thoughts on the Eastern bracket, Seymour, as Eglin took it away.
It was great. Eglin, they really stepped up. Shout out to Coach Mott. They fixed their S&D, and that was really the biggest issue that we had with them and a couple other teams. I was really impressed with Joint Base Langley and what they had in store for that final. They go Game 5 twice against that Eglin team. Once they beat them. At the time, it didn't look like they really were as deep in their map pool as we would have expected. And I think going into today, tomorrow, that's something that needs to be addressed. And, you know, just in general, I'd say for the East, because today we're going to be seeing a lot of the earlier teams from them, I think that there's going to be a lot of work that I hope has been addressed across the first 2 days going into some of these Western teams now that they're going to be playing.
Yeah, and of course, in the West, we saw Peterson make a hell of a lower bracket run.
Yeah, we did indeed. I mean, it was a hell of a run as well, considering that on land, technically, they didn't lose any series. They bounced straight through. They lost to Cannon before they got here. And then, you know, there's always that conversation. How are you going to look when you're on land? How are you going to step up under the lights? Well, it turns out they're pretty damn good here. They deal with pressure far better than most, and they do indeed make that fairy tale, that Cinderella run, step on up, give us a couple of classics, and we've got 4 gentlemen on that squad there to really pay attention to.
All right, well, that means Eglin and Peterson come out on top of their respective regional brackets. But where does it put them in the overall bracket then? We've seeded our 12 teams into the CONUS bracket. So let's take a look at that thing, of course. So all 12 teams, this is what they've been fighting for, an easy path to qualification. And if you're one of those 4 teams that managed to make it to the grand finals of your respective bracket, all you got to do, and again, we make this sound so simple here on the desk, is win just 1 match and you qualify for the World Championships in August. Seymour, I want to get your thoughts here. Is there any part here of this bracket you think looks super difficult to make that run?
Yeah, I'm looking at Langley COD. You see Cannon Air Force Base versus Dover towards the bottom. It's definitely a matchup that you have to pay attention to. Cannon had a little bit of a flat run yesterday, but I don't expect that team to stay down for too long. They were in, you know, Twitch chat saying that it was a mistake, a couple of flaws, and going into today that they're going to be righting a lot of those wrongs. And I think Langley COD are still going to have a pretty tough time. And, you know, you could say the same, and I don't know if Enigma's going to really agree with me, but you could say the same about that Maelstrom Air Force Base up at the top versus Charleston. They could give Eglin pretty good run for their money.
No, 100%. I'm fully with you here. Like, this is a weird one because we're looking at a lot of those teams in that second round already and thinking, all right, well, you 4 are likely to be a squad that we see on through to Worlds. But now we start to mix Eastern and Western, and as such, we know that we felt, or at least we all felt anyway, that there was a lot more talent over at the top end of the Western bracket. Malmstrom being a part of that conversation. So if they do breeze past Joint Base Charleston here, we get a little bit of an answer to that question about how Malmstrom and Eglin look against one another. The winners, of course, one side, one of the teams that was a contender, but not taking away everything on the West. So it's going to be very much so a match to look forward to. It comes in with a whole bunch of stories as well about, well, who is breezing on through and who's going to make that lower bracket gauntlet.
Well, I already mentioned there that just 6 teams make it through from the competition. We've already had 6 teams qualified from PACAF and USAFE. And as I said, for some of these teams, literally only 1 win will get you there, and then you can kind of wipe the sweat off your brow somewhat, and maybe not so much take the rest of the tournament easy, but still, you want to make sure that you do win if you can. That said, if you don't know what this entire tournament is about, well, let me tell you, we've got 12 teams from continental US bases across the entirety of that region competing to go head-to-head to decide who the best is. It's worth saying, though, there's also some neat prizes on the line. A little bit envious that we don't get prizes for being the best casters possible, folks, but with that said, here is a look at that pricing. As I've said, the top 6 teams do manage to make it to the World Esports Championships in August, but if you make it all the way to top 3, you're at the very least going to be walking away with a medal, and if you come out on top of the entire tournament, you walk away with a shiny trophy at the end of it with your name on it. So you want to be champions of CONUS if you possibly can, and at this point, we don't really know who the champions are going to be. We have our favorites, mind you, off the back of our regional brackets, but anything can happen over the next 3 days of competition. How does the start of those 3 days look then? Let's show you guys the schedule for the first day of competition here in the championship bracket. We're kicking off the day, Enigma, with Malmstrom and Charleston, but is there anything here that immediately jumps out to you?
I think I'm really looking forward to the bottom end of this schedule once we start getting to games 5 through to 8, because this is where we start to see those teams move forward from round 1 into round 2, and I think that's where we're going to see some beautiful clashes. That being said, looking immediately at this game 1, there's a lot to set up when it comes to this, and the fact is that JB Charleston really is kind of unlucky the way that they've come into here. Joint Base Charleston, they've got a good squad. They've kind of had to bring in some last-minute emergency subs, but they were second in last year's qualifying situation, so it's a case of they've got some talent there. Could they pull off the upset? I don't know if we're going to dive all the way in on that, but there's always that realm of possibility, and so straight away here, we might be treated to something special.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top of these games. I know there's going to be some upsets, and you're talking about Charleston getting unlucky. Yeah, I feel like they've got a titanic team to take down in round number 1. That's before even they get to round number 2, if they get through Malmstrom. That is going to be a banger of a matchup, and we're not going to make you guys wait for it any longer. Let's set up game number 1, folks. It's Malmstrom, it's Charleston. The first game of the CONUS Championship bracket begins now. Enjoy this one, boys.
Well, I gotta say, Seymour, as we say, see you later to Brody, and, well, welcome in to Malmstrom and Charleston. This is going to be a fantastic matchup, I think, to start us off nice and early. One of those risks sometimes can be that, you know, in these round 1s, it can be blowouts, but I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be the case here, because while we are huge fans of Malmstrom and what they do, Joint Base Charleston, they do have a little bit of previous pedigree amongst them. And as we take a look here at all 8 players that are coming into this for the 2 rosters, you are, of course, going to recognize a lot of those names from Malmstrom: Sunder, Prosper, All-Star, and Roshi. On Joint Base Charleston, it's Oni, Crafty, Jib, and Dinger. My friend, talk to me about these 8 players. Who are you really looking forward to standing out in this one?
Well, I think one of the biggest stories that we've been kind of singing across day 1 and day 2 has been the growth of these teams who are showing up to one of their first lands, one of their first COD competitions in general. And I think that going into now day 3, this is where all that growth is going to really pay off. And, you know, yes, Malmstrom is going to be the better team heading into this matchup from what we've seen in Charleston in terms of the seeding, in terms of their performance from the East. And I don't really understand if that's going to be the same case, though, going into today. They had a whole day of prep. They had a whole day of practice to talk over those issues to see if they can fix them. And Oni was fantastic on this squad, really lighting the way for them back in day number 1. You have Crafty and Dinger who are showing up to see if they can, you know, get their redemption arc going into CONUS this year after placing 2nd in the Western bracket last year. And then Jib, who's coming into this team as an emergency sub. So they didn't have much time, you know, to prep going into the tournament. But now that they're here and Jib has been playing, I'm sure that this team has been working on some fixes.
Yeah, and this is the whole thing for that joint base Charleston team. My apologies. There's a whole story to build on. But let's very quickly check on over with Malmstrom, in particular the 4 that they're going to be bringing before we revisit that storyline. This is going to be Sunder, Prosper, All-Star, and Roshi. Now, my friend, this is a talented squad indeed, but I think for me, and I'm going to ask if you disagree, I'm looking at All-Star, actually. I think that while the other 3 very talented individuals, All-Star reminds me a little bit of Sota in the sense of, like, plenty of clutch plays, leadership moments, great discipline, seemingly great comms, and leading his team, setting them up for victory.
Yeah, All-Star was great in the S&Ds yesterday. I think that when I look at this team in terms of trying to fix some of those mistakes from day 2. I look at Prosper and Roshi, who are having a little bit of a rough go at it at times. And, you know, you can look at this squad and look towards Sunder and see how good he is and how strong of a performance he's been putting on for this team. But at times yesterday, it was a little bit of a one-man army scenario. And if you're going to look to qualify for champs, it has to be a full squad support like we've been seeing from the teams that are sitting in round 2. So you're right to point towards All-Star. He's been great in the clutches, but I also have to see Prosper and Roshi step up today.
Well, will they step up? This is a huge moment to do exactly that. But the team you're going to have to do that again is, of course, Joint Base Charleston. So let's take a look at their foursome. And we've kind of talked a little bit about it here. This is Oni, Crafty, Jib, and Dinger. And of course, you are bringing Jib in as a last-second substitution. He's going to be playing remotely. Hence, we've not unlocked him yet on the character cards. But with Oni, you've talked about it, you know, stepped up and has put on a bit. So it's okay. Can you repeat that today? Give your team a bit of a lifeline. For Crafty and Dinger, this is indeed the redemption arc after falling just short of CONUS last year. So it's a case of, okay, well, can you have learned a couple of things, as you said, step on up, do the VOD review, put in the time, and actually come out swinging and upset somebody here?
Nah, I like that you said that we haven't unlocked Jib yet, because it just totally brought me back to Lego Star Wars when I couldn't play certain characters on the sheet. But yeah, you know, I think that, you know, for sure when you look towards Crafty and Dinger and the redemption arc that they've been putting on, this is a team that certainly is going to put the work in. Oni was similar to Sunder, having some one-man show opportunities back when we saw them in day 1, but you have a whole day of prep. You have a whole day where we don't get to see you. And now going into the third one where Jib's able to settle a little bit more on this team and you can talk things through, I don't expect it to go the same way that we did see.
No, I mean, whether or not it is going to be an upset or whether or not we end up with the same old story, well, that has to be decided across a set of maps, of course. When we're going to have best of 5, as we do here in Black Ops 6 with our map mode combos, being, of course, starting off with our Hardpoint, and that is going to be on Rewind. But then it is a very long stay on Hacienda if we get there. Before we finish off on the red card, my friend, anything that stands out to you?
Yeah, I like Hacienda. You know, I think that a lot of people can agree on that, albeit I do veto it in my ranked play games. When you watch it, it's just an instant classic. I think that I enjoy teams starting to put red card, search and destroy in their map pool. It is definitely a map that needs to be, or that you need to be fluent in, especially in these days of Black Ops 6, with a lot of teams starting to play it more towards the end of the season. And then Rewind Hardpoint. It's probably the best map mode combo that they've added to this game all year long. It is just so good to watch. And I think that when it comes down to these two teams looking to kind of build some fundamentals in it, you've put a great map pool together to show it off.
No, I agree. Great map pool to show off fundamentals. I actually agree with your call for once that Rewind Hardpoint, fantastic map mode combo. When we lost that a little bit through the year, I was on the timeline. Are we blasted? Are we out of our minds here? We're leaving Skyline in, taking Rewind out. What are we doing? But is where we're going to begin. And it is, of course, a Hardpoint. We talked about fundamentals. We talk about how important Hardpoint can be. And in particular, you know, when we talk about rotations and we talk about setting yourself up for victory, looking at you, my ranked teammates, you need a couple of lessons to be sent your way. And, well, we have a little video that will do that explaining for us.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first Hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the Hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
Well, if you are looking to get off to the best possible start in a series or not cost me my SR, those lessons will serve you well. ladies and gentlemen. So please do pay attention. If you get me in my lobby and you don't hit those early rotations, you and me are not going to be friends. You'll end up on my block list. Anyway, we have got ourselves, of course, a series that will start us off on Hardpoint. Malmstrom against Charleston. We've done some talking about the players, the teams, but you and me, of course, what we've got to do is kind of set our stall out and say who we believe in the most. So we've made some predictions, and well, I've been bad at this through this tournament. As you can see, a fat 0 under my name. I'm going 3-0 Malmstrom, so that means that's definitely not what we're getting. But Seymour, you've gone with a 3-1.
Yeah, you know, it's early morning, start of the day. I really don't know how many hours or how many minutes these players have put into like shooting bots or getting warm or practicing amongst each other to kick things off, or you know, if they've had their morning coffee or whatsoever. So I do think Malmstrom is the better team going into the series. However, I don't think that it's going to be joint base Charleston just kind of rolling over belly up. I think that they're going to put a good fight into it, steal a map, and make it look very competitive.
I mean, to be fair, I can stand there with you. Everything that we've said up to this point talks about why we do believe that joint base Charleston can put up a bit of a fight. Personally, I've gone with a 3-0, but I think it's going to be one of those 3-0s where the maps are close, if that makes sense. Like a 3-0 on paper, but yeah, exactly. Not necessarily that complete rollover. I agree with you. I don't think you get to this point of the tournament, haven't, you know, managed to figure a way of not basically rolling over, playing dead through a series. But I mean, that is then setting us up. We've got our predictions, we've got our players, we've got our teams, we know our map and modes. My friend, we are, of course, staring down the barrel right now at the start of the CONUS Esports Championship. For both of these teams, it's an opportunity to begin your run to qualify for Worlds. To do that, you've got to get to top 6. And to begin that gauntlet, well, for joint base Charleston, it's a massive underdog story for sure. For Malmstrom, this should be business as usual to carry you on through. But we've rewind Hardpoint, getting us set up. We are just moments away from being off and underway. Anything you're looking for off the break?
Yeah, I mean, it should be business as usual, but at the same time, I think Malmstrom still have a few things that they need to prove. Yesterday, the teamwork was a little off in terms of playing those topside teams in the West. A few players started to fall behind and show a little lapse of judgment in certain timings. And for joint base Charleston, this isn't a team that you want to underestimate, because this is a team that has been waiting for their chance to get back to the stage, and here they are to see if they can prove they have what it takes to be that underdog.
And also here, just managed to get a hold of the chicken diner, but Jib will find 2 to break on into the point. So you get an opportunity to steal away a couple of early points. We've got to be aware of that rotational battle coming on through. It's Sunder, it's Roshi. They will punch straight back in. And you take a quick look at your mini-map here. Spawns are already going to be in over at P24 Malmstrom, so there's a lot of pressure on Oni to control that backside.
And Jib's going to look for the extension to assist him. Oni finds that kill. Jib sliding in to see if he can get this hill broken. And it looks like for now, Charleston doing just that. 14 seconds towards hold. Spawns flip. And you got Oni locking it down right now. So Jib stepping up. He clears out the last player, and the rotation is in.
He talks about what you wanted to see out of joint base Charleston. Well, an early hold on that P2 rotation is going to be important. Oni, of course, you talked about him. He's been the standout player for this squad, and he makes sure that his squad do get across over towards this P2 side. Get some good points on the board. Jib as well started 6-2, but also is going to answer with 2 to try and start this break on through. Sunder then picks up 1 as well, and is now attacking this backline. A big kill for Dinger to continue to hold for now. And what you do get is a spawn out of your teammates, but they could set up a pinch.
Yeah, in the back, you still have Dinger. Jib on the side door. Nice slide. He gets 2. Can Dinger step up to see if he can solidify this? It's a quick 3 down. Still have 1 more. Spawn close from Prosper. I don't know how he gets away from it, but he still has a chance to fight for this with the rest of your team. Jib, though, he has been massive right now to at least keep this time out of the hands of Malmstrom, and that's a moment for Charleston that we might talk back on.
That's a great start. We did ask, you know, what have you improved on here? What are the kind of things that make us not see you as one of the bottom seeds coming into this bracket? Well, plays like that. Jib starting 10-3. We rotate on over towards the dumpsters. Jib's going to be here first, able to get the trophy down. The problem is you lose support in the back line and in front of you. So from Malmstrom, you're going to set up a bit of a pinch here. Again, looking at the minimap, it's keeping an eye on Oni. He's looking to already infect these P3, P4 spawns as his teammates hit the front.
Oni, see if he can win things out. Battles towards the hill. When it's going to be Crafty on the inside. 3 players from Malmstrom grouping up to hit through Burger. All-Star on the extension through P1. Not a lot of spread here, but still the stun's going to take Dinger out of the hill. Slide in for Roshi. The break from the front, 15 seconds. They have to go through.
Malmstrom looking to just punch, and for Jib, it's a case of how much do you invest into this old time and how much do you support the teammates. Well, you can do a little bit of both, apparently. Jib finds the kills. Dinger here, big one onto All-Star. The timing's all against you. The hipfire lands a couple of blows, but All-Star will stay alive, and that's going to not allow Charleston to get their defensive cordon in place. You do finally clean him up if you're Oni, but then there will be some more reinforcements. But, well, crisis averted for now. You're able to take a hold, and we asked again, can you step up, make this contested? Can you make it interesting? Well, off the start, it's better than that for Joint Base Charleston, find themselves a 30-point lead.
Sunder in the back. Nice shots. 91 seconds for Charleston, leading this re-1 for the entirety as Malmstrom are going to look for a quick break. Sunder has just been popping off, playing his life. Oni, the last one here. How long can he stay alive? How much damage can he do? Taking out Sunder might be enough to at least disrupt, force players inside the hill, but it's Dinger who really has to find the follow-up, but he goes down. Prosper holds things down in the back line. Oni's going to hop in for a second, but it's just scraps.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this push, to be completely honest. Got to rotate on over towards Electrical. That P5 that turns into an absolute bloodbath at the best of times. Prosper's trying to cut off Courtyard and actually hear a lot of noise behind him. Finds one. Will be tagged up, though. Surely falls. Does at the 18-wheeler. Important play here. Dinger. If you time this up with Oni, you could pinch onto the point. But no, both players fall. Malmstrom will repel the first wave. At least majoritively. And, well, that will be 4 dead. That's a clean wipe.
Sunder in the hill. Tie game. Malmstrom doing a good job at keeping this even, but we haven't yet seen them flip it. Good flank play from Prosper. He gets behind, and that's 3 down. And so here we are for Malmstrom. A chance for them to start to grow a little bit of a lead here heading into the second rotation, Andy.
So much about this just comes back to the Charleston over-investing into P4. We're very worried about making sure they clear it out for scrap time, and that handed Malmstrom this P5. And sometimes you're doing that because you know you're happy to break that P5, then you don't really make it happen. And as such, you see Malmstrom finally pull off a bit of a lead here. We do head to P1. The lead is minor, so an opportunity to definitely claim this gap back, but well, for Dingo, it's just about staying alive, and you're going to get hit by absolutely everybody. I think the nade gets shot in your hand, or you were throwing someone else's back and it goes off in your face. Either way, you're going to die. Malmstrom, not only with P1 control and a lot of bodies here, but also there's P2 rotations, unless Oni gets in through the back again.
Prosper, that nice double kill. He's been getting them all game long. 3 again. Roshi stepping up, and since Malmstrom over towards P4, P5, they have just sprung alive, Andy, with a little bit of fire. Charleston need an answer because this thing's starting to get a little bit ahead of themselves. Jib has slowed down, and you haven't really seen the Oni that we really expected to see for this game. A lot of players who weren't here the other day stepping up, but you need Oni. You need Crafty. You need him now.
Last time it was a great rotation over into P2 from Oni that set Charleston up. Here you're going to be a little bit later. You do find 1 kill, so you're still being a bit of a thorn in the side for now. It's about playing your life. All-Star's nade pushes you to the right, and that's going to flush you in front of 2. That being said, Charleston have found a bunch of kills in the front. You were a distraction enough if you're Oni, but wow, Prosper finds one, knifes the second, and that's going to set his teammates up to reclaim the hill.
And here we are for All-Star. He's just soaking up the sun right now in that hill time. Can you get one last break for the 24 seconds? Dinger for the slide out. Hipfire doesn't connect. Oni's the only one to find a kill, and you have to cut your losses here because you spawn in the back if you're Oni, and the rest of your team is starting to get flanked out by Prosper. This could just be disastrous.
Charleston must consider this rotation on over. I don't know why we've still got bodies in the hill for 2 seconds. I'll be completely honest with you. This game has slipped through the fingers of Charleston. Malmstrom built up ahead of steam finally. You spoke about morning coffees. You spoke about whether or not certain players would come online. At the start, potentially not. But for Malmstrom now, all cylinders are certainly firing. As All-Star will back another one down. Roshi holds. It's a bit of a bottleneck approach here for Charleston. Just trying to punch straight in through the front door. But it will give them time as Oni goes huge.
Crafty. Oh, this is it. A moment for you to hopefully get some solidifying momentum through this game. Sunder, though, the timing pays off and trades in, but this one's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath, Andy, as Roshi is going to continue to keep these players from Charleston off of the time. In the back line, you get a great Grace spawn, and now Oni has a chance to do it. He's going to be in the hill. He needs his teammates, and Prosper's just looking to stay alive, and he might be able to hold on for the rest of the team, but the spawns come in.
Yeah, it's a huge play from Jib to get Oni to spawn in on him, but you've both put yourself in a tough spot here as you're surrounded, and then Oni unfortunately finds a team kill, and that will clear you off the point. And Malmstrom, well, you can win it here after the first rotation. I thought we were in for a bit of a bloodbath, but, well, the only people in body bags right now, Joint Base Charleston, as Malmstrom just hold and set themselves up, draw a cordon, a line in the sand, and beg you to cross it.
6 in a row for Prosper. 7 in a row for Prosper. The only person who can take him down is his own teammates with 8 seconds left. Everybody from Charleston putting their runners on to get here in time, but it's not going to be possible as the right kills are going to be there. And Malmstrom, it was a slow start to get ready for this game, but as soon as they got their footing underneath them, Andy, there was no looking back.
Absolutely none. I mean, the fact that we were at 120 to 100 at the end of the first set of rotations, and that, well, we end the game before we in hill 4 of the literal second set of rotations is insane. It shows just how much Malmstrom really seized the momentum and never let go once they had it. Again, you spoke about morning coffees. You spoke about whether or not you'd had time to warm up. Maybe you were using that first set of rotations to figure a couple of things out. I will give Joint Base Charleston plenty of credit. They saw chinks in the armor, and they certainly activated very well. Oni and Jib in particular felt like that they had great moments through the first, like, 3 hills or so. But from that 5th hill, with that overinvest, I feel like towards the end of P4, on that first rotation, for some reason, Charleston are hitting for all. They give that P5 rotation over to Electrical for free, and it felt like from there, Malmstrom really understood that they could run away with it from that point.
Yeah, you know, there's some people that we even, like, talked about going into the series that needed to be here for Malmstrom to be that constant, to keep up a dominant run like we saw in this hardpoint. Well, how many times on rotation was Prosper finding double kills, or even the spree towards the end inside the hill? Roshi and All-Star were having some massive plays, and, you know, Sunder wasn't even the dog that we knew he was in this game. Relatively, like, it was a good performance, and I hate to say it, but he was pretty tame compared to the rest of the series that we've seen from him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it shows the depth of the squad, the fact that Sunder can have one of those games where he goes a little bit quieter, and yet the team still looked pretty comfortable in the end. I love that you call out Prosper there on the rotational stuff, because it felt like nice and early Joint Base Charleston had Oni in particular hitting those rotations, playing very early at times. I mean, there was like 10 seconds into P1 off the break, and he's already playing in for P2 spawns, doing a great job of just kind of not only then giving him an opportunity to kind of collapse on the team from behind and pinch and support his boys hitting through the front, but also, of course, affect those spawns. Felt like Prosper kind of took that personally and decided, actually, what I will do is I'll take up the challenge and the mantle of clearing this player out and showing that we have rotations. Has himself a hell of a game. But of course, that's only map 1 to get us started. We still have several more to go. Maybe another 2, maybe another 4 if we're as blessed as we were yesterday. But let's take a look at the map veto then and where that leaves us currently. You will see, of course, confirmation that the Hardpoint finishes 250 to 150. It's a weird scoreline. It's weird saying that considering just how close it was off the start. But we will move on then to the Spanish villa of Hacienda for the search and destroy. My friend, you've had the opportunity to cast over both of these squads so far. What should we be looking for when it comes to the S&D?
I think for the S&D, yesterday we were seeing a lot of moments where break-off strategy wasn't a thing. And for the most part, teams were just 4-on-4 trying to bang out for a first blood and win all their battles. And, you know, albeit it's nice to see players just try to, you know, go into, I'd say, a situation where you're trying to be the better team in terms of your gun skill, but you have to put some strategy into it if you're going to go all, you know, 11 rounds of an S&D. You can't just be doing the same thing over and over again. And for a map like Hacienda, losing that first blood means that, you know, a map that was designed for 5v5, is even more open for a team to overextend and find a lane to kind of walk through and start flanking you on. So it's really important to hold that life off the start. Make sure that you're talking amongst each other on which site to go towards, and really dive deep into how you can dissect this map in multiple different ways.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of fundamentals and important points, checkboxes almost, that come to being a successful search and destroy team. And if you're in chat and you're unsure about what it is we're talking about, and we're talking about bomb sites and breakoff strategies and rollouts and everything else, well, we have a beautiful explainer just for you.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is, of course, how to be successful in Search and Destroy, or at least make sure you get yourself across the finish line, whichever way that looks to you. But yeah, I mean, Search and Destroy, again, it does have a lot of different things that we're looking for when it comes to the success of these teams. But that breakoff, you mentioned it there, these teams lacked a bit of depth at times in their breakoffs, and that's something that we up here on the desk assess so heavily. Because, of course, your life incredibly valuable here in Search and Destroy. It all comes down to whether or not you can get that numbers advantage nice and early. There are some maps where that benefits you more often than not, but it will always be a great thing. So let's see who does get off to that fantastic start as we're underway for map 2.
Okay, so Sunder going to be taking this bomb over towards B, it seems like, and already I'm loving it. So nobody's going to be here. Free bomb plant, Andy. This is as good a start as it gets for a team looking to attack.
I'm curious about whether or not Joint Base Charleston have made a call here. Hey, we've seen nothing at A, by the way. This is as blind a hit as you could ever hope to set up. I think Malmstrom are actually a little bit surprised. They don't want to move the bomb forward because they're like, surely it's not that simple, right? But they're also waiting for Prosper to activate, and he gets in round the back to find Oni for the first blood.
Prosper's going to be in trouble. Timing doesn't work. Crafty a trade. Bomb finally going to go down for a 3-on-3. And you look at that mini-map, big fight going on towards the garage. It's Roshi to shut down the flank presence of Jib. And the job for this retake gets even more difficult because now you have to think that Roshi, he's got a free flank of his own if he does desire.
Finger lies in wait. It's back up from the teammate, but you won't find All-Star. Great work from All-Star. Again, they're the kind of things that don't look pretty on the scoreboard, but will give you a moment. That being said, you don't have many moments left as you lose one. 2v2. 2v1.
2v1, that's a big kill in this under. 10 seconds, though. Somebody's got to play the bomb, and the other one's going to have to play the contact dinger. He's ready for the job. Picks up the mantle. And the dynamic duo, the core leadership of this roster, going big in round 1 of the S&D.
What the hell did we just watch?
That's a breakdown.
What just I mean, the initial start is weird, first of all, because you end up in the situation where I think Malmstrom are complete by surprise. They're like, okay, we've gotten to the bomb site. We've seen literally nobody. Do we plant this? Like, this feels like a trap ready to be sprung. And you end up with this play coming through from Prosper. He hits the water, finds that first blood. That should have made it pretty unassailable from there. And, well, you hand single fights to Joint Base Charleston, and they will happily retake that bomb site. I don't know how to break that down in any more of a poetic way. They will now have an offensive attempt. It looks like we're headed to A with this bomb.
It's really slow out this. Yeah, Jib's got some good pressure. Oni's going to draw first blood over towards Dark. The stun's not fully going to connect, so lack of information, but Jib playing it so patient through the middle of the map. A second kill for Charleston. This is roles reversed now, but a little bit better for Charleston if they can get this bomb down at A.
Prosper, big fight, finds Jib. This makes the situation a little bit more tenable, well, for just a moment, as All-Star gets picked up in top corridor. Should have had intel at least that there's 2 players in that top corridor for a moment, but, well, Prosper, 1v3, 40 seconds down. I would have said that this is impossible, but after that last round, I don't know whether to make predictions like that anymore.
Prosper at the trigger discipline almost gives it up and chuckles it a little bit, but can't find the second kill. If maybe you bring this into a 1 versus 1, you know, I'll give you a shout, but I almost like Malmstrom. It's as good as it gets for a post-plant situation. This time, Charleston, though, they don't take their foot off the gas. They dig deep to put it away.
There was a moment there for Prosper, by the way, where he's rotating in through the back, and it gave me shades of the Blorantics Ninja Diffuse from yesterday, and I was kind of like, oh no, is he about to walk up behind and just tuck himself in on the bomb, make no noise, does eventually shoot, gives his position away. Gotta say, nice and early here, seeing a bit of a pattern emerge. Oni involved in both first blood situations, so keep an eye on him and how impactful he's looking to be right off the start. And, well, it's an interesting strategy, Cotton, but I'm not sure it's going to do much for you. I'm assuming some sort of issue here. Unfortunately for our gents. Yes, we are indeed going to sort that out. So, I mean, I'm assuming that we do see a player lag out, unfortunately, as is the way when it comes to Call of Duty tournaments. We're no strangers to this, but 2-0 up then if you are joint base Charleston. I mean, after the way things ended in map 1, considering the momentum that Malmstrom have built up, you've done a great job at curtailing that so far.
Yeah, but you think about the start of the way map 1 went, and you had a really good look there if you're Charleston. I mean, Jib was playing good. Oni was playing for the rotations. Crafty was not having the greatest hard point, but you know, you look at a Search and Destroy where you can take away the, you know, deeper knowledge of trying to track everything that's going on around the map and get those timings going. Search and Destroy is something where you see Crafty, all he needs to do is carry the bomb to a site, wait for his teammates to make the play, and then if you're retaking, either bait for your teammates or, you know, try to be the one to follow up for a trade. It's a lot more simple. I think for joint base Charleston, this is something where you don't have to keep that consistency up. You know, it's not a dog leg of a race to get towards the end. It's slow and steady round by round, and those small little bursts of energy, it seems like they're able to keep their heads on their shoulders each time.
Well, I mean, it certainly seems that way so far. I gotta say, we're coming into this with like a couple of different things that we're trying to assess for these various teams. I think for joint base Charleston, it's a case of what have you improved on? Are you able to have a deeper strategy playbook, especially on the breakoffs? Of course, we've got to find out as we go. We've talked about this with a couple of teams. First 2 rounds can give us shades of, oh, this team actually looks great. And it turns out once the adjustments are made by the other team, they don't actually have much depth to their playbook and end up being ran out of there pretty early. But for Malmstrom, there was something that you really wanted to see, and that was better teamwork. Off the back of your last point, I gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit like that still needs some adjustments.
Yeah, I think that the teamwork is something that was lacking, especially in the Search and Destroy yesterday for the Malmstrom team. This is where I had it in my predictions being the game that they lost. You know, Search and Destroy just tends to kind of be one of those game modes that if you aren't really thorough with it, if you aren't really prepared and experienced in it, you almost feel a little bit stressed out, a little bit lost on the map on what to do, because especially in Black Ops 6, you know, we always talk about Search and Destroy being one of those games that you slow it down, you're able to take those first bloods accordingly. But in Black Ops 6, it's not slow at all. This thing is fast with attack sprints, maps are smaller, so you're able to get into those positions a lot quicker, and which means that, one, set nades are more important, B, knowing your timings are more important, and C, knowing the capabilities of both offensive defense in that, you know, which pertains to the timings, is something that you have to really be practiced in. And if you're not, you're going to be missing those small little mistakes that are going to blow up into massive antholes of just tripping you over and over again from round to round.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying here, because when we've seen Malmstrom in S&D, they've not necessarily been awful, but it feels like when they do get an advantage, they're often easy to throw it away in rounds. They're when the opposing team manages to get first blood, they're often unable to find ways to kind of pick that apart and reset that advantage, in particular, that disadvantage. So, yeah, a couple of things here that we're looking to see them improve upon, because while with all due respect, expect Malmstrom to walk through Joint Base Charleston here as per my prediction. I think that what Malmstrom are probably looking at is, okay, but we're probably got our eyes deeper on in this bracket of like getting into top 6, making sure we make worlds. And we know how important S&D can be. They've got to have sat there, gone through that VOD review and just make sure that you're not leaning on someone like All-Star to go and make consistent clutches purely because that's a very difficult position to put yourself in. Anyway, so many different things that we are looking for here because, of course, we still got today, tomorrow, and, of course, into Saturday, a long tournament here for CONUS. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to get a couple little tech gremlins sorted on out. So see us after the break.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
with Malmstrom chasing after what has been a slow start.
A slow start for Malmstrom needs to start to become a quick reaction into this restart. So middle map control is totally given up as they're going for the full gamble over towards A. Everybody outside. Jib has the timing to get the bomb down again. Malmstrom just missing everything.
First blood comes through, and Jib finds a second as well to inflict even more damage onto this Malmstrom line. And, well, if it was a slow start before the break, that pattern has only continued here into post-break, and All-Star does have the bomb. You will see a kill come through for Prosper. That kill feed is lying to us again, as it does. But you've got 30 seconds here. You've got to commit to a bomb, really, and try and get things down. What I will say with Prosper in office, maybe an opportunity to plant for that side on B.
They're going all the way into Ward's office here. All-Star is just way too far. Oni has the sixth sense to know what's going on around him. And the read, too, on the last Malmstrom. What is going on in the search and destroy, Andy? They look lost.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, even in moments like that where we're just watching All-Star step out like this, All-Star is someone that we've complimented a lot up here with his S&D play, multiple clutches. And right now, for whatever reason, nothing is going the way of any player. I mean, Joint Base Charleston are looking very hot here off the rip. They will have three, continuing to focus on the great work that they've done. Jib with a two-piece to open up the last round was so influential, and looks like we're going to square up at B for the first time for JB.
First blood goes to Malmstrom. See if they can rally something behind this, because Oni's down as well. So it's Jib and Crafty against All-Star, Roshi, and Sunder. As maybe Crafty has spotted the gun barrel. He did. Not too confident getting this bomb down right away, but he is going to plant it.
3v2 then. And Malmstrom decides to just go with a conga line approach, punching through the front door. No need to overcomplicate it. No need to take the risks. All-Star is going to focus the trophy. That will end up in a trade-out situation. Turns it into a 1v1. Crafty's going to check right. Locks and doesn't find enough onto Roshi, who manages to clean it up just thereabout. And All-Star is going to be very glad about that, because in the moment that he decides to focus the trophy, all the gunfights ensue, and it almost cost them their advantage in numbers. It will be cleaned up. You do finally get on the board. Can that be the light underneath Malmstrom to really get them going? We saw them start slowly in the hard point and then build into it and really take over. S&D, I feel like that's often a harder mode to do it in. But you never know. One round can quickly become two.
Yeah.
Quickly make that very nervy for Charleston.
I mean, I don't even know why you shoot the trophy out there if you're All-Star, because hey, you got gunfights to take, not you till the throw. So Crafty almost makes the clutch, doesn't work out. Malmstrom on the board. Now it's a quick hit over towards B. Oni, the Semtex, does not go over the rock, so it is full steam ahead for these Malmstrom players. Raided the iron sights. Oni gets two. Bob down. Can he final three? Yes, with the headshot multiplier. It's Roshi down. All-Star last alive, 1v2.
Oni just in takeover mode at points. And again, going back to what we saw before the break, just involves so much in those first blood scrambles.
Did he see him? No.
Did you get a name tag? No. So All-Star, I mean, you're running blind. That's the problem here. You've such a big map to try and assess with absolutely no intel. I like Dinger. I like what he's doing here, just watching the B-bomb site. There's nothing here. Did he see the bomb? No. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Dinger. Wait.
20 seconds. I mean, he's got an idea, and I guess he was just waiting for exactly the right call there. A lot of weird timings. Tough situation for All-Star, considering that neither one of the Charleston players were playing on the outside of the map. Both were just rotating through the top halls accordingly, and you know, it's really hard to follow those timings if you're just trying to go for a tour through mid, around the outside, and you're just seeing absolutely nothing. You start getting in your head a little bit.
And weird one there for Dinger. I assumed that eventually he did actually see the bomb. It was just because you didn't see his teammate rotate on over that I was like, oh, okay, maybe he's actually not and he's just holding around. But I can understand his nervousness there. So much to watch. Only with that 3-piece, opened up the last round so smoothly. This time it's Dinger's trying to get involved quickly, but look at this hit over by Archers, and it's Oni yet again. I think that's 4 first bloods for 4 so far.
Foe for foe. Crafty now. He's going to take that bomb, and he's actually going to get caught by Roshi. Or sorry, All-Star. It's Prosper on the back end to hit that flank, equalize it. 2 versus 2. I mean, Prosper's going massive right now. So somehow, some way, a 4v2 has been whittled down to a 2v1 in favor of Malmstrom. And Oni, who's 8-2, he has his hands full. 40 seconds. Hey, there's still a lot of time to see if you can find a mistake, but All-Star knows that this bomb is down and Prosper's playing for the trade.
Yeah, I love this setup here. No doubts this time. In complete control of the bomb. If anyone's going to do it, though, Oni has been the man for this Charleston lineup. Look on over from Archers. Do you spot Prosper? The answer is no, and you go high. You get cut down to fall hard. I tell you what a hell of a round from brother Proper Cast, right? Had himself a great map, that one. It's a clean up. It's a 3-piece, I think, in the round. Only one away from the ace. And, yeah, I mean, Oni here is just not much in the way of options. I think if you are Charleston, I guess the concerning thing is you had such a great advantage, and you just watched that evaporate very quickly. Feels like sometimes, while you are leading here, it feels like unless Oni takes over, really has a huge impact, there's that opportunity for any teams to just kind of pull the round away. And that's still concerning, even if you're leading 4-2.
It's going to be a quick dash up top. Prosper through the middle. Seems like he wants to hit this quick flank all the way behind, but he's lost 2 of his teammates. And it's just you and Sunder. Timing's not going to work whatsoever. But he gets the chance nonetheless. 2 versus 2. I'm not sure how Dinger has let that one fumble. But Oni is quickly kicking himself into shape. And it is a little too fast. 1 versus 2. Crafty this time. He's up top. The shot's there, but nothing's going to fall. This is a round you definitely don't want to slip through your fingertips again.
Prosper pushes on out. Spots Crafty, cleans it up. And I tell you what, it felt like a moment ago that JB Charleston had this completely under control. This joint base squad had it locked down at 4-1. And watching Oni do the things that he was, these last 2 rounds, the way it's all fell apart, suddenly Malmstrom are going to feel this is a very winnable position. It feels so much like map 1, right? Like this moment where Malmstrom suddenly come online and recognize, all right, well, if we actually just play with a bit more teamwork, we just stick together in pairs and actually hit things based around our fundamental plays, we could be a great squad. And Prosper on 5 in a row now, looking incredible. What I will say, you've no RCXD available to you because you've not actually selected it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Hellstorm. Oh, here we go. Jib's got one, though, so...
Also got a mobile UAV. That's that, like, close helicopter thing, right?
We could date ourselves and say it's just a spy plane.
Yeah, all right. Well, I've already been accused of being old and young in the last 2 days, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, both can be true.
It's
all a matter of perspective, you know? It's just however you look at it. But Jibs, I think, spotted out Prosper on the flank here. Crafty is going to set up over towards the well. Bomb is down. 35 seconds for the retake, but Crafty is going to have the worst timing whatsoever. Prosper a little bit ahead of the shots there, and he doesn't confirm the kill, so Crafty's going to live to tell the tale. 23 seconds for this post plant to keep JB Charleston in an advantage position, and Jib's going to put a double kill into the books. Crafty a third one. 1 versus 1. Time against you. Oni in the perfect spot, and Charleston is a grind to get here, Andy, but they have found map point.
Jib goes huge. I mean, the fact that Crafty gets out alive there is insane. You could argue that it's some very windy shots out there, but it's also a case of just managing to slip away from Crafty that keeps his team at least only one player down, and then Jib goes massive for the 2-piece to tie everything back up. And from there, well, even numbers, not long left on the bomb plant. If you're Malmstrom, you've just got to go, and Joint Base Charleston do enough to hold on. That positioning from Oni at the end there, trusting his teammates to activate, allowing him to just hold down from Secret. Great work. But that now leaves them just one round away from tying the series up. So what do Malmstrom have to offer at B?
What a route from Prosper, who has just been lights out in this series.
So good.
Let's see if he can tug his team back into this one, as Oni's going to be here. Nobody's watching the boathouse. Crafty is going to jump onto this rock as well, but this is a situation where Prosper, if done right, can blow it all up. And as soon as the shots ring out, I mean, Prosper's going to be able to activate. There's the first blood. Now for the collapse, the pinch, and Oni has dipped out. He has to recover this kill. They're hunting for Prosper, but they just can't find him. And Prosper's found another kill, so Oni, he's got to make a play, but it's just too much to handle. Oh, I mean, it is so sound coming out from the patience of Malmstrom.
Not sure what they've said to each other during that tech pause, but whatever it was the right message. They've been phenomenal since we came back. Dinger will find one, but if anything, that's just handing out information. If you're All-Star, you simply make that call. Okay, he's here. Set up to not let him out. Set up to just burn down the clock. 15 seconds on the board. Dinger, you made it look interesting for at least a moment. Well, we will see around 9. I mean, you find 2 kills on the board. You've also not got an RCXD selected, so you're not getting any closer to that. But as the bomb goes off here, again, it just feels like that momentum well and truly in Malmstrom's hands. You only need one opening engagement to go right. You need one more Oni bit of magic at the start of a round here, and you will tie the series up, but it starts to become very nervous as you look over your shoulder and realize that Malmstrom are right on your tail.
Yeah, I mean, that's a situation where it really comes down to the lack of experience from Joint Base Charleston. You know, you see nothing at A, no presence through mid. You have to know that that water route, especially in June, is going to be the play call there from Malmstrom. But if you don't know, then it is going to punish you. Jib goes down for a first blood. Oni through the middle of the map. He's going to get caught there. 3 quick kills, and it's Crafty. Bomb in hand. Tail tucked between his legs. And nowhere to go. Round
and if we want to
11,
talk about
brother.
momentum and building yourself in through a map to peak at the right time, it's most certainly as you approach around 11. Ladies and gentlemen, if you stepped away for a cup of tea or the American equivalent during that tech pause, you will have seen that the squad here from Joint Base Charleston up 2-0. They were actually up 4-1 not long ago. And Malmstrom have absolutely blown the doors off to just stride into around 11, feeling full of confidence. And Prosper 12-6, 4 in a row, leading the line. You've got to close it out here.
It just seems like there's a brain behind the plays now for Malmstrom. And it's not just senseless running. And Joint Base Charleston, they got to put something together to put an end to this if they want to go 1-1 and tie up this series quickly. It is just falling between their fingertips, and you can see that the pressure's on. Neither team wants to make a mistake.
Honestly, I think I like the passive play from Joint Base Charleston more than Malmstrom here. You were obliterated in the opening engagement last time round. You're also on defense, so you've got the opportunity to just dictate the pace of this opening engagement if you wish. And Jib's going to throw a shoulder and spot Sunder, so plenty of information gained. You're down to 45 seconds. Malmstrom are going to have to make a commitment here. And what does that brain behind the play look like when you haven't seized an early round advantage?
B-side is completely open, so
That seems like can't happen for free.
It seems like they're just going to have a chance to lay this rock. Dinger, he knows that, though, and I'd like to see a quick rotation.
Jib, well, he's going to spot a couple of ankles, but it's not with the right timing. So you start to look then, what's the retake like? And honestly, for me, I want Oni to start hitting through Lambo. I want someone to be pushing this through mid. You got to set this up for some sort of pinch play. Otherwise, 30 seconds on the clock, you don't really have much time to think about it.
Oni's here. Key door, no flanks. So All-Star, he is disconnected from this play, but you need some kills here from Charleston. As Prosper just sliding side to side, he is duck, dip, dodging. And Shiv for the first blood. They line up. Double kill coming up from Malmstrom. 2 versus 2. Now all down to All-Star. 6 seconds left. No time for the defuse. And they've done it. The comeback 4-1 down. They climb to around 11. They steal away the map 2. And that is heartbreaking for Charleston, but elating for Malmstrom.
How we end up with a Malmstrom victory off the back of all that, I don't know. Charleston looked in complete control at one stage. It felt like it was theirs to lose, but lose they somehow did. It's a case for... I guess I go back to one of the earlier comments that you made before we even jumped into the search and destroy, before we even jumped into the Hardpoint, and you said it's about looking at the depth of the playbook when it comes to Charleston. Of course, you are playing with one emergency sub who is playing in remotely, and I think that you've figure out a lot of the opening engagements, but it felt like those opening engagements needed moments of magic from Oni. Otherwise, it was a difficult round for Joint Base Charleston. Eventually, he finds himself being shut down and shut out of a lot of those opening engagements, largely off the back of an incredible play and set of plays from Prosper. And from there was just no answer. Malmstrom clearly making those adjustments, something that we've been asking them to do more and more in their S&D, and, well, eventually build the momentum into that round 11.
It's like there were strats coming up from Charleston, but it's just understanding what reactions that Malmstrom can throw at them. The depth of that, it just seemed like there was a lack of experience in certain situations, and some people just not understanding, you know, routes that could be taken. I mean, think back over towards, you know, you had a 4 versus 2 at A, bomb down. You had another, like, 3 versus 2 that you also let slip between your fingertips, and there were so many times where Prosper was just figuring out a way to dissect it all. And over towards, well, the pressure on that A side was strong, always trying to find that player who is anchoring the setups from the likes of Charleston. It's rough to look at just in general, because this Malmstrom team really kicked it into shape, and for Charleston, they had it in their hands. We thought that we were going to get this one going tied 1-1, and they really thought they did, but you just had to show consistency from start to finish, and they didn't there. And for those who probably might be wondering as well, it's not the only game that's going on right now. There is a game that's happening off stream, and it is worth to note that Buckley is up 2-0 over Robbins. So the reigning champions, it doesn't seem like they are out of gas yet in this year's CONUS.
Yeah, no, of course, plenty of stuff to talk about going on stream, going on offline as well. Of course, those of you in the venue, hope you're having a fantastic time down at Patrick's Space Force base. It looks incredible, but also you've got plenty of action to kick things off here at day 3. We've got plenty more, of course, including breaking down whether or not Joint Base Charleston can bounce back into this, or if Malmstrom are going to clean sweep it, and I get my first correct prediction of the entire damn tournament. But we're going to do all of that after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CONUS Esports Championship of 2025. I'm Enigma. Alongside me, of course, is Seymour, and you are joining us 2 maps through a series here in the first round. And Malmstrom Air Force Base will be, well, very glad, also counting their lucky ducks a little bit, that they're up 2-0 here against Joint Base Charleston, because map 1, I mean, it felt like very close until that second set of rotations. Malmstrom absolutely took over. But in map 2, if you're those Charleston boys right now, that break's going to have been tough because you threw away a very good lead.
Yeah, I mean, that is a map you probably should have won looking back at it. But Malmstrom, I think, went to the back half of that search and destroy with just a really good mindset, a good set of strategy, and a lot of gunfights that they were really getting away with. Prosper, a lot of those gunfights that he found were basically free shots in the back. Sunder started to really step up, and I think you even saw All-Star at times in those clutch scenarios putting away some much-needed rounds. So for Malmstrom, you look back at that, it is highway robbery in map 2, and even looking back at the maps, the way that things went, map 1 in the respawn wasn't that close after the first set of rotations were done back on that rewind. So going into this control, knowing you have just kicked this Charleston team when they're down, you're going into this with the utmost confidence that you can 3-0.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You are indeed. And I think this is one of those moments we talk so often about leaders and about IGLs and the intangibles, what they do that doesn't look great on a scoreboard, but certainly helps the team succeed. And I think in the break there, if you are on that Joint Base Charleston line, you've got to have sat down and said, look, boy, we just got to forget about that and move on forward through the rest of this series. Because up next will be the Hacienda Control. Now, this is, of course, our swing map, our swing mode, very important. We sit it right in the middle of our series. And it's a little bit different in terms of playing Hardpoint, playing S&D. It feels like almost a little bit of a mesh of the two, and I'm really bad at it. So you know what I need? I need a little bit of advice, my friend, a couple of tips, and well, luckily for everybody, including me, we have a video to do just that.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the 2 objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Control then, a game mode of attacking and defending zones, but this time we're adding in the respawn element. And as such, you're looking for teams that are dynamically capable, quite often as well, able to switch on when it comes to attacking one site, able to then flick on over to the other, shift those defenders around, or if you're that defensive team, drawing that line on the map and saying you will not get across. And for Joint Base Charleston, that's exactly what it needs to be when we look at Hacienda. They've got to be pretty damn good here, and I think right out of the gates as well, because all the momentum right now playing with Malmstrom and Charleston, I think have got to come out, make a statement very quickly. They're not going to just roll over. This is not going to be a walkover. This is going to be something that you have to fight for. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we are off. We are underway with map 3.
I mean, it seems like for map 1 and map 2, the start of the map is fantastic for JB Charleston, but you get to the back half and you've only filled up your gas tank halfway. And you are stuck on the side of the road asking for help, and it just never arrives. So for Malmstrom going into this one, you start off on the defensive side. A quick hit from Charleston onto the B zone, and a couple kills as well to boot. So a little bit of a stack. If they can pick up All-Star over towards Dark, you have a solid setup.
That's 2 ticks. The 3rd tick is a move, and I think, honestly, Malmstrom needs to be careful here. If you overinvest and you fall at this point, you risk handing a free rotation over to A. So a couple of kills come through. You do enough to clear that. The B just about doesn't complete. But there's still plenty of presence here from Roshi, and, well, he's cleaned up. So you'll have to hit this again if you are Joint Base Charleston. What I will say, though, it's been a fantastic start. This is exactly what you needed to do here in our first round.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little too late there from Oni in collecting that kill. Top Dark All-Star was able to take that presence off of B a little bit quicker than Charleston would have anticipated. So now with some forward pressure out of this Malmstrom team, Roshi's going to look to get lost. Shuts down Dinger from bottom secret. Forces a couple of these Charleston players to go on the hunt for him. But the reposition from these members of Malmstrom is good enough to put some shots in the back. Players dropping like flies. A 4 down, 25 seconds, Andy. And this is another flip of the heads with the way that this round is going.
Yeah, I mean, for everything that was great about the initial break-off from Charleston, Malmstrom have since, well, tightened the noose on the players trying to reinforce the point. You've got one last hit to make. Roshi's making progress in through secret. And you will get a couple of kills still falling away. Jib's going to try and make some noise, but it won't happen. You're going to maybe dive to try and touch this. But, well, that will be all she wrote for the opening round. And Joint Base Charleston walking away with just the 2 ticks. We've seen worse offensive rounds on Hacienda, but quite often I feel that first point comes through. It's usually A that's the more difficult portion of this, and as such, it's maybe not the statement that you hope to make, in fact.
Start off so good.
It's so good.
It started off so good for Charleston. Again, how many times do I have to say it? But like, gas tank half full every round, every map. At some point, there is the TSN turning point that Malmstrom just takes over, and Charleston can never recover off of their respawning side. And Crafty, it has been a rough series for himself in the Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and now Control. So really hoping that they can find that 4th pillar to stand on.
It's just going to be 0-6, and, well, you hope to set your teammate up for the trade at least, and that doesn't even end up coming through either. So, bit of an example of the things that are going wrong right now is Jib, who's probably been the standout performer for this team for me, other than Oni in his moments of magic. Just gets cut down, but there will be 3 kills on the board. What I will say, though, you have lost A, so you're already behind on 6, and also A, typically the harder site to hit, so you're going to have a whole 2 minutes here if you are Malmstrom to continue to send down this B side. And that kill as well, by the way, is going to let All-Star playing through mid and sets up a different approach.
Well, here we go for Malmstrom. A couple of shutdown plays, lives even, and thoughts in your head of, do we swap to A here, or pressure onto the spawn from Crafty? He's sitting in the lobby blocking these players off, doing some damage and delaying. Any kill from Crafty is a good one, but Sunder's going to pick him up before things can get out of hand for Malmstrom. So now working out of your respawn, a minute 34 to get to B.
So far, so good. If you are Charleston, the one thing you're going to be worried about here, Malmstrom, you've managed to get Prosper on through, and that's a big kill from Dinger. Just make sure your backline's protected, that you can show you can focus forward. That being said, forward is still going to be a considerable amount of pressure from Roshi and Sunder. You do lose Roshi, but Sunder's just going to continue to stop the reinforcements here. That'll actually pause Crafty dead in his tracks, who's 0-8 and nervous enough as it is. Right now, it's on Oni, really. And how many times we've said that? And while he can have takeover moments, it's been few and far between recently. And, oh, God, it's such a huge kill, but the progress is being made at B. He's got to go.
Yeah, Sunder watching the flank. Good shots in. Double kill. Maybe he plays his life, and that's even better, because it's going to slow down Jib from being able to contest this B zone, and there's no teammates to do it, so it has to be him. Eventually, Sunder regens, is ready for it, joins his team, and closes the round. And that's lights out plays right there coming from the veteran. Something that we don't see every day.
It's just a series of very fortunate events for Malmstrom. They look great right now. This is the team that we looked at yesterday. Said, okay, you really could be contenders here if you manage to tie a couple of things together. We're looking for that teamwork. We're looking for you to play around each other. I think part of that has come from the momentum that you built off the back of the S&D comeback, but you can only knock down the dominoes placed in front of you. And for Malmstrom, this is a wonderful showing. Sunder, in particular, 13-6. And I think that's one of the things for Malmstrom as well. It feels like all 4 of your players can just have takeover moments. They've all shown something in this series.
Now or never. Here's Jib again. Oni. Nice read onto the second. 3 down. But it is split on both sides. So instead of going for the zone, he's going to go for the spawners, but doesn't understand that the quick spawn from Sunder gets him into a position to catch that timing. back to square one every single time. You're just grasping at any straw you can find.
Sunder will clear the point. Roshi, who, by the way, is 12 and 6, not to be outshone by Sunder's prowess here. 1 AR, 1 SMG popping off. That's exactly what you like to see if you're Malmstrom. And the problem is here, Sunder, well, you're going to lie in wait, and the discipline is there in case there are more bodies, and, well, you get paid out in the information at least. And do you find the kills? No, but you make Dingo weak enough that the trade is easy for All-Star. And it's little moments like that that shows the gap here.
Time stopped by Oni on this A zone, 20 seconds, but no presence up top, so it's an easy reposition from Roshi to stop that time. 12 seconds left, and it is a race to get to the zone. As everybody set up in a position to punish you, All-Star tucked away. Easy shots onto these players. A last chance effort from Jib. He's on to B. 0.8 seconds. If you get off, you lose. And Roshi's just going to draw you away. 3-0 in the control. 3-0 in the series. Your run is not over if you're Joint Base Charleston, but it gets a little bit harder now.
It does, indeed, and there'll be plenty to talk about when it comes to Joint Base Charleston. You know, this is a case of trying to get yourself into top 6. That's the first real checkbox of this tournament. As we take a quick look at the scoreboard here, it's going to be, unfortunately, difficult reading for Crafty, who goes 1-14. I will say 728 damage for just 1 kill. That's going to be the most frustrating map of your life. But through this series in particular, it felt like there were some players that really took over. For Joint Base Charleston, it felt like you had Oni needing to have huge impactful moments for this team to really fire on all cylinders. Whereas for Malmstrom, I think you had depth. We could say for all 4 players there, you had huge stand-up points where you made sure you were counted and a part of the success of your team. And maybe that's the entire difference here and where this lies and why we got a 3-0.
Hey, Prosper had a banger map 1 and 2. Roshi was making big plays over and towards the map 3. You had the team behind you. You had the support there, and same can't be said for the opposite ends. And you're going to look back at this one. Search and Destroy should have gone your way if you're Joint Base Charleston, but, you know, you can only say that so many times until it becomes, well, maybe we just don't have the ice to put it away. And, you know, I'd say almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, Andy, because you can say that you almost won it like 17 times, but if you don't win it, it just doesn't count. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. But whether it's an inch or a mile, winning's winning, right? And that just feels a little bit about how it is here. Like, you put up a bit of a fight, a bit of a resistance if you are Charleston, especially in that S&D, but I mean, Malmstrom cut you down every single time. It felt like as soon as the wind got in the sails, Malmstrom recognized it, suddenly turned online. Okay, let's make sure that we take control of this moment again. I think back to the first map, the Hardpoint. There was a lot of great moments from Oni, for example, rotating in early, setting Charleston up for success in several hills, kept it very tight through the first set. And then all of a sudden you see Prosper himself turn around and go, look, I'm going to take control of this situation. I'm going to make sure that I'm just looking for Oni constantly. Yeah. And as soon as that foundation came out from underneath them, it was just tough going for the squad. Superb stuff, though, from Malmstrom. It's one of those where we've got to, of course, you come into this, you've earned your seed through the brackets that we've done over the last 2 days, and as such, you get handed this Charleston team. You've still got to bulk up and beat it. At the end of the day, the pressure only grows over the days here. We've still got today and 2 more to come. It only gets brighter up there on main stage as everything starts to now look towards qualifying for Worlds and potentially everything deeper here at CONUS, of course. So, I mean, for me, we came into this series, you know, Malmstrom, have you got a bit more teamwork about you? Have you got a bit of strategy depth to your breakoffs, whether that be in S&D and control? Have they answered those questions?
Yeah, it's a tough litmus test against a team that, you know, doesn't have the right answers to put you to that test. But it did look a lot better than what we saw yesterday. Of course, you know, time will tell. You still have to slay the monster in your closet that is Peterson and Cannon. So we'll wait to see if this is something to build on, if this is something that's concurrent for your Malmstrom team. But I didn't not like what I saw, and that's the, I think, answer that I'm looking for.
Yeah, well, I mean, plenty of answers, of course, coming from here, and we could sit and analyze it to death all damn day. But you know, it'd be better for that. Roshi, who's going to be joining us from Malmstrom Air Force Base for an interview. My friend, congratulations on the victory. I tell you, that's one good-looking man center of our screen right there. But also, smile on the face because you've just absolutely blown your opposition out of the water. 3-0 to get things started. We came into this bracket with a couple of questions for your team around teamwork, around the depth of strategy. Focusing initially on that teamwork, my friend, do you feel like you've had an opportunity there to show that you're able to take a couple of things from the previous 2 days and step up when it comes to bigger opposition later on?
Oh yeah, definitely. We watched some film last night, and we knew what we had to work on. So we studied it. The comms needed to be better. We had stuff we need to work on. We got the nerves out, and I feel like we're flowing right now. So we're happy about that.
That's great too, and it kind of goes deeper into like the situation of the the VOD review, watching back that film. Who is the player on your team that really steps in to start putting in place these steps to improve?
It's a collective effort. We obviously have our leader, one of our leaders, Sunder, and then one of our vets, All Stars. We rely on a lot to make those changes, but it's all bit by bit, piece by piece with everybody. Everybody has stuff to work on, and we just be truthful with each other and let each other know what we're lacking on and go forward from there.
That's the making of an all-star team right there, and just understanding, when to drop the act and be humble in the sense of we need to get better as a squad and figure it all out. And when you are looking to get better, what are some aspects that you guys think that you can start improving on, especially against, your Petersons or your Cannon who beat you yesterday?
Yeah, me personally, I need to play my life better. Kevin gave away a bunch of lives in some of those games, just kind of running around. Comms were low the first couple days, so we really stepped it up here those last matches. So I think as long as we do that and we call out and trade, we should be fine.
I think you did step up.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree. It's felt like a weird interview in a way because we are sitting there going, look, we've got a couple of questions to ask you. First of all, congratulations on your victory, of course. Like you did look fantastic as well. You individually looked absolutely superb out there. You're going to march on from this. You've talked about some of the things in which you have improved. Questions were asked. You guys have answered, but you will now march on to face Eglin, who, of course, won the Eastern bracket. My friend, how are you looking ahead to that one? Is this where you're going to instantly book your ticket, or is there a couple of things in the balance for you?
Yeah, I mean, they showed some good stuff yesterday. We scrimmed them before we got here, so it was a close game online. So we're not too worried about it. I think if we play the way we're playing right now, I think we got a good shot at winning. So just keep Charms from getting hot, and we'll stay hot, and we'll win the game.
Keep Charms from getting hot indeed, but also wonderful to see you guys step up and deliver. Again, questions being asked, but you guys can only knock down the dominoes put in front of you, and you've certainly done that. An impressive start to day 3. Again, well done, my friend. Hoping to see much more of you up here on the broadcast, but for now, I'll be everything for this interview. Take care. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care.
That was Roshi coming in from Malmstrom. It's interesting to talk to him there. He mentions a couple of things, and you and me very fairly sometimes do sit here and go, okay, but how much work are teams putting in? But we know, like, as casters, we rock up to things and we're kind of like, okay, we need to do this, we need to do that. These are all these different, like, bits of things that you're trying to execute. It's a case of, all right, well, the players, you finish your final game, you're chilling out, you're relaxing, because it looks like an incredible environment down there, by the way, at Patrick's Space, Force Space. Or are you sitting there and going, look, we need to fix this, fix this, fix this? He mentions comms, he mentions playing his own life better. These are important things for sure that could see this team suddenly become not only a squad to push through to Worlds, but contend up towards the further end.
And it's not like it's grand scale things either. It's the small things for sure that you patch up in your own individual play that's going to reflect into those bigger scale plays as a team, as a whole. And you can see it building into this matchup in general. And he said it for Eglin, is that, they played them, it was close online. You show up to LAN, you recognize sitting side by side these issues, and you talk amongst each other, and it's going to be a little bit easier to build on those layers. And yeah, I think that I agree with Roshi in the sense that if they play the game that they just played against Charleston, they surely should be the ones to shut down this Eglin team. But at the same time, you have an Eglin roster on the opposite side that is also making those changes with their search and destroy, and they look a little bit more polished than they did when they first entered this series or entered this tournament. So yeah, the growth is a big thing on the team, and hopefully that growth is reflecting and understanding your opponent as well and how much change they've made at the same time.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think what it does, with all the talking points you just brought up, is set us up for an absolute banger in round 2. To be quite honest with you, Malmstrom against Eglin, that's going to be a joy to watch. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that is our first series of day 3 here for the CONUS Esports Championship of 2025, presented by USAA, of course, down there at the Patrick Space Force Base. We're all having a wonderful time, but for now, we need to grab a glass of water. We're going to rotate Seymour out, bring Brody in for the next one, and we'll see you for all of that after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
market center.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championships of 2025. I'm Enigma, but this time we've subbed out Seymour and we're bringing in my British brother, and that is Infinity. My friend, you said to me at the break that you got an opportunity to tune into that first series ahead of coming in for the second one. Any lessons that you're walking away with here going into day 3?
Yeah, don't choke, search, and destroy is what I'd say. Obviously, that was the kind of the biggest hallmark of that series, right? It was pretty competitive search and destroy up until a point at which Malmstrom decided to stop giving away first bloods away for free. And as soon as they realized they didn't need to do that, well, it was just an easy win for them. We don't need to talk about that control, because that control, Charleston were barely in it. But Malmstrom are through. They're going to have a tougher time in their next series, Enigma. That one wasn't so difficult.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, after 2 days playing for seeding, the way it is supposed to work out is that our top 4 are handily rewarded by pushing on through to round 2 with a bye, and then the whole bunch of teams that came in after that point are also given quote-unquote easier opposition, and as such, we're expecting some straightforward victories here, although that 3 actually gives me my first prediction victory, so I'm feeling very good about that.
Nice.
Anyway, of course, we do have a bracket to continue to move on forward and settle on through day 3. Day 1, day 2. That closed the Easterns, that closed the Westerns, but here this is all now about CONUS. And you will get confirmation of not only that Malmstrom beat Joint Base Charleston 3-0 at the very top there, but also that Buckley Space Force Base have punched their ticket through to round 2, having beat out Robbins Air Force Base 3-0. Any surprises from you there, my friend?
Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say no. I know that's not the most adventurous answer I could possibly give, but I think, we all expected Malmstrom to come out on top over Charleston. They're a very strong squad, and their real test is going to be Eglin. I will say I'm happy to see Buckley move forward in the bracket in a 3-0 fashion. I'm not sure exactly what the map scores were for that series, but Buckley are a roster that have been somewhat disappointing in the regional stages, right? Of course, former champions in CONUS in 2024 have not done so hot this year. Of course, the roster is very different this time around, so that'll be why. But starting off the bracket stage, championship bracket 3-0, that is a good start for them. The problem is, Enigma, next up, they've got to face Peterson, and those guys have been pretty damn hot over in the West.
Yeah, they have been pretty good indeed, coming out victorious and with some insane stuff to watch. But also that bracket, by the way, means we've got to settle a couple of things. There'll be Offit and Shriever off screen, but we, my friend, are going to get Cannon and Dover on our main screens here. Really looking forward to this one. It's weird because we went into the last series with a couple of different question marks over the teams that we were paying attention to. Can we get answers to whether or not Malmstrom did have a deeper playbook, a bit more about their teamwork? And we come into this one, do you have any points in particular that you're looking at when it comes to these 8 players and saying, all right, we need to see this from you to think that you're real contenders?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I don't think we've seen these guys much at all. I think Canon, we haven't seen them once on broadcast the entirety of the week so far, and that's interesting considering how powerful a squad they are. There's a reason that I talked about these guys. I mean, when we kind of had that discussion at the very beginning of the week about who do we think is going to win the entire thing, Canon came up on my list because it's probably the roster that has the most returning players on it from last year. They're also a very high-placing roster last year as well in CONUS. So Canon are a really strong squad, and we haven't really seen anything from them. The flip side of that conversation, we have seen Dover once, but only once. So we've got very little VT on both of these teams, Enigma, and I'm hoping for surprises here as we get into this matchup.
Yeah, and I can see why you're talking so much about Canon Air Force Base. It's difficult for me to kind of accept that a team with players like Hate and Artie in particular are struggling to really get their tournament going a little bit. But that being said, that's, you know, water under the bridge. It's an opportunity to VOD review. We're already seeing teams find improvements. And if there's going to be a squad that does go over that VOD review and make sure they're taking steps, then alongside Argo and Crusade here, that Canon Air Force Base team are indeed a terrifying prospect. And I think slip down into that dark horse category if they can get things all online. However, on the opposite side of the screen is Green Gred, T2, Cryptic, and T Sereno. I can't remember if it was us that actually casted over Dover. I know that I have in particular. If it was not yourself, my friend, is there anything that you're looking at when it comes to these four?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is for Dover, right, with the match that you guys did get to cast, I did watch it at the time. I do have minimal notes on that match, but I do recall that it went all the way to a Game 5, and they ended up losing the Search and Destroys, and that's where Dover, it feels like, again, I mean, we've got minimal VT on these guys, but the fact that we're losing Search and Destroy to a roster like Robins, that in themselves had also struggled in the Search and Destroys we've seen them so far this tournament, doesn't exactly bode well for this team. So I had to pick one place. That's where I wanted to see them be talking about between yesterday and today. That's where they need to make an improvement, especially coming in a roster like Canon.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with that. I mean, we talk about S&D making, you know, it's the kind of thing that can help you win championships. It's the kind of thing that can indeed punch you on through, steal away a couple of maps if you're not feeling comfortable in the respawns. So let's take a deeper look then at this Canon Air Force Base lineup. Again, this is Crusade, Argo, Hate, and RT. And I mean, there's such a precedent here for this team. I mean, Hate, ranked 10th last year, played in the Westerns and CONUS. Harty, 2023 Western winner, 2024 CONUS veteran, was 9th last year. Argo returns from the original 2023 Western roster. Crusade, an OG member of Canon's 2023 Western winning team. It's terrifying to look at if you're on the opposite end. For some reason, it hasn't come online just yet, but I still think that everybody in this tournament is going to be looking at these four players individually and thinking, okay, there's going to be a moment where they come online and become a real threat.
Yeah, I think Canon's run in the Western bracket is somewhat deceptive, I'll say, right? You know, we talked about how the Western bracket does look somewhat more potent, more powerful than the Eastern bracket. There's a lot more threats in that side of the competition. You look at the teams they fell to, I believe it was Nellis and Peterson, both of which proved to be very strong rosters in the end. I think we're both the finalists, right? So, of that bracket. And so for Canon, right, if you end up losing to those teams that I wouldn't be surprised if they were our grand finalists at the end of the entire damn CONUS champions. I think Canon are going to come here and surprise a lot of people. There is a reason they placed so damn highly last year, and the fact of the matter is you've got 3 returning players. As you already said, Argo does replace Koki this year, but that's a returning player as well. Argo, you know, again, joining this roster once again from a couple of years ago. Canon are a really good team. They've got a strong legacy in Air Force gaming events, and I think they're probably going to come through here and do a lot of damage to Dover.
No, absolutely. It's a team that, and I'm with you 100%. I think it's a great point to raise. Were you just put in a difficult bracket and given a very difficult lower bracket to back that up as well? Maybe some misfortune. Whether or not they can punch on through and prove that they are one of the teams to beat here. Well, if they are going to do that, they got to get through this Dover lineup. Now, this is, of course, Green Gred, T2, Cryptic, and T Sereno. And this is an interesting group for me. I mean, Cryptic was a Minot player, came 3rd last year at CONUS. And interesting fact about Cryptic, by the way, the only mouse and keyboard player in the tournament, so always an interesting watch. But he's going to be backed by 3 relatively new players. T Sereno coming in as a last-minute sub for leasing. And I think that's one of the things for this squad sometimes where I look at their potential lack of depth. That last-minute substitution can't have helped them coming into LAN.
Yeah, it definitely does change things a little bit, right? I mean, it's a totally different dynamic when you're kind of introducing a new player in the system. Let's say, for example, these guys have, set strategies in Search and Destroy, which obviously we know is the deepest of the 3 game modes in Call of Duty. Those strategies are very difficult to kind of bring a new player in and say, all right, this is what we're doing here on every single offensive round. Here's all the different strategies we've got, and you have to learn them. You have to be good at them. And that makes things difficult, not even just in a planning phase, but also when you're actually in the heat in the moment. For Tisserino to know exactly what to do in those game modes, just across the board, really, I think is very, very difficult to adapt, and it does put them at a slight disadvantage here. This roster, though, does look pretty good. I'm kind of looking at Cryptic, if anybody, to step up to the plate, because he was a solid player last year for Minot, and hopefully he does the same thing again here for this roster.
No, fully agree. You end up with this team. It's one of those ones that if you do get knocked to the lower bracket early, I can still see them making the run to get to Worlds. It's one of those, I feel like there's a bunch of us that are kind of like, okay, the top 4 slots, we think we know who's going into them, maybe even 5th. Actually, maybe this is a prediction thing that we should do as a 3 or something. I don't know. But the 6th spot, I feel like it's kind of hanging in the balance. This is one of those squads I can definitely see making it there. So, I love that you're calling out Cryptic as well. Should use that experience, that veterancy, and that experience of success at the end of the day to place 3rd last year to help his team get through to the inaugural Worlds. But if either team is going to settle any of those storylines or answer some questions, well, of course, they've got to do it across a bunch of maps. And we will have already gone through our picks, our bans, and that sets us up with this absolutely gorgeous map set of Skyline Hardpoint to kick things off. Then it's into the Hassy Ender for S&D. It's a double stay for Vault on Control and Hardpoint, and then Protocol S&D as well, along with the picks and bans down below. Brody, anything that stands out from this?
Yeah, I mean, again, the fact of the matter is we've got limited VT for both of these teams, right? We've only casted one of these teams, and we've only casted them once, and that was that Game 5 thriller versus Robins. There is one returning map from that series, and that is the Protocol Search and Destroy. That will close out this best of 5. Now, we go back to that map, and it was a 6-2 victory for Robins. Already kind of talked a little bit about the Dover having some woes in Search and Destroy. So that doesn't bode well if we do need to go to a Game 5. That being said, they also seem relatively competent in Hardpoint. Skyline Hardpoint was actually also in that best of 5. They won that 250 to 122. So they'll be happy to start here on Skyline Hardpoint. And I do believe, actually, again, we'll talk about our predictions here in just a second, Enigma, but to me at least, it feels like they need to have a solid start. You kind of need to come out blistering on Skyline Hardpoint, because to me, Cannon are the kind of roster, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do agree with you, by the way. The fact that we start off on Skyline here kind of throws things up a bit more in the balance. Often we talk about it as like, well, you straight shooters will come out on top. And that's not always the case, because you end up with this situation sometimes where even an underdog squad can kind of get involved, just get in the mix, turn your brain off for a second, and just make it very simple, L1R1 a lot of the map, and set yourself up for success. That being said, we are trying to build a way in which Dover, who are the underdog coming into this one, will come out on top, or whether or not Cannon will just simply march on through relatively business as usual. And you and me, my friend, again, we don't get to sit here on the fence. We have to make some predictions, and well, we're both going with the exact same team. Surprises to absolutely nobody. You're going with a 3-0. You've already won twice on the prediction so far, but I picked up my first one last time. I got a 3-1, so maybe it's my day here, and I'm feeling pretty good. But I gotta go with you. Why do you think this is gonna be a clean sweep?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting blue shell right now. I started off 2 predictions right on day number 1. You guys are slowly catching up. You've got yourselves a couple of predictions on the board now between you. Yeah, I do think this is going to be a Cannon victory. They are such a strong squad. Again, I do think that it was deceptive, the fact that they ended up losing to Nellis and Peterson in the Western bracket. I think both of those rosters are phenomenal, and it doesn't really say anything negative about Cannon. It just shows that they had strong competition in their regional bracket. You go to Dover, and they have struggled. They had to go Game 5 against Robins, a team which we didn't see, but we know got 3-0'd against Buckley in the first round of play. So kind of process of elimination here. I'm power ranking all the teams in my head here, Enigma. I think that Cannon are better by Dover by a long shot.
Yeah, I agree with you on this one. I love the term power rankings the teams, because you do end up with this situation, very American football-like, very NBA-like. They're in their separate conferences, if you will, and you end up trying to kind of go, okay, well, this one looks better than this one, but I'm kind of judging that based on the eye test and a little bit of something. I do think that, I agree with you here. I think Cannon got very unlucky with their run. I'm expecting them to be comfortable here That being said, I think that there's quality in this Dover lineup, enough to steal away something like maybe a Skyline Hardpoint. It's always an interesting map. It's always a toss-up. Or an S&D. I think that that's something where, you know, your respawn dominant teams, in particular this Cannon squad, you know, you're looking at a very respawn dominant team. Sometimes they can be a bit negligent of their surge, and as such, Dover have opportunities. But, well, opportunities may well present themselves. It's all about taking them. The Skyline Hardpoint is where you're going to get the chance to do exactly that. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a bang out. This is arguably our fastest map in the entire pool. I don't know if arguably is actually the correct word, definitely. It's just going to see teams absolutely slaughter each other all over the map. But you're looking for those P2, P4 setups if you are ever going to see one. Other than that, it's controlling the chaos, finding whether or not there is method to the madness. My friend, are you expecting this to be close, or is this, are we talking up a fairy tale here?
I don't know, dude. It's so difficult sometimes. I really don't want to be one of those people that's just like, yeah, I feel like this is going to be a saucer. Because that's not fun, is it? I would love to see a close hardpoint between these two squads. But I do have a lot of faith in this Cannon roster to actually prove that what happened in the regional bracket was nothing more than a mismatch. And it feels like that has been the case out of the gate here. Enigma, you can already see Artie starting to run some routes early on. Nobody in the hardpoint just yet, but that is a successful spawn flip off the start.
It is indeed. T2 finds 2 to make it look pretty comfortable in terms of controlling it initially, but actually it's going to slip on through. If you find this kill on Argo, what can you do from here? Well, you hit the steps, find one, and is there no comms? Are we not talking to each other? What happens there? T2 off to a fantastic start and will give his team a healthy rotation and 6 on the board already.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking in my head. I was like, yeah, they're just going to turn around. Like, this isn't a problem. TT will get traded out here. And I think it was, what, Crusade and Hate that were in that situation? Neither turned around in that moment. And now you're dealing with a situation where you, expend so much energy early on in this game to flip the spawns out. Those spawns now right back in favor of Dover. The good news is you have a 4-point advantage. Nothing of really note happened in the first hardpoint of this game. And now you can start to ingress in towards P2. Just one player remaining, though. They have systematically eliminated all the Cannon approaching players here, apart from one. RT actually find the value in towards one. Hate will now get a couple of kills as well, and all of a sudden, just down to easy money sniper inside the hard point. They're removed too. Brilliant team play. It's going to be Cannon in.
Yeah, easy money sniper will be T Sereno. This is the last minute sub coming on in and has put himself in the role of being Hill Kitten, S&D, bomb carrier, all the things to do with the objective, trying to just let his teammates focus on the slaying here. And while T2 did get you in for that great rotation, set you up with an opportunity to hold, there will be a break coming through for Cannon that gives them the lead as we look towards the kitchen hill. Oh, some beautiful shots out of Hate. I was about to say, yeah, I don't think that was with a jackal. He must be carrying both because those were incredibly straight over that distance. That being said, also keep an eye on teams looking to set themselves up for bedroom, and that's a big fight that happens. Cryptic coming out on top.
Well, Cannon currently just about in the lead here as we go towards New. Big gunfights over by New as Cryptic trying to fight 4 rotational battles will only find 1. So Spawn's being locked down right now for a Cannon, but they don't have control of the hardpoint itself. Now we're starting to see them aggress towards the hill. Crusade with the jump shot. Good for the first against Greengred. Starting to win the trades out as well. Hate one player on your left. You haven't dealt with them. Easy money sniper. Almost able to hit a regen there as RT finds 2. RT will get the triple, and that is the break that Cannon wanted.
Get yourself in, trophy goes out. Still, obviously got to consider that this fight's over to New, and not only do you win inside the hill, but it's also going to be Hate locking down those rotations. That being said, north side of the map is going to be where Dover intend to punch through. So a lot to control here if you're Hate, but a man that shoots like that isn't going to be worried about anything that steps on in front of him. RT's on 4 in a row here. Look, drop back and support the holding of the spawns, and as you clear up a couple more kills, it will just be 2 players left from Dover trying to hit this, but that's a huge nade to break that wide open. Hate here going to play in through the top line. And right now, honestly, the fact that Dover have managed to flip this so easily, absolutely mind-blowing.
Kills coming through for Hate and Crusade there. That's a big 3-piece and 15 seconds on the board now. This is time for them to get. Hate will finish that hard point on 4 in a row. More kills now starting to come through as well. That's the resurgence you wanted to see for Cannon. But I mean, you asked the question at the start of this game, are we expected to see a competitive game between Cannon and Dover? I don't think I necessarily was, but that's exactly what we've got.
Yeah, we have indeed. I mean, I was a little bit worried when Cannon find that break into P2 and start to look real hot in terms of rotating through the kitchen, but Greengred finds that two-piece with the nade, and from there, Dover refused to let go. So I think for Cannon, a little bit of a reminder here. Dover, plenty capable as a squad. You, of course, led by Cryptic, who's got plenty of experience at this level. And as such, when you hand them any sort of opportunity, they're going to make sure they have a stranglehold over it. Now an opportunity then for Dover to squeeze ever closer. Just 10 points between the two teams. And that rotation is going to be in for Dover already. So 20 seconds left here on P1. Last time it was all about T2 and how we rotated in. Set his team up for some great moments early on. This time he's going to be in the hill. And Crusade, well, he's going low to try and break this, and he'll have support.
It does feel like a tale of as old as time, doesn't it? Good at the breaks, not so good at the holds for a Cannon, and they are breaking already here. A couple of kills already through, still more on the cards. Crusade, a lot to do, lines a couple of players up, does not get number 3. That is Cryptic, the player that I wanted to watch out for in Dover. That will hold. Not having such a hot game so far, but will need to go big for his team in the back line. Not able to do so. T2 also goes down at the same time. And all of this now just down to one player in close proximity. It's Greengred, who is now trying to make the wraparound. Just waste some time for the rest of the team to make their way through, but it's just not happening. Kills being made here successfully for a Cannon. But back spawns now as T2 holds them down.
Yeah, you end up getting that blessing from your close spawns coming in. That being said, well, you'll only be rewarded with a couple of bullets that send you packing. So it becomes a case of how much longer do you invest in T2, into P2 here, as T2 decides to squeeze up once more. RT looking to try and play through the bridge. And well, speaking of T2, he will find 2 more. Another multiple kill on the board. They'll let him squeeze up towards Jim. So you should be in control of a lot of the map here if you are Dover, an opportunity to get back into things. But last time at P3, it was all Cannon. Dover, can you change the script for this set?
Yeah, they did manage to break in early last time around, and they've got pretty much the same setup again. They're spawning out on garden side, so kills now starting to come through. Couple of players towards the point. RT, the first, the tip of the spear, if you will. Having to hit the regen here before he reaggresses. Players stunned up. RT finds yet another one. It's 3 for RT. It's 4 for RT. It's Cannon in.
It's just showing the raw firepower that Cannon have. RT on 27 and 13. Saw that Dover were beginning to threaten and said, all right, let me stand up and take this on. Setting his squad into a 50-point lead here. Dover will get back in for kitchen, but then Crusade's going to collapse in through the back. Finds one. That's an awkward fight, though, onto the bar. T2 cleans it. Got to be worried about his backside pressure. At the same time, you kind of want to support your teammates on the rotation over to New. They're winning those fights. You do lose yours. It's a couple of seconds handed over to Cannon, but maybe a sacrifice worth the investment here. Well, that's got to be one of the worst stun nades I've seen in my life.
Sometimes you just hold the nade a little bit longer than you expected. The animation can throw you off. I can't tell you the amount of thermites I've thrown at myself in Warzone in this game. But never mind that.
All right.
Dover just tailing in this game. It happens a lot, mate. Dover tailing in this game. They are not in control. Middle map being watched by Hate here. And he's keeping an eye on these players. He's doing more than that. He's finding a lot of value. He's also providing some worthy comms to his teammates. And that information is being picked up on. It's the first wave of gunfights here as Cannon start to run away with this game.
Yeah, Hate doing a beautiful job of covering that cross, and it just gives you so much of a defensive buffer. So often this P4, you just set yourself up in the backline, protect those spawns for all costs, and focus a very aggressive front push over and over and over again. Because you're squeezed so far out, you don't need to worry too much about that constant reinforcement. That being said, Dover refusing to go away. Of course, Skyline, you never do spawn too far away anyway. And you get over that 200-point market if you are Cannon. You're going to be happy to hand over the scrap time, and Argo goes huge with the pistol. Rotation now in for 1. Dover Air Force Base, if you are going to make this an interesting matchup, it's got to start now. Otherwise, it feels like Cannon have everything behind them.
Got to get in towards this hard point. You really would have wanted Greengred to make that jump down because he was your only player on the other side of the hard point. Now everybody has to come from that P2 side, and it's so difficult with the map control that Cannon have. Wayward spawns, though, being recognized by Argo. He will find the first. Recognize the second towards the fireplace as well. There's no way he gets away with this kill. He does not. Big one for Greengred to shut down. The problem is you haven't shut down the players towards the point. Cannon winning all of the crucial gunfights here, they could still close it out on this hardpoint. Artie having to go out towards the hill to actually find the kills, finally get shut down. So we're going to see an extension of this game towards the next hardpoint, but it does kind of feel over.
It does. Hate with 2 more. It is eventually going to fall, but Green Red here is just going to land into the lap of RT. That rotation's already in, and you're struggling to even cross halfway if you are Dover. You do get Cryptic into Piano. Big gunfight that you do win with some support, but then that will be all traded out. Last hit if you are Dover. Cannon looking to close it.
Gotta go huge. Easy money sniper. Does he have the money to pay off the bills? And he does not. Shut down in the closing moments of that game. Cannon are getting hyped. Well, 3/4 of them are getting hyped. Apparently one of them is very chillaxed at the moment. The vibes are high at Patrick Space Force Base as Cannon take map number 1. What looked to be a competitive game to begin with, very quickly ran away from Dover.
Yeah, it's a weird one because I think I understand the mixed reactions from the players there, because for some of the players here, this is going to feel a little bit like, yeah, we should be winning this. At the same time, this has been tough so far because of the fact that you've had such a difficult bracket that you are just very glad to get yourself on the board, get moving, start to build that confidence. And they should indeed feel confident looking back at this one. To be fair for Dover, Green Grade put up a great performance, 36 and 26 on the board. And there was a bit of work from T2 in particular, going back to that initial hill where he pops off to immediately flip in for P2 there. Great work. Other than that, I'm struggling to build a case really, because Cannon Air Force Base, once they got going, absolutely unstoppable. These 4 players are real talents to watch.
Yeah, it is just, I think, getting those moments for Cannon where you kind of see them play well as a team. And they are fleeting, I'll say that much, right? You know, Cannon very rarely are able to come together as a foursome and actually pull off great feats. But when they do, it's very difficult to stop them. We saw it a couple of moments in the game. I think it was, the second set, we went to P4, and Cannon had basically a solid hold because you had a player like Hate in the middle of the map watching that cross, providing the comms to the team. You had everybody else acting on that information, making sure there are players soaking up time inside the hard point, but at the same time making sure they're stopping players who've been crossing that 50-yard line. Moments like that, if Cannon can do that more consistency, well, we get down the line, they get those battles versus Nellis, battles versus Peterson, they'll be fine.
Yeah, no, and what a set of battles they would be. Cannon, I mean, we've come into this with 2 questions. Was it just the bracket? Has that been the story so far, that you've been very unlucky? That's a great way to set it up a little bit of like, yes, we are a great team still. We just need an opportunity to kind of get warm, get going, get a little bit of confidence, and get our knees under the feet under the table, if you will. Then it's all about that teamwork question that you just brought up there. And I love the example that you give, because it did feel like in that moment we start to see, okay, this is the setup that you had in mind. This is what you wanted. And it worked very, very well for them. And from there, it feels like a light bulb moment almost for the squad, because at that point, it just felt like, all right, everyone now understands where they need to be, and to be a fly on the wall behind them and listen to those comms, because it certainly seemed like they were all in sync. That being said, it's only map 1. Let's not get too carried away with ourselves here, as I know you and me love to do when we watch a team suddenly fire on all cylinders like that. We've still got a whole bunch of other maps to play, and let's remind you guys exactly what they are going to be. Map 1, relatively comfortable, of course, 250 to 152 to our Cannon Air Force Base, but then we look ahead to the Hacienda Search and Destroy. My friend, you said that when it comes to Dover, when it comes to their S&D, you know, is this an opportunity for them to kind of come into it, or do they need to step up, deliver a bit more than they've shown so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to tell, right? Because, again, I didn't get to see all of that game. I just saw the end scoreline, or at least the games versus Robbins that we saw over on broadcast. But they did get decimated, at least from a scoreline perspective. Now, I don't know if, all of those rounds came down to a 1 versus 1 or something like that. But we do know that in the final scoreline, I think it was like 6-2 and 6-1 with the Search and Destroys, that Dover ended up losing to Robbins. So it does feel like, at least on paper, Search and Destroy has been a problem for Dover. And that doesn't bode well, because, we always talk about Search and Destroy being, not just the great equalizer. You lose map number 1, you want to win Search and Destroy to come back into the series, but also, again, if you do have to go the distance, we talk about Search and Destroy winning championships for a reason, that it's not going to benefit you not being the greatest Search and Destroy team in the world. I kind of, in a way, harken back to the interview that you guys had at the end of the first series of the day, where, I can't remember which player it was. It was Roshi talking about improvements that those guys are making, right? And I feel like there's going to be a lot of improvements that a lot of teams are going to be making over the course of each day. They're going to be kind of taking some time at the end of every single day to be like, okay, what was good? What was bad? And I think for Dover, they will have had that conversation to say, Search and Destroy, we need to be working on it. We need to do X different. We need to do Y different. We'll see if those conversations are going to be having any effect on the roster, though, because as we get a Hacienda Search and Destroy, this does feel like a must-win map.
Yeah, and it also feels like an imperative situation of you must start really well if you're Dover Air Force Base. And the reason I say that is twofold. One, you've just come off the back of that last map, and you'll be walking wounded right now. You'll be very much so upset about the way that all goes down. But also, how deep is your playbook? And if it starts bad, I don't expect it to get much better. And we're here on the break-off, Cryptic and the boys. Well, they're flying straight away. They know exactly what they want to do.
The aggression towards sites has been so important early on Hacienda Search and Destroy, especially A control. That's unfortunate for T-Sereno. He's going to run straight out towards the open and will get shut down. So trades now. Numbers good for the retake for Cannon, and the last remaining players are split up. Have to split the difference between them. T2 getting some good time onto us. Hate, though, brings us back down to a 2 versus 2. Again, last remaining players are split. You're not going to expect Cryptic in that power position. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Crusade. He has time to make this happen. Does he have the space, though? No. T-Sereno is going to shut T2, excuse me, is going to shut him down. And that's going to be the trade there from Dover that wins them the round.
We see a couple of Dover players, by the way, getting out their seats and getting loud. At the end of that map 1, Cannon were sure to let Dover know exactly what they thought of them. Well, to start things off here, I said I wanted to see you come out strong because of the fact that the wind is in the sails of your opposition. You not only do that, it's also from a very bold, brave play, which we wanted to see a playbook coming from a squad that have brought in a last-second sub. You do all of those things, and then you let the other guys know an opportunity to continue to ride that momentum then into round 2 as you play your own defense.
It's a good start from Dover. Cannon, they were aggressive at the start of the round, but punished for it. They're being aggressive once again. Look at players number 7 and 8 on the minimap here. Crusade and Artie have gone right behind enemy lines. They should have a freebie as Green Gred is not ready for this whatsoever, and they will. Immediate reaction from T2, but it's not good enough. Crusade on fire right now, and he is on the hunt for more kills. A player right in front of him, and they will be dealt with. It's just down a Cryptic towards the site, and down they go as well. And you can really start to feel the passion in the arena now, can't you, Enigma? Because there are extra bullets flying in those bodies.
To have a microphone inside that arena, up on that stage, and just, well, I don't know if that rags to be like that. I'm imagining it's not extremely PG, but to feel the atmosphere that must be flowing right now as these two teams screaming at each other. And of course, there's no love lost for some of these players. Cryptic coming over to this Dover Air Force Base squad, you know, likely have played against the players on this Cannon squad multiple times in the past. So letting each other know, playing all the mind games. Tied up, though, going into round 3.
Right, well, last time around on the offense, we saw aggression from Dover. They hit the site very fast this time. They've changed their attack, and they've changed their pace. Players on the defense already here to meet them. You've lost Hate. Keep an eye on that long flank coming through from T2. These players are not going to move. They're not going to have any reason to move. So T2, before long, should have some freebies. He could well be the key to winning this round for Dover.
For me, it's whether or not Cannon have been watching the way some of these other maps have gone down, and whether you recognize that water route coming through. But, well, it all kicks off anyway. It's a pinstripe feed, and T2 will miss absolutely everything. He's going to come back to the scene of a massacre and be like, boys, I told you to stand still. Let me activate on the other side. Well, he might get all the timing here, retrieve the bomb, but Argo's going to spot him.
Yeah, this feels like a really weird situation, right? Because I think T2 could have had some good timing on towards Argo, but Argo didn't have a clue where T2 was. Had moved as if he didn't know and moved totally away from T2. And now T2, at 25 seconds on the clock here, is playing for a rotation. You would be right, too. There's no way. There's no way these guys are about to pass each other. No, they will not. T2 now drashing towards the A site, excuse me. Argo goes to the check, and he gets caught timing, and T2 did not see him, so this rock's going to go down.
In the plant now, you will see Argo turn and face the T2, and I like this reposition. SMG in hand. Wants to play close and personal. Yeah, I was a little bit worried you were about to land in the lap of your opponent. I will say, yeah, you planted the bomb to be on the opposite side of that, so how comfortable are you with not actually being able to see it? And, well, the timing's there for T2. Incredible work from him. Weirdest round of S&D I've seen in a hot minute. You have that play coming out from T2, actually, to play in through the water, wrap, collapse. And you said it yourself. Yeah, there's no reason for a couple of these players to move right now. This is great. And all of a sudden, it just all kicks off at the rock. Pinstripe feed that leaves it in a one-on-one. Yeah, there's not that much to analyze there. Just certainly not in the traditional playbook.
I will say shout out to T2 in that 1 versus 1 there in the closing moments. I think you know for a fact that the player on the other side is going to be laser focused on the fact that generally speaking everybody challenges from top money windows, so chooses not to go for that route, and that choice is absolutely the right one, able to outplay in the 1 versus 1. Now 2-1 for Dover. Through the middle of the map, both teams go now, opening shots. We're on board with T2. He's nowhere near the gunfights, though. RT will be the one to pick up first blood, and that is a big one. That is space now bought here for Cannon. You're winning the trades, too. You're starting to have some options.
You get all this A presence, which should hand you a bomb plant for free. You're going to be a little bit nervy about whether or not anyone's starting to play in through dark. As Cryptic eyes it up for a moment. Bomb goes down, though. And Crusade gets the info the Cryptic crossed.
He doesn't know where he's gone. Slightly moved towards you. Yeah, back towards Secret Cryptic goes now. He's once again making his position. And no, not going to expect the player in the corner. And will get shut down for it. So now looking over towards T Sereno. 1 versus 3. And he just doesn't have the time here. Has to make the longest wrap in the world. I don't think there's much of a chance. If you can maybe pick up at least 1 kill, get yourself off that donut, it'll be nice. But nope, that donut's now added extra sprinklings.
It's interesting at the minute to see that every round when the first blood has come through, teams seizing early advantages, closing them out. Also, defenses on top. Proving difficult right now to break through if you're on offense. Bombs are going down. It's just about finishing it up from there. And Dover, one thing as well that you're going to be looking at here, unfortunately, T Sereno just 0-4. Needs to get off of that donut, as you said. Sprinkles. We don't need it to be any more than that. As we head into round 5, you want all 4 players firing on all cylinders if you're going to take down a squad like Cannon.
All right. Dover. 2-2 now in the search and destroy. I will say this has been markedly closer than the hardpoint was. Now at the start of this round, well, a little bit of turn heel? What's going on? That's your teammate, pal. What are you doing? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Cannon, they draw the first blood in this round. Dover still have aggressive players, though, all the way up. And one of those will be Greengred as he draws blood right back. But they still do not have the numbers here. The trade's looking pretty good for Cannon.
I don't mind this, but I was about to say I don't mind it. Felt like Greengred was dropping back just to clear out where RT had been. Greengred here, well, yeah, I was about to say he's going to be the X factor. That's going to be one of the weirdest ragdolls I've ever seen. That body's stood up, but yeah, Greengred. I think if he continued that route, if he put a bit of faith into where he was already headed, he manages to drop back, clear out your spawn, then you can start to assess a plant situation. But I mean, look at those cams as well, by the way. It's a great play out of RT indeed. But Crusade, well, you've started 8-2 here. And as a foursome, you've got to be getting loud. You can't be letting people do that just 5 rounds into an S&D. But Cannon, yet again, will see off a first blood. It feels like right now, neither team giving up an inch. And that's usually a sign of pretty good S&D, to be honest. Some of the plays are, well, not exactly traditional. But, well, when squad takes that life advantage, they're not throwing it away.
It does feel like a back and forth search and destroy thus far. One thing's for sure, something we noted back in the hard point is that when Cannon want to hit the go button, they most certainly can. None. Oh, now one more player on the other side. Sorry, that was genuinely the lowest hanging through I think I've ever pulled. T2 now looking to go huge though, and he does exactly that. A couple of kills for T2, and that blows this round up here. Cannon, not much of a chance unless big kills can come through, but it's a flanking play from T Sereno. One more player to contend with. Crusade though, he's been offered a couple of freebies.
T2's going to hop it, and Crusade, well, he makes all the noise to back that plant. Diffuse, sorry, down. He's going to have to come again, though, because T2, he's back on. The nade will catch. Crusade goes huge, turns it into a 1v1. But, well, Cryptic, I think the right play is to hunt this down. Stun will connect. So do you stick? Do you find him? No. Crusade goes massive. And if you were getting loud before as Cannon Air Force Base, you're getting absolutely bloody nuclear now. That's an insane play coming out of Crusade, because I was about to tear your team asunder for that ridiculous setup that you had over the plan. T2 walks in for free, finds 2 because nobody's covering front at all, but Crusade shows a bit of individual magic to turn an 8-2 into 12-2 and give his team a buffer.
Casual 1v4, by the way. Just casual. Just 1v4. Just do it any day. You know, it doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter what day it is. Crusade can get it done. What an incredible 1 versus 4. Plays that to perfection. Of course, the bomb is planted for the open door there. Those first 2 kills are probably the most ridiculous part of the entire setup. Maybe potentially not getting the 1 versus 2 as well. Regardless, though, Cannon. Now 4-2 up in this S&D. Dover haven't fully cleared out the site. Now they have. Big kill against RT. This rock will now go down. Nobody here for backup from Cannon.
You have to win this round, quite frankly. If you are Dover, you must. Not only because it would give Cannon the 5-2, but it's just one of those situations. You've just been 1v4'd. You must bounce back. You've got to show some resiliency. And the nade from Cryptic is absolutely on the money. Strikes Argo. And T2 makes it look better. And that's the bounce back that you've got to have after being 1v4'd. Clinical stuff. I was a little bit worried about whether or not you'd spot RT on the site. But once you clean up from there, and then that... Honestly, like the perfect timing on the nade, the absolute beauty that you just landed, blows that retake wide open and lets your teammates collapse in from mid.
That's a big round from Dover. Really well played as well. And I've got to give a shout out to Greengrad at the start of the rounds for actually checking that outer fence area, because it's not something that, generally speaking, you expect a player to be doing. It's not a bog standard play by any stretch of the imagination, especially with how Cannon have played the defenses. They don't, generally speaking, have one player on the site and leave everybody else far removed. So good call from Dover. Good call from Greengrad, and that's a big first blood from them. It keeps them in the conversation for this search and destroy. And, well, Cannon now looking to silence them as Cryptic, the furthest player pushed up for Dover, is now removed from the A site. You've got a 4 versus 3. Nade now being cooked up to being thrown down the way as well. T-Sereno, before he gets tagged up, does take Argo down. So 3v3 we go, and this is a reposition now from Cannon.
Greengrad might get the timing. Unfortunately, oh no, wait, he does read this. Could get in through the back. Checks, slides. It's just difficult to take that fight with a Jackal cleanly. Maybe some discipline needed as Crusade finds bullets and kills on the other side. Unfortunately for Arts and Crusade, you're just abandoning this. Actually, it's a complete redirection. They're headed to A, and T-Sereno doesn't know what he just missed as Greengrad makes the call. There's nothing at B. This must have been moved.
2v3. They might have just got to a timing. T-Sereno behind. He finds Crusade. Big kill. Now they might not be so quick to plant the bomb. 20 seconds left here. You can't afford to rotate away, and Greengrad takes the bomb planter down. And now you're in trouble. If you're Artie, position to reveal 2. No choice but to try and grab that bomb. That self-stun from T-Sereno might make this plausible. Surely, though, they'll check and close this one out. And that's exactly what they do. The bomb even goes down to boost. They'll be some extra points towards a score streak, but... Oh, wow. What a 2 versus 3 for a Dover. And I just think, honestly, I think Cannon dilly-dally just slightly too long there. They get that bomb down, what, like a second or 2 earlier? That is a plausible situation.
Yeah, it's interesting that Cannon make that call, that they turn around and go, okay, straight on over towards A. Don't dilly-dally about the call when they're in that situation. But as soon as they rotate into where they wanted to be, they go, hang on a second. It's just a weird... a series of events that just line up. But I gotta give all the credit to Greengrad. He was the one that was aggressive through the middle. He was the one that put in the flank through Lambo, that made sure that the Cannon didn't feel comfortable planting at B, and as such sends them scuttling over to A and helps be a part of the cleanup as well. A huge round from him to tie things up.
I've got a feeling the strategies might change dramatically now for Cannon. What is this from RT? He's got to be an RC car or something. He has to be in an RC car because there's no reason. Yeah, you can hear it from T2. Just making sure that they're going to get that one out. Now, it might actually give an opportunity here for T2 to potentially go hunting for that kill. Yep, on the other side, finds RT. Oh, no. Okay, you could have taken him hostage. You could have done something snazzy, and instead you just shoot the body T2. I'm disappointed.
A wild moment here. If you looked at the minimap, you wouldn't be sure about who's doing what. Well, T2 gives you 2, but then Crusade and Argo suddenly reset the chessboard a bit. So it will be a 2-on-2. Bomb does go down, though, and it will be for office side. The problem you have is that Argo is actually in office, and because of that, he manages to make the situation much more manageable.
1 versus 2 still for Greengrad. Not going to find the kill. Good on Argo and Crusade going hunting for that last one. And that's a terrifying situation, considering what you start that round a man down to make those big plays. I mean, shout out to Crusade, because this guy is still doing it. 16-4. We're on board for, what was this, like a Ghost Crim6 level performance right now? Was that 20 kills back then? And that Warhawk? Yeah, this is what we're looking at right now. Crusade's on fire.
All right, he's definitely coming here, clipping and shipping that one. That's one skill on the Twitter timeline. But It's a weird case as well at the minute, because through the opening like 6 rounds or so, we had a situation where teams were taking advantage off the first bloods, not giving it on up. Now it's literally the opposite. Every single time a team seems to have an advantage in a round, they're giving it up so freely, and there T2's got to be asking his teammates the question, what the hell just happened? I gave you 2 kills and stood in their spawn, bled down the timer, did so much great work. Gonna square up here over mid, but T2's trying to slip in through the secret. Oh no, loses that fight. You will get 1 answered back, but 3v2 in favor of Canon.
Numbers favoring you here if you can, and you're looking pretty good to close out this search and destroy. They will retrieve that bomb as well, and there isn't just really any reaction whatsoever here from Dover, which to a certain extent I kind of respect, right? You're sticking to your guns. You're still, though, looking for something miraculous to win out this 2 versus 3. And the last remaining players coming together somewhat here. T Sereno walks away at the total wrong time, though. That's Call of Duty time for you folks. Now you've lost site control.
Nice, he gets this down. You're planting rock side here, so expecting that close setup. The one thing you will have if you're Dover, the one little bit of shining light, is you've taken Crusade off the board, who may well finish this 17-5, and that's a ridiculous stat line for anybody in the search. Green Grid hoping for a freebie. Do you get any info?
Just don't have your teammate. Shots aren't really going to be that good in this situation. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised these guys are hitting it from different angles instead of going through the door together, but they're going to do it. Looking for the 2v1. They have to check every single corner. It's a big gamble. Left one is where the player is. The right one isn't. RT goes huge. It's 2 in the closing moments of the game. That's a Canon victory, folks. They get it done.
And if we thought it was getting loud earlier on, a 1v4 from Crusade and a beautiful 2-piece to close things up there from RT just makes it ever more interesting as we get a look in here. I gotta say, it's the same 3 gentlemen that are standing getting hella loud. Whoever is sat top right, I can't fully make them out. They're super relaxed right now. It might be hate considering that you dropped 1 and 7, but looking on over, sending your buddies $10 PayPal just to thank them for getting you through that series. That was a quiet map from you, but it's gonna be that Canon march on going up 2-0 here. I think for Dover, at the end of map 1, it felt like there was a lot of wind taken out of your sails just because of how much you were kind of run over through the second portion of the map. I don't know if it's as big a deficit here that makes, you know, how do you feel about coming away from the S&D having lost 6-4? The one thing that is really going to sting, of course, is the fact that you gave up that 1v4. If that doesn't happen, this could well have been a map you took away.
There were moments in that search and destroy where Dover looked solid, right? I mean, strategically speaking, everything Dover did was pretty much right. I think just more often than not, it does just come down to execution. So many moments where Canon is drawing those first bloods and Dover don't really have much of a response. And yeah, you're right to point out. That 1 versus 4 shouldn't happen ever. It's just really unfortunate there. So I think this is one of those situations where I'm actually not going to criticize Dover whatsoever. They're search and destroy perfectly fine. Just sometimes you don't win the gunfight. Sometimes you get outclassed, and that's what happened there. Canon, they come out on top, and I got to give a shout out to Crusade. I think it was 17 is what he finished on.
Yeah.
That is an insane stat line. I know we basically went the distance in that S&D, so it becomes more probable that you do that, but still, that's a superhero performance.
The thing, yeah, even if you don't pull off that 1v4, it's just a ridiculous performance all the way through. The fact that you make that happen and then it ends up being settled as a 6-4. Guys, a superstar. X Factor for sure. Incredible map out of him. It's a weird one because I'm with you in the sense of, like, Canon go up 2-0 here, and deservedly so. They had a fantastic back end of map 1. They iced up there in map 2. I'm with you in the sense of, like, Dover, they did a lot of things right, and we were asking them to come in here and show improvements in S&D. And I think a lot of what I'm seeing right now just solidifies them as that team that I'm thinking, can you squeeze through as that 6th squad to Worlds? Seeing a lot of reasons why they most certainly can. I just think it's when you're stepping up against someone like a Crusade, there's just not enough to shut players like that down on this team.
Yeah, it's difficult. If one man takes over everything and you just cannot beat that person in a gunfight, like, what more can you really do in that situation? You're facing Crusade, I certainly would just be backing away. I'll be probably going to another map, mate.
It's been difficult, and, well, Hate, by the way, will be very grateful to his teammates, and he will get to usher out his thanks during this quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we do still have a series to settle on the other side, so don't go anywhere.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
one more time, and maybe the final time in this series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championship of 2025. I'm Enigma, alongside me is Brody, of course. You've been in with us now for 2 maps, and we've seen Cannon Air Force Base take both of those. First one, probably more convincing fashion. Second one, it was interesting for us for a moment, but a 1v4 certainly settled the way and sent Cannon on through. My friend, we've talked several storylines into this one. Cannon, we asked, was it the bracket that was just giving them trouble? That's why it was a relatively disappointing regional qualifier. I think that we're getting a couple of answers here. Has anything through this solidified your mind that this is going to be one of the teams through to Worlds?
Yeah, I do still think Cannon is going to win this series. Whether or not your prediction is right or my prediction is right, I don't know at this point. I have no idea how this control is going to go. That being said, it feels like the Hardpoint was significantly more dominant than the Search and Destroy was, and that does bear out in the scoreline. And I think one thing you're looking at from the maps that we've seen so far in this best of 5 is that there have been kind of, it's really weird. It's like there's almost kind of surges, if you will, if I'm going to call it right, moments in both of those games where Cannon just like click so well, like even better than they do anywhere else throughout the rest of the games. We saw it at that moment I was talking about towards the close of the Hardpoint, and we saw it multiple times in the Search and Destroy where Cannon just have these moments where they play so damn well as a team, they're trading one another, they're making sure their communication is very clearly on point. And at that point, they're unstoppable. But when that doesn't happen, there is an opportunity for Dover to come back into this game. And they have to take those opportunities by the horns coming into this Vault control. Because you got to pull off the reverse sweep now. If you want to win this series, you got to hope those moments just aren't there.
Yeah, the terrifying thing for me here when it comes to Dover's chances of that reverse sweep is just something that you mentioned about Cannon's ceiling. I feel like when they play kind of like the normal pace, normal level, they look good, sure, but nothing that absolutely blows my mind is when they do suddenly click, that it looks like, okay, these guys could fight anybody at the minute and look fantastic. And when you do see these 4 gentlemen suddenly firing on all cylinders, I'm not surprised that Dover can't keep up, because I'm not sure there's many teams in the bracket that can. So I think for Dover, it's nice and early, making sure that you throttle this Cannon lineup as much as you can, squeeze the life out of them, and don't give them that opportunity to spark the fire. But will it be a full 3-0 sweep, or does the comeback begin now, or we're off and underway for Vault control?
All right, Cannon looking for the 3-0 to buff up my predictions a little bit. Hopefully they get it done. Dover looking to hang on in this series. And it's a good start for T2. He finds the first blood. We often see routes like this being made on the offense. You've already got players pushed all the way far forward to the point where Cannon kind of have to pull themselves back a little bit to try and get some of these players.
Yeah, this is a bizarre break off ever seen one. T-Sereno will be worried about Hate, who actually finds Green Gred further on, so on the hunt to clear out your spawn, and you manage that if you're T2. And, well, it's all going on as well over in R. Where the hell? Because Cryptic gets found. Green Gred will answer back. And, well, you are shooting straight if you are the boys from Dover. You've taken this break to calm yourself, stabilize, and come out firing as Cannon feel it and recognize that they've got to push now to reclaim A.
Love that call, though, from Cannon on the defense to make sure they remove Cryptic from that power position. It does give a window of opportunity, though, for Dover to get a capture through. Crusade with a nice slide chow, removing 1 from the point. Now looking for the trade series. T-Sereno goes down all the way to 22 HP. Is not going to get immediately chowed. RT has to take a wrap around to get something done, but is immediately met with 2 players coming off of the spawn. Somehow wins that second fight against Cryptic. So an opportunity here to potentially stop this one. It's Crusade once again with a slide to make sure T-Sereno doesn't get any more than that second tick through. But I would argue that was a second hit from Dover.
Yeah, it was indeed. The only problem is it's a very long kit, so you're down to 30 seconds. So it's got to kind of work from here. T2 will find 2, and I feel like I've said that line about 19 times through this series. If he gets at kill, it's usually followed up by a second. Doesn't do singles. Roll on over, though, and I love this play from Dover to decide to rotate on over to B. That's an aim to shift a couple of players around, let T2 make pressure over towards A, but not enough happens elsewhere. You do start to move a couple of bodies, of course, as Crusade runs to claim B back, but you got to find kills elsewhere if you're going to have that impact that you want. Then again, you will get one more send here as players touch B.
9 seconds. You can still do this, but you've lost a couple of players. You do need to, technically speaking, go huge. And, well, that was the last little hope from T-Sereno. Green Gred is looking to put a stop to the timer, and he's going to get shut down as well. So now it's all down to a couple of players. 2.5 seconds on the clock. Nobody here to stop this. They might actually get the extra 60 seconds, and they will. But now you're still in a 7v11. RT will trade out, making it a 5v11. Nice double from RT, but still, this is so difficult. You really are fighting up against the wall.
Yeah, that's incredible work from RT there. Recognizes that the site's going to fall, so positions himself to stop the instant transition on over. And as such, finds 3 and stems the bleeding. And over, well, you do find a couple of kills, and this is an opportunity to sprint for sure. But RT, he's still not been cleared out of the vault itself. 7 in a row. Very close to Hellstorm, but what it definitely does do is put the nail in the coffin of round 1.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. I will say, I mean, we talk about those windows of opportunity again that, you know, Canon are providing Dover at times. Dover are taking them. They are doing well with them. You know, we talked about early on where Cryptic got a lot of space for the team. They got a tick through on A. Then later on, of course, when they do feel like they can double stack the point and get those, get the extra 60 seconds on the board, they do manage to do it. But I think just getting past that first move, I think has been the biggest problem for Dover so far in this game. Cannon able to take round number 1 relatively convincingly. Now we move into round number 2, though. We'll see whether or not we see that kind of spicy Cannon off the rip here once again. Stun will connect on towards Hate, who is now cooking up a nade, and it's not even the nade that will finish Cryptic off. It is his gunny, as another player goes down simultaneously. One more on the outside to deal with. 1v1 towards the point, though, and T2 finds a couple of kills to make sure that A is not being punished, but RT on the outside is finding players off the spawn anyway. This has been a solid clear out from Cannon off the start, but T2 continues to be a frustration as he finds a couple of kills.
Yeah, RT on his way towards a gunship at this point. I gotta say, T2 doing his damnedest to keep this close, and as such, there's only a 2-life difference, and you haven't made much progress towards A. There will be that 1 tick, but not as much as you would have hoped for Cannon when you've got players doing things like RT is, or was anyways. He's finally brought to an end on his reign of terror here. The one thing I will say, Cannon, feels like you've played for a lot of kills, but you've not really made progress towards the point, and you've got to start to because only 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, there's been a lot of kills, a lot of bluster from Cannon, but not much of any actual substance. Here we go, finally. Crusade just going to fly straight past A. They know that B is currently the target of attack. Being brittled away here are Cannon piece by piece. Now having to deal with threats on both sides of the control zone. In from behind enemy lines is going to be T2. Cryptic will find a 1 kill though. Crusade trundling out, and it's Cryptic whose double will stop that capture. So now the timer will start to tick down once more. Now looking to go towards A if you're a Cannon.
Well, let's talk about Cannon. Dover are doing a wonderful job here of stalling so much of this. However, that tick coming on through will tie us up at 3 apiece. And, well, Argo will find 2 kills. T-Serena is going to try and contest right at the end, but that will be a secure. So you get yourself the extra 60 seconds and you're up by 2 lives. So Cannon, while they're making this interesting, that substance does finally come through onto T2 to try and break through water.
Yeah. But they've got players now to potentially deal with this on the defense. Look at that long flank coming through from T-Sereno. Also T2 down low. T2 down low dealt with, but T-Sereno goes huge for the kill on towards Hate. Crusade, the last one anywhere close to doing anything in this situation. He will have to back away here. So, big reset button being slammed by Cannon. Only 1 tick required. They know that, and it will take just 1 big hit, and that might be the start. Hate will double up. T2 desperately trying to trade off here on the hunt for the kills. Will find 1, but traded out. And Cannon have all their pieces set up for this final capture. Look at player number 6 up top. Argo is watching this like a hawk. He's got his teammates back. That stun will land on towards Cryptic. The trades are good. 3rd tick. Somebody's got to fly towards a point. T2 is that guy, but he is traded out, and it is actually going to be a hostage-taking situation up top. Argo now flying down towards the point. He will get the finish, and the coverage is good here as Cannon now just 1 round away.
Yeah, Argo not only provides coverage from top art, but also has a man hostage to do so. We're going to get to watch it actually on the mainstream, and I mean, if the Black Ops 6 devs ever wanted a highlight reel moment to showcase some of the features in this title, it is definitely going to be that as Argo rubs salt into Dover wounds here. It felt like they put up such a solid defense for so much of that time. But unfortunately, the second you lose that art control, it just spells disaster more often than not. It's done in style by Argo. It'll be 3 in the row to end the round as well. And Cannon Air Force Base just 1 round away now from seeing this series off. Dover, what do you have left?
How much in the tank for Dover? I don't really know at this point. Gotta have a convincing round here, it has to be said. Crusade and Hate already starting pretty strong, but T2 has been so good at these wraps, and he'll provide another one. And now we'll jump straight on towards the point. Keep an eye on player number 6, though. That's Argo. Potential flanking play, and T2 is actually good to it. Argo goes down. RT the only one on Cannon who can find any value here. So Dover now with a double stack through. Now even sending some players over towards B at the same time. Cannon being split on the defense here. They could still stop this. Second tick through. Crusade, Argo finding kills. Crusade now looking for more. Cryptic and Ace and Greengred will trade on out. But nobody on the point here is going to give Cannon a potential opportunity to stop this one. And you really needed Hate alive in that situation. You definitely needed Argo alive. And I can't imagine a situation where Dover don't finish this now.
I'm a little bit worried here that Cannon are making the wrong play. They spawn over by P4. Instead of hitting north and playing in through R to get those closer spawns for B, they just decide to full send towards A. You were never going to get there in time. A does come through. And, well, quite frankly, you've now got to start to reinforce this B point. You will get there. It's not necessarily the setup that you want, though, with no one in art, but your mid-map control will give you some breathing room at least. Cryptic's going to try and put up a bit of a fight, but it is going to be cleaned out. So you set everything back up again. A minute 40 on the clock. 2 life difference. And T2 should make that 1 life difference as he looks to try and help his team punch back in through the middle of the map. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh my goodness me, T2 putting on a show. Crusade down for the count. That is despicable. And yet still, you're 2 lives down in this situation. Cannon on the hunt for more. Hate will deal with a couple of players and get shut down. So now Dover feeling confident enough to put a stop to the clock. Couple of players moving forward, and that teammate is definitely not going to help Cannon. What will? Potential flanking player who does actually get shut down. So now all of the pressure will be coming from the front. Dover trying to hold on here. RT with a fly out will pick up T Sereno. 1 more player on the flank, and T2 does double up, does inevitably get shut down. So Cannon dealing with the pressure here for the moment.
I mean, Cannon need to be handed over some of the prize money to their trophy system. That thing goes absolutely massive to stop every nade that's launched at them to clear them off the point. One of those moments where you kind of recognize this work of smart utility play. T2's actually going to get in through the back. I don't know if you've got time to take hostages, my friend. Seize the initiative while you are here. Claim art control. You do exactly that. And now look at your minimap. Scrambling if you are Cannon to get back into position. A couple players on the flank, but they've got to go big.
This is what Cannon love to do. They love to flank, but it hasn't worked out so many times in the past. You've lost players around the front, so the flank now does need to work out, and Crusade is taken down. That's all 4 players dead. Double stack now going to be through from Dover. Car bomb going off, stopping Argo on the cross. Everybody has to fly, and you've got a player watching it from you. T2 goes massive. Dover will stay alive short of Artie going crazy. He's not going to touch in time, and Dover force a round number 4.
Insane stuff there, and it's just T2 getting in through the back, finding that art control. The second you do that and you get those southern spawns for Cannon, they've then got to scramble. That puts you in a horrible point where Dover are waiting for you, and the quality that they possess means that they're always going to snap up those kills. I guess, back to that play from Cannon towards the back end of A. Yes, you managed to restabilize after that point, but I felt like you never really locked in one of those defenses that I see so often on this B site where there's just no gaps. It felt like there was constantly a route in for Dover, purely because Cannon were too worried about investing time into that A defense. And really, they didn't need to. They could have happily given it up and played for B and seen this whole thing off. But now, Dover, well, they make things very interesting. An opportunity to defend and send it to a round 5.
Cannon, so good, playing as a roster. It's going to be a double stack coming through early on in this control. So the 8 point is going to go fast. T2 doing what T2 does best, though. They should be able to read this, and they do. So now they've got to be a little bit more honest with it. Cryptic from up high will pick up 1. It's trades in your favor as Greengred doubles up. That's going to be the clearance that they needed. Greengred on 5 in a row, by the way, off the start of this round. So that clearance is going to waste about 30 seconds off the clock here, as now Cannon want to reposition, but Greengred stops them on the initial. Only finds 1 before getting shut down.
You just redirect this over towards B. With T2 dying, you're going to lack numbers here, and you don't have that player on the flank, so you got to just hit this from the front, and that's the first tick already. Crusade get a little bit itchy. And, well, RT doesn't win one that he probably should, but it will be traded on out instantly. T2, though, of course, here, reinforces in time to break that hole wide open. Argo's going to be last alive for Cannon, but it's about seizing and setting up another hit. Greengred, well, with 2, and T2 makes it 1, and Hate will be the only player to not fall in the moment, but it's not going to be with much in the way of map positioning, so 40 seconds on the clock. Cannon, they've got to figure out their next hit pretty quickly here.
Being frank, I'm not even too pressed about the lives, to be honest. It is the time. You've got just over 30 seconds to make something work. You've got to do it as a squad, and here we go. Finally, Argo opening things up with that first blood. RT now looking to wrap around as you've lost Crusade towards the point. RT needs to go massive, and he just doesn't connect enough of the shot. That is a clean wipe here for Dover. The beast might well have awoken here in this game. Enigma is Green-Gred now streaking out once more. He's made a hell of a comeback, a 6 spree at the start of this round. Now on another 3 spree. T2 also heating up. And down to the last 9 lives. Cannon, one last-ditch effort. Double-pronged attack. Hate and Argo will find a couple of kills. Cryptic clears things out on the other side, though, and now it's all just down to Crusade. He might well have found one. He's actually going to find a second, but his job isn't done yet. Probably going to find himself involved in another fight before the rest of the team gets here. Is he ready for it? T2 looking for the first kill. Will find it now. 6.3 seconds on the clock. Second tick now going to be through. Artie looking for him down high. Will find the first kill. Shots in towards Cryptic the second, but none of them going to connect. All just down to player number 5. Hate, who is still keeping the time alive, and they actually get that tick through.
Yeah, a crucial moment then, because that will actually give them defense in round 5, which I think you need right now if you're Cannon, because all of a sudden your offenses just aren't coming together at all. That being said, Dover surely then going to put 2 rounds on the bounce, 1 offense, 1 defense. If you're Cannon, I think you're a little bit shell-shocked, stunned at the bounce back that has come through from Dover. And we've said this so many times, Dover Air Force Base, when they do see an advantage, when they sense a moment of opportunity, it's rare they let it go. And T2, he's having a masterclass, a generational map, really, but Green-Gred as well on your screen. You said it yourself, started off that round with 6 in a row, really put his squad on the front foot in a round where they needed it most.
It does just feel like Dover are doing something totally different here in the last couple of rounds. Pretty much perfect, right? I mean, you've got T2 pretty much constantly rapping, and Green-Gred now activating as well. I don't need anybody else. Honestly, I know Cryptic and T-Sereno are actually doing something in this game. I don't mean to be disparaging, but it does just feel like those guys are running the map right now. Cannon having nothing to say whatsoever about it. Shots out from Argo here from downrange. He's looking to try and control B early on. Clock stopped here as T2 jumps on the point. Goes for an aggressive challenge through you. Argo on the hunt for what would be a big gunfight here. T2's extending it though. He's not going to get any help. T2 somehow wins that gunfight and is now looking to go back towards the middle of the map here to create some space.
More kills on the board for Cannon. Continuing to bat offensive lines away, but it's that man again, T2, who's going to make noise here towards B. And suddenly see those red arrows scramble just a little bit. Oh, now I go, finds T2, and a couple of extra shots into the body, but, well, that feels a little bit preemptive.
Life advantage. It does feel like a little bit of a weird one right now, right? Yeah. It's a very small amount.
It just feels a little bit like there's no real concerted hit here from Dover. It feels like they're actually scrambling a little bit here when they don't need to be. Cannon will be enjoying that for a moment. It's almost a flip reverse of their first offensive round where they were making a lot of noise but not real progress towards the point. And right now, Cannon, despite the threat from Dover, looking very comfortable to close this out.
There's more kills coming through. Man, there was a light at the end of the tunnel for Dover. That light is very quickly vanishing. Just one more player down low. Argo somehow wins that fight, and now I think is the time we start to pepper some of these bodies, because Cannon have looked so clear in this series. So many moments where they've been able to call game. It is one last-ditch effort here from T2, who has been the star of the show for Dover. Will get the second kill versus Argo despite the drop shot, so is somehow keeping this game alive, but all it'll take is one massive play.
Yeah, the problem is as well that even if you make this progress, you've got such a life gap. It just feels a little bit like you've run out of gas towards the end here for your Dover. You've had to put up so much of an effort to close these 2 rounds back, and that, well, apart from Green-Gred diving on the point for 0.3 seconds, will be the whole series for Cannon Air Force Base. It will be a 3-0. I gotta say, though, after map 1, I thought this would be relatively comfortable. Dover showing plenty of what they're about, but then credit back to Cannon. Every time there was a bit of a rebellion put up in front of them, they had enough in the tank to put it back down.
Cannon just have those moments. Again, how many times are we going to say it, right? Where through these series, Cannon just have these incredible moments. They have a burst of energy that doesn't feel like anybody could even stop it. Dover most certainly couldn't there in the closing moments of that game. We do look back across the entirety of the series, and you're going to see that time and time again. We go back to that very first Hardpoint Enigma, and it was a neck-and-neck game at the halfway point. I think it was 100-100 pretty much as we got into the second set. But then we started to see those big swings from Cannon leading to a 100-point advantage at the close of that game. I would argue the search and and destroy, despite having to go to round 5 in the control, was probably the closest we've seen these two teams match up against one another in this series thus far. Because, I mean, look, Canon, they did get challenged a lot in that search and destroy. Dover, they came out swinging.
No, they did indeed, and I think it's only reassured me in my prediction that this team will be the 6th squad that roll on through to Worlds. Don't get me wrong, they've obviously got quite a bit of a gauntlet to go in that lower bracket, but there's so much to say about this team, the qualities that they certainly do possess. And again, this is a very good team that they've fallen to here. 2 maps very close. It's going to look bad on the overall scoreline, but that's certainly not the whole story. And it's a team that, again, were only punched down into the seed that they were just because of a very difficult bracket of their own. So plenty for Dover to hold their heads high about. I just agree with you so much when it comes to Canon. It feels like that they have that ceiling when all of a sudden all 4 players go, you know what, moment for us to kind of step up. They do it every single time. I mean, we've only got this is the first opportunity we've had to see them. So obviously we didn't get to witness their defeats and how they look when it comes to that resiliency against the very top end teams that we're talking about that knocked them down over the previous 2 days. But so far, if we're talking about Dover as being one of those squads to potentially make it through to Worlds, I think we can feel pretty comfortable about putting Canon in the bracket to get there.
Yeah, definitely. I think Canon are just one of those teams. Again, we talk about the fact that they had a difficult run over in the Western bracket. It does feel like now we're starting to see that same Canon that we saw last year. A top 4 squad, by the way, in CONUS. If they repeated this performance this year, they would be in the World Championships, right? In the very first World Championships. They would have qualified had it existed last year. So I do think the roster could still do it. Again, I think we're still trying to gauge where everyone's kind of power levels are at, considering these guys did lose to a couple of teams in the Western bracket. Right now, though, I think if they can get those kind of bursts of energy more consistent, this Canon roster will be scary.
No, absolutely. And, well, part of that scary force is 4 incredibly talented, even gentlemen, tantalizing maybe, but talented gentlemen. And one of them, of course, is going to be Hate, who will be stepping in with us for an interview. My friend, first of all, congratulations on punching your ticket on through to the next round. I've got to ask, first questions interview, I've got to ask for a specific moment in that series, because we got to witness it up here on the broadcast, of course, but what was it like being alongside Crusade when he dropped that 1v4 at S&D?
He's my hard carry, I'm not gonna lie. You might want to ask me, like, I may have dropped a breadstick, but I'm not gonna lie, as long as my teammates are doing my teammates are frying, so it's like I'm just an info gatherer at that point. They fried, so I didn't really have to do much, and we still won.
Listen, you still did a lot in that series, mate. Don't put yourself down. Doesn't matter about the breadstick. Don't worry about the search and destroy. We need to be focused on that. We will focus on the energy you guys are bringing to the table, right? We've watched a lot of the cams post-game victory so far, and for the most part, people have been pretty mellow. You guys are getting hyped in the passion pit over there. How's it feeling over there?
Oh, it feels amazing. I just love the competition and all that stuff, and you already know me from last year. I am a massive trash talker, so you already know I had to bring it to CONUS 2025, and I think it's kind of rubbing off on them too, because Artie's definitely a lot louder than last year. Jonas definitely a lot louder than last year. I don't know about Argo. Can't really hear him do too much. He's just a chill guy, not going to lie, but the energy our team has is just amazing. I love it.
Yeah, we love watching it, mate. We love casting it. You mentioned last year, you talk about kind of that top 4 performance it was last year. It is good to see you guys back again, of course. It's always wonderful to watch you guys. You guys, though, you didn't do the best in the Western bracket. I think it was Nellis and Peterson you guys ended up losing to. Do you think the competition is more difficult than it was last year? It certainly feels like it, especially in that Western bracket.
Oh, definitely. I think this year, anybody, like any of the top 6 top teams can win the entire thing, in my opinion. And obviously, in my personal opinion, Western Regional, the Western side was definitely looks a lot more difficult than the Eastern. But then again, Eglin and Langler are just absolutely insane. But the thing with them is that they have like the most standout players of all time with like Waz and Charms and Wolf. Meanwhile, like the Western teams are more like center form teams, more balanced teams, which makes it a lot more harder to shoot against because it's not just 1 to 2 people just absolutely frying the entire team. It's like their entire team just shooting. But like this is definitely like the hardest year it's been so far.
Yeah, I can agree with a lot of what you're saying there. It's kind of like a lot of the sentiment that we feel up on the broadcast as well. Like there's a depth of talent over on that western side of things. And we all came into this kind of like, oh yeah, Canada going to be one of our teams to watch. And of course, it was a difficult day 1, day 2 for yourselves. But that being said, you know, you go down to Nellis and Peterson. Those were the 2 teams in the grand finals. So, I mean, I guess it's a case of, obviously, that's just the first 2 days. It's now about CONUS, about getting yourself through to Worlds in the deeper end of this tournament. And me and Brody there, we watched you play through that match. And we thought, when these guys hit top gear, nothing can stop them. They're so damn good. So what lessons are you bringing in from the first 2 days that are going to help you hit that top gear more consistently and face the bigger teams towards the end?
I think it's just keep ourselves consistent, because like throughout like round-based maps, something like that, like Control, we tend to like lose focus when we're up 2-0, because like when we played Peterson yesterday, we were up 2-0 in the Control and then got reverse swept, which really sucked to happen. Sucked the ego right out of me, I'm not gonna lie. But we just as long as we can keep the fire up and just keep firing on cylinders and not play selfish, I feel like we can definitely win the entirety of CONUS.
No, I mean, a lot of people might sit there and think a team that, you know, didn't make grand finals in the regional, you know, that's probably a big statement. But I'm pretty sure that me and Brody are in agreement here, and I'd be surprised if Seymour's not as well, because we know the talent that you 4 have. And there are moments where, again, you guys click, and it's like, wow, this squad is unstoppable. So very much so. Looking forward to seeing so much more of you up here on main stage, my friend. And of course, all of the gentlemen, but you as well. You're a fantastic member here of the community, and always a pleasure to get to watch. We're wishing you all the best through the rest of the day and the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. I appreciate every single one of you guys' time. You guys are the GOATs.
That was Hate, of course, dropping in from Cannon Air Force Base. Always an absolute pleasure, not just to watch as a competitor, but also to get an opportunity to speak to. Brody, final words really to wrap up this series. We came in with a couple of questions. Are we walking away with answers on those, whether or not Cannon have the true potential to not just get through to Worlds, but to win the entirety of CONUS?
It's difficult, right? I think, you know, you saw in that interview there, you heard him talking about the fact that we've already referenced these bursts of energies that they seem to have. If they can do that more consistently, then yeah, they could be a real threat to any team in the competition. They recognize that's where they need to improve, just getting that consistency down to a team, making sure they're doing that all the time in every single map. It's a lot to ask for, but if they do it, they could well win the entire thing.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one that he comments about focus, because that feels like something that you don't even need to VOD review. You just say to each other, like, gentlemen, lock in. Like, what are we doing here? Like, make sure we close out when we get these advantages. So, definitely a squad to keep our eyes on, ladies and gentlemen, along with so many more, of course. But that's our first 2 series done here for day 3 of CONUS. So much more to come, of course. But what we're going to do right now, I personally am starving, so I'm going to go and grab a bite to eat. You guys should do the exact same. Get yourself a tea, a water, a coffee, whatever it is. And we'll see you after the break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
My name is Seymour, with me, Brody, and we have a lot of action to get through today, but the games so far have been quite the joy to pay attention to, Brody. And when we take a look back at the bracket, you just had one heck of a game. I know it was a 3-0, but even watching from the sidelines, you got to give a shout out to these Dover boys for what they're doing because, man, Greengrad and T2, out of nowhere, they just turn up and they look like godsends for this team.
Yeah, they were pretty good. Unfortunately, you can't just win games with two players. I know in the post-match interview, we were hearing that sometimes, it can be just one or two players that can surge forward and win you guys games. But at this stage of the competition, that is not good enough. So despite the brilliant performances, it wasn't enough. We do see a 3-0. 3-0s across the board, it would seem as well, which is actually we were having a discussion at the top of the day, being like, all right, cool. So what do we expect these first round of games to look like? And we basically all agreed that it would be 3-0s across the board. It's like we know what we're talking about sometimes.
Sometimes we can get those predictions correct, but heading into the second round, I mean, we just saw Cannon. They jump in. They got Langley down the line, which I'm excited to see if they can continue to beat these onliner allegations that we were seeing yesterday from this team. But you and I got a little bit of a different story to jump into, and we can look at the rosters for the match that we're jumping into for Malmstrom versus Eglin. Brody. Winner qualifies into the top 6 of the CONUS Esports Championship, which does in fact qualify you for the World Championship as well.
Correct.
So big things coming up on the horizon for one of these two teams. We look at Eglin, first time on stream today. Floki, Charms, Shaky, Trip, and Burrito. This team was lighting it up yesterday over in the East, but their matchup now for Malmstrom, second time on stream today. Sunder, Prosper, All-Star, Roshi. Kind of give me an early feeling of what you think about this head-to-head.
Man, it's so difficult, isn't it? Because Eglin were such a scrappy team yesterday, right? You and I got to cast their last matchup versus Langley Eustace. That's, they figured out Search and Destroy, they figured out how to win, and they did end up winning the entirety of the Eastern bracket. So they do feel very hot and cold at times, and they are looking to kind of be as hot as possible going into this series. If Malmstrom can catch them at moments where they are cold, they can definitely catch them off guard, because looking at that Malmstrom roster earlier on versus Charleston, they look so solid. They love a good flank, I'll say that much, right? I mean, we saw Prosper Slays do it to great effect in Rewind, Hardpoint, and we saw Sunder do it, I mean, pretty much every single map he's played in over the course of the last few days. So Malmstrom are a very strong roster. If they can catch Eglin on a bad map or two, they will easily find their way into this series. I don't think Eglin should underestimate them.
No, not one bit. And this Malmstrom team, not only do they like to flank, they like to make comebacks as well. So Eglin have to watch out to never take their foot off their gas. But let's talk even deeper about this Eglin team, because yesterday it was a run that we didn't really expect. They dropped from the winners final into the losers bracket. They climbed their way back into the grand final. 3 map 5s, and they had to make some adjustments to kind of get to the championship podium. And the Search and Destroy was a big talking point for this team. Again, we give a lot of props over towards Magic Mott for the coaching that I guess he gave these players into that grand finals that was able to take down Langley Eustace. And you look at Floki, Charm, Shaky, and Trip and Burrito, Brody. They are a team that really stepped up yesterday, and that has me excited for this day 3.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they did make those adjustments in Search and Destroy, and now they look like they know exactly what they're doing, to the point where I think, one of the games in the grand final was a 6-0, a very clean Search and Destroy, the only clean Search and Destroy we've had on broadcast all week long thus far. But harkening back to that interview you guys had with Roshi earlier on today, at the end of the Malmstrom versus Charleston series, one of the things that Roshi said was that they needed to keep Charms quiet in this next series, and he was absolutely right. Charms has been a demon pretty much every single series that we've seen him compete in, and that's not to take anything away from Floki, Shaky, or Trip and Burrito, because we've discussed at length what those guys are capable of. Charms is the player you need to shut down if you're going to shut down anybody on Eglin.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely something to think about. The rest of the team is good to support, and we can see if Eglin have what it takes to qualify for Worlds through the winners bracket. But on the other side, they're challengers, Malmstrom Air Force Base. A team that, going into this tournament had a lot of unknowns, a lot of X factors, but quickly kind of jumped into our hearts for the love of the broadcast. Sunder being one of them. He is an absolute demon. And we had those questions going into their match earlier on, Brody, who was going to help out, and they answered that fully fledged in their matchup earlier today in the round 1.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Prosper Slays is the guy for me. I was looking at Prosper Slays. Again, he made that massive play back in the rewind hardpoint, effectively changing what was an even game to a 60 to 70 point advantage with one solo flank. And he did that so much throughout the rest of the rewind hardpoint. Also then carried that into a Hacienda Search and Destroy, which, albeit had to go all the way to around 11. It was the closest game between the two teams in the respawns. These guys just dominated, not solely because of Prosper Slays, but the amount of space that guy buys this team on the map is something that Eglin, I think, do have to be worried about. And if Eglin have been watching the VOD, if they were sitting there watching that Malmstrom Charleston series, which I'm going to go ahead and assume they were, considering they weren't doing anything when that was going on, I think they'll realize that, look, these guys, they love to get behind enemy lines, they love to get in your face, so just make sure that Sunder and Prosper Slays don't do that, you'll be fine in this series.
It's easier said than done from what we've seen so far. Brody, our predictions for this matchup, pretty much the same, but it's a little bit different. So we bring them up. We can kind of dissect our thought process on how we think that this game is going to go. And we liked Malmstrom earlier and what they brought to the table. But yeah, yesterday, I mean, it just seems like Eglin, with pressure on their shoulders yesterday, really came out of that Eastern bracket with some diamonds in the rough. Being shown. And I think that when you look at this team of Malmstrom who are going to play up against them, in my opinion, yes, they're not just going to turn tail and run. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a competition. But I think Eglin, and you think Eglin, are still going to win this one out.
Yeah, it's just a matter by how many maps, in my opinion. Malmstrom could well win this series. Like, we could be totally wrong. Malmstrom looks so strong earlier on in the respawns, and that is, I think, where they're going to take a map off of Eglin, which is hilarious, by the way, considering prior to that grand final yesterday, we probably would have said that Eglin are for sure going to lose the Search and Destroy. Yeah. Now I'm not so sure about that. It feels like they've made the improvements to where I feel like that is probably going to be a guaranteed map victory for them in this series. If I had to pick a place I think they're going to lose here, I think it's probably going to be the first Hardpoint, and then they're going to win out the next 3 maps. That's what I've got for this next series. They look so strong at Control yesterday. I don't think they'll drop it.
I agree. I think that the Hardpoints are a little bit of an issue now for this Eglin team. I think Malmstrom looked good in their 3-0 earlier on that Hardpoint. Yeah, a little bit of slowness to these maps, but like I said, who doesn't like a good comeback? Malmstrom, they love it. Let's look at the maps for this series. Best of 5 again. Red card, Hacienda Protocol, Hacienda Rewind. Brody, I'm loving the amount of red cards we get. I know it's crazy to say that, but hey, back half of BO6. It's just like the back half of MW19 with Arklov Peak jumping right into my heart. Red cards, it's right there too.
You're making me feel old. That's like such a long time ago now. That's like mid-pandemic. The Arklov Peak Search and Destroys, mate. That is how long ago? That was 5 years. You know what? It didn't grow on me because that was a terrible video game. With that said, we're looking over towards this map set, and we go back to the last series from Malmstrom where they found success. We have the one repeat here, the Hacienda Search and Destroy, and I would actually say that bodes well for Eglin, if anything, right? Eglin literally would have just seen them play Hacienda Search and Destroy. They know where to exploit their weaknesses, and it was the one map that went basically even Stevens all the way through, leading up to that massive comeback from Malmstrom, right, in the back 3 to 4 rounds. And, you talk about kind of the keys to victory here. In that map, when we get there for Eglin, it does feel like they just got to win the first bloods, because that was the big problem for Malmstrom in that map, right? They lost the first bloods in those early rounds. They could never figure a way back into the game. And that's something that Eglin did work out when they were playing the likes of Langley Eustace yesterday. It was the fact they were winning those first bloods so often that gave them the Search and Destroy rounds.
It was the Rewind that was the 6-0, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I had my notes right on this one. Rewind 6-0, that's the game 5. I got my eyes peeled for that one if it does go the distance, because they faltered earlier on that map. They picked it up. I think that going to this red card Hardpoint is going to be very good for Eglin, in consideration to, this is one that these players should be playing if they've been playing BO6 since the beginning. A little bit fundamental-wise, it's going to be something that you would have needed to work on going into today, your rotations, and not only that, when you do get your rotations, your holds. One of the biggest issues for this team was the fact that they were rotating and getting in the hill, Brody, but they just couldn't hold the hill. They couldn't hold that time.
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes, that this has been a problem, I think, for a lot of teams in this event thus far. And obviously, we've been seeing teams get a lot better as we got deeper and deeper into these brackets and seeing more of the better teams play, per se. It feels like Hardpoint has just been something that everybody has been struggling with across the board. I think at the very beginning of this week, we talked a lot about how teams were very good at breaking Hardpoints, but nobody could hold one to save their lives. And rotating is something a lot of teams have struggled with at times as well. Nobody seems to have their hard point perfectly down for whatever reason. It feels like something that, despite the fact there's an equal amount of hard points to search and destroys in any given series, it doesn't feel perfect for anybody across the board. So if these teams can figure that out, if it's like, all right, cool, this is where we need to get things right, we get into these hard points, we 100% get these ones down, then they will have a massive advantage. And to me, I think that's especially true for Eglin, right? You're going into this one, kind of struggled somewhat at winning your hard points consistently. I would argue it's their worst game mode now, again, after that grand finals that we saw yesterday. They can figure that out. They would probably 3-0 this series. Like, both of our predictions will be wrong, but who knows, man?
Who knows? I mean, this is a big game for both teams, and we're getting ready for this game one, I promise, as fast as we can. Again, I do want to give a shout out to Patrick Space for Space, because putting this whole tournament on and the fashion that they did and the quickness that it all came together. And then we're doing Worlds here again, and what is this, 2 months time? It's awesome to see that Patrick Space for Space is backing this tournament, this championship tournament, through CONUS, through PACAF, through USAFE. I'm glad we get the competition all accumulating into one spot. Patrick Space for Space, they have been killing it. And not only that, for all the players too, I know the leadership, it's hard to just say, all right, TDY, to go play some Call of Duty, but hats off to you for allowing these players to come play in this tournament as well, because you've been hearing from it inside the interviews, Brody. They're loving the atmosphere. They're loving the environment, just being here, competing, playing. It's something special to them, and it's memories that are going to carry over for a very long time. So just a big shout out to everybody that has their hands on with this, on making it happen.
Yeah, and you're starting to see some of that passion actually flow through the games now as well. Some of that fun. We talked kind of in the post-match interview about Cannon getting hyped at the end of every single map victory in that last series. I think we're going to be seeing more of that, right? The kind of the passion is infectious. Once you start to get that hype, you never quite let go of it. And it's just the fun that a LAN environment like this brings, right? I mean, we've already kind of discussed at length the fact that, yeah, you're playing with a lot of your friends, your comrades, right? It's so much fun when you're in that environment playing Call of Duty. Call of Duty is a fun game as it is, but getting in an environment like that, just having fun with it, a really competitive video game, really competitive tournament here. Shout out to CONUS, shout out to Air Force Gaming, shout out to, Patrick Space for Place putting this entire thing on, because it's been a ton of fun to commentate over so far. We've still got 2 or 3 more days of it, mate. We've still got a lot of Call of Duty ahead of us.
It really has been a fun time. And yeah, day 4, day 5, everything's ramping up to have one epic conclusion to the end of CONUS. And just like, we heard from Hate, is that anybody in the top 6 of this tournament has what it takes to take that championship at the end of CONUS. For Buckley, man, I don't know if they're going to have that chance to go back-to-back. They win their game 3-0 today, earlier on, but the competition is a very steep one on their side of the brackets, and it is going to be a very difficult one to see if they can make that run into top 6, get that back-to-back chance, and show us that the doubters are wrong when it comes to this Buckley Space Force based team and what they've put together behind Hale and Dante. But we got the red card loading in for this matchup. Just as a reminder, Eglin versus Malmstrom. Both teams coming into this one with an opportunity to win it and qualify for Worlds. Getting top 6 through the winner's bracket would secure it for yourselves. And this hard point for Eglin, it's a big one. For Malmstrom, it's one you need to win.
All right. All to play for here, folks. Just 3 maps and you're into Worlds. Who is going to start strong in this one? Malmstrom will be having a lot of momentum coming off of their last series win. Of course, that was a 3-0. Is it enough to take down the Eastern champions? Well, let's find out. Already off the rip in this game, it's the man himself, Charms, kicking things off with that first blood.
Yeah, first blood out, and you're fighting for outside. A little bit of a pinch starting to form for Eglin, trying to break this hill, but they haven't really been able to get anything into this P1 hard point. You got Trip and Burrito over towards Ticket. He's going to continue to keep players off of this objective. And finally, with a good wave of kills, time to start to soak up the hill.
Yeah, 15 seconds left, by the way, and finally someone gets in for some time. Despite all the kills being made by the likes of Trip and Bruto and Charms early on, they don't find much time for it. Malmstrom now rotating away towards New, already having players watching the cross here, and they've got those back spawns locked in. So Eglin gonna need something special to try and break this one. It might go by way of Shaky, who is currently down below the window, but they're going to get found out. And so now Floki trying to break this one wide open. Nice shots from long range. That's the head of Roshi rolling. One more player on the stairs. That's All-Star down for the count, and now Eglin are on their way.
Into the Kadas, Shaky slides out. Heads up communication that the spawns at the back are going to have instant impact onto Shaky, so he's tucked away. See if the rest of the team can absorb a little bit of this pressure. Charms on 4, make it 5 in a row. Sliding on out for the Chow. Prosper shuts it down. 24 seconds. I'm sure Malmstrom would love to get here, but Eglin so far in the driving seat, they're feeling good.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job right now at reading these spawns and reacting to them well enough. It's so easy to get overwhelmed inside this hard point with those back spawns, as sticky as they are, and yet they hold for pretty much 30 seconds, 40 seconds of time inside that hard point. And yes, School, there's not a lot of difference between these two teams as we get our way over towards P3. That'll be a moment of calm here for Eglin as Malmstrom look to manipulate the spawns once more. One player red, and unfortunately, we're going to end the game, folks. I imagine we're going to hit a full reset here. Someone probably just had a bit of a disconnection issue, so that is unfortunate, but competitive game to kick off there.
Hey, you know what? It's Malmstrom on a little bit of a back foot there, but it's nothing that we're not used to. Brody, when watching this team play, I even think back to their match earlier on today when they were playing Joint Base Charleston. What was it, like a 40, 50, I think up to an 80-point difference heading into the second rotations. They climb back, and once they get hot, that Malmstrom team just looked like they were able to switch it into another gear and really take over in those respawns. So the fact that they're starting off a little bit slow in this red card doesn't shock me, but it's too bad we didn't get to see them start to ramp up over time. I really hope that these resets don't impact at least the vibes going into this game.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see one flank there in the early game. I know we will, though. We will definitely get to see at least 5 flanks for the rest of the series. Book it right now. That's a real prediction. Give me an extra point if it happens. Yeah, we didn't get to see really much there from Malmstrom early on, but it wasn't the end of the world, to be honest. I am expecting a competitive series here, just across the board. I'm expecting a competitive hard point across the board. We go back to, was it Malmstrom's victory over Charleston, and that wasn't competitive whatsoever in hard point, especially towards the back half of the game. I think there was a 100-point difference by the end of Rewind. So yeah, I think Malmstrom, they're going to have a lot more competition here. So far, so good, though, Eglin. I want to give him a shout-out because that P2 hold was solid. I talked about it very briefly there. It's very easy to get overwhelmed with those back spawns as sticky as they are, right? You know where the team is going to be spawning, and yet still, given how close the opposition spawns, you know, very often teams just get overwhelmed. They get broken almost immediately. But Eglin, they held a fair amount of time.
Yeah, they did hold a fair amount of time, and I think that's one thing that in red card is something that we're going to see a lot of throughout those P2s, throughout those P3s. Even, you know, sometimes if you get the setup right and all the timing falls into place, P4 or P5 can net you a lot of time. The only one that is really the most contested tends to be P1 consistently. You know, there are, you know, functions in place where every other hill can net you a solid 30 to 40 seconds, you know, if you put it in correctly. And I think that's where, you know, red card has truly captured a lot of the hearts for players heading into the back half of the season for BO6, is because it plays a lot like those old maps. The dopamine at first might not have been there with those high engagements that we get with Omni movement, the speed from tack sprint and everything that BO6 brings to the table. But as players kind of shift away from that into more of, okay, we need to win these series, they go back to the functions of Call of Duty, and that's what red card really brings to the table. And I think that's especially what's brought me to love this map a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, in a game that's filled with intentionally small-sized maps, and don't get me wrong, red card, when you actually think about it, is still a pretty small map. Like, you can get from one side of the map to the other pretty damn fast. It is one of the bigger maps in this game, and I think that's why it plays so well now. You talk about kind of how, you know, free lane design, larger maps is generally speaking what you want to see. We always talk about kind of longer fights, right? A larger TTK, a bigger TTK is what you want to see. you know, anything to kind of make sure that the game is just as strategic as possible, as opposed to just kind of butting heads as much as possible, hitting each other as fast as possible. Like, Red Card is one of those maps that I think leads slightly into, I want to say, older Treyarch design, comparatively to the newer Treyarch design, where things are much more intentionally angled towards, all right, let's make these maps as small as possible, because that's all people queue for.
Hey, Hacienda came into the map pool. People were like, wait a second, this is kind of nice. And then you get Rewind Hardpoint back, and they're like, all right, wait, I'm loving this pace of play. And then suddenly you start seeing Red Card come back into the fray for a lot of these map pools, and you can start to see a trend in what's happening heading into champs here for AFG, well, as well for champs even in CDL too, for a lot of teams who play. The trend is starting for this map, and we are riding it right now. Pressure over towards the stage from All-Star. Heads up from Floki to read that pressure. He dispatches the kills. 3 down, Eglin in.
Well, this is a much better start from either team, I will say. Eglin actually getting 10 seconds off the rip here, given how much time, or how little time, I should say, normally goes to any team on P1. That was certainly the case back in the first time we played this map. Shaky inside the hard points, wants to accrue some time for the rest of his team. Malmstrom just going to wait patiently here for the entire squad to make their way over before making the hit happen, and finally they will do so, but only Prosper finds any value here in this situation. He gets immediately traded out by Floki, but you deal with a player towards the point, so Shaky down for the count, and that is enough kills to flip the map in your favor as well.
Yeah, so a little bit of time over towards P2 in the initial. Eglin with a chance to break immediately. Prosper heads up on the jump, and Trippin's going to be caught flying at the point. Back to square one for Eglin. Slow and steady to try to get this one going, but every single fight doesn't go their way, and Malmstrom, this is the way back into the game. Fantastic so far on P2.
Yeah, everybody watching the cross right now. So, Sunder gets ripped, though. Big kills coming through. You're going to need a flank to regain control. Ron might come by way of Roshid. He wasn't quick enough to react to the second player. So now we're in a similar position to where we were before, where Eglin are in control of the kill. Malmstrom stuck in those back spawns. And Eglin did such a good job last time around at keeping Malmstrom pinned. The same thing might happen again. Nice long-range shots from All-Star or from a Prosper, excuse me, to take Floki out of the play. Good response, though, from Shaky inside the hard point. Has he got any more? Yes, he has. And there will be a final kill coming through. And albeit Malmstrom don't fight back for much time there, they do manage to rotate away towards a parking garage. But this is not, generally speaking, a hard point you see massive holds on.
Eglin staggered a little bit, but Malmstrom are ready to punish. 2 kills, met by 3. Eglin going to break from the front, immediately flip those spawns out, so no chance for that immediate spawn trap that we see towards this hill, and Prosper has been cooking it. Rage charms on that staircase, and he is starting to walk this team towards this hill. Trippin and Shaky both going to fall. Sunder, the timing, shoots Floki in the back. You have to worry about the staircase. Charms is going to try to get in here, but every kill going the way of Malmstrom, and now this lead should be cut down considerably.
And if I'm Eglin here, you've got 15 seconds left. Just go over towards New. Is that a couple of extra bullets in the body from Prosper? Or I think he just didn't realize the player was dead, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to call BM this early in the game, but it certainly did feel like it. That's the kind of thing you need to...
Brody.
Momentum on your side. We look over towards New now. Spawn out from Prosper is going to catch Charms off guard here. There's players coming from the other side, and Prosper's actually going to be late to the party.
Yeah, Prosper's going to take a different route. Both teams unaware of their positioning. And you have to be careful here if you're Malmstrom. Yes, the lead has changed, but somebody has to assist on making sure that Sunder is safe and sound towards the bottom of this stage. He's tucked away. Players set up with their ARs. Charm's going to touch in for the contest. And the shot's in as well, so how long can he stand on this stage? Not long at all. Prosper back on a 4 spree. 75 seconds now for Malmstrom. And Eglin trailing by a bit.
Only by a little bit. It is still early doors and they're in this game. This back 15 would give them an opportunity to basically equal everything here. They're probably going to get it as well. Gunfight's already being won over by New. So back and forth we go as Eglin will be trailing, I believe, by 1 second. Might even get the tick over for a full contest here, and they will. So all even Stevens going in towards the next hard point. Mid-map coverage now for All-Star. What does he have? Absolutely nothing. He is going to get shut down. Fortunately, his teammates have won the opening gunfights by Nu, but their job is not done. You take Chip and Breeder out of the play. Shaky now on 5 in a row. How much more can he get? Unfortunately, he hits the reload at the wrong time and will get shut down.
3 kills in for Malmstrom, as this is the moment where they switch gears, Brody. Start a little bit slow, but as soon as they get hot, it doesn't look like they falter too often. So you have players set up in the hill. Sunder soaking up that time, slides out, not able to catch Floki. Shaky on the off angle, trades, and it goes back and forth quite a bit. Roshi, though, he's got the backup, and now if you're Eglin, you're just trying to take these long-range battles and keep nobody in this hill for as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, just trying to do as much damage as you can. You know that right now here on this red card, we haven't seen much in the way of solid holds from either of these two teams. That hardpoint is probably the closest we've got between any of them so far in this game. Now a, 20-point advantage from Malmstrom, 30 points in total off the back of that hardpoint. Now we move to P1. This hill can be quite deceptive at times. You do see a fair amount of time going one team's way every so often, but right now it is all blue in the feed, so that team might be Eglin. They want to close the deficit once again.
10-point difference. This game is so close, Brody. Eglin going to try to flip this lead for a small margin here in P1, but as I say that, it is a sea of red in the feed. Malmstrom going to jump right back in, and Roshi heads up onto where Floki's position is. So Malmstrom going to hold this lead. Rotations over towards P2. Prosper's trying to get behind.
Talk about last time around, Malmstrom got the first touch on this hill and they held it in the early doors before getting pushed back towards those spawns, and those 3 kills should see the same thing happen once again. There is one spawn out coming through by way of Roshi on the minimap, but these opening gunfights looking so good. Charms traded out, and even with that, Shaky has a lot to do inside this hard point. You've lost the reinforcements. You're waiting for the rest of the squad to make their way over. All-Star, never present danger, trying to make the cross happen. Now he's been tagged up from the side, and Shaky now has the help.
Out for the front, contested in. Charms finds the double kill. And he's going to get all 3. So Eglin break with ease. 4 in a row for Charms, and Floki's got his back. So spawn up for Malmstrom, 23 seconds. Here's the difficult decision, Brody. I mean, it's a close game. It's close enough for you to just chalk it and go new.
Yeah, I would. I mean, you know that you had success on this hill last time around, but that is the full 60. That's the first full 60 we've seen so far for any team here in this game, and it was by way of Shaky just having a lot of faith in his teammates to actually watch the cross. Chance, of course, coming through with the final 3 kills ensures that the rest of the time does go their way, but looking at what's new, that's interesting. It's an interesting play. I'm not going to read into it too much because I'm not entirely sure what the rules are here in AFG, but there is a rule preventing this kind of play in CDL. That being said, it is a team need to give yourselves the new spawns, and Eglin now going to work off it.
Yes, they are. 40 seconds in. Malmstrom only down by 11. Every kill that Charms he's going to get, it's going to draw some attention closer and closer to the staircase, and it'll look like Shaky's going to take advantage of that through the front doors. He slides. Floki assisting. A couple more kills, and Eglin do it again, Brody.
Eglin with the break off the back of that. Somewhat smart and ingenious play. Now the spawn's flipping again here, and they recognize it perfectly. I love this right now. Eglin starting to feel just a little bit better, starting to get steam ahead of them, as they now find more kills here and an advantage once again. They've got 1 player in towards a scrap time, 3 players on the rotation. You can really feel it now. Eglin are starting to play as a team. They're getting themselves together, and now they want to win the gunfights in the new hardpoint.
Nice shots there, Roshi. Floki's down as well. Trip and Burrito, he's on an island. Shaky's going to try to get here in time. Contest out towards the top of the stage, and everybody is all over the place. But it looks like within the chaos, Eglin are going to find some way to break on through. For the moment, at least. Couple fight back there from Roshi. You are going to take them out of the hill eventually, and this is going to maintain this lead. 199 now crossing over the 200-point margin. Malmstrom, they want this time because Eglin, albeit you don't win off this one, it's going to be hard to come back.
It is going to be very, very difficult. It does really feel like over the last, 3 hard points, Eglin just have to have fully taking advantage. What was it? A full 60 basically on P2, leading into that self-nade for the better spawns on P3 and getting the better of that hard point as well. And for the first time, it feels like Maelstrom have just been really not that great at breaking these hills. They've not been able to do it. But now we're in a situation where Maelstrom are touching first tier Seymour and Eglin don't have spawns to break.
Good shots. 24 seconds. You need some time here if you're Malmstrom, but as soon as they jump in, they're just so disoriented, Brody. It just seems like Eglin have pulled the rug out from under them. And this is a gear that we haven't yet seen for Eglin, at least in the hard points, where they look so comfortable to continue to push this lead even further out. You need this now for Malmstrom. Only 7 more seconds. You just cannot afford to go down in this moment.
7 seconds, all that Eglin requires, and that's the kills here. That could potentially be it in this game. Malmstrom having to move forward here. There is 1 kill made by Prosper. Floki watching the cross as the last few points seem to come through. Someone needs to touch right about now or get a player out the hard point, flying across his chance to get the kills. Prosper doubling up. Shaky, that could be it, but they don't get the tick over. We have to go all the way towards P1. Shaky on a foot race to try and get it done. They will do so before any contest comes through. And Eglin resurged through the back half of that game to take map 1.
Wow, I mean, talk about a quick finish there. It is so fast to get over towards that P1. A race out from both teams. Malmstrom, they had bodies there. You could have slid for the contest. They play for the player outside. And a lack of communication on who is going to be the one to dedicate their body to the hardpoint contest. And Eglin, it was a little bit shaky at first, but kind of what we were saying for Malmstrom earlier on versus Charleston, Brody. As soon as they figured out these rotations in the red card, they started to get ahead of the curve. They were winning their battles. They were winning their fights around the objective. And when they weren't in the objective, they were making sure that Malmstrom wasn't collecting any time.
Honestly, I don't even think it was necessarily fully the rotations. It's something we've been talking about all week long so far. It's been about holding these hard points. And early on in the game, we saw a lot of 50-50 splits on these hard points where Malmstrom and Eglin were breaking one another, you know, just making sure that they were trading off on the hills. As soon as that stopped happening, as soon as Eglin started to play a lot more around one another, making sure they were watching each other's crosses, making sure they were trading one another, those rotations were turning into full 60 holds on the hard point. And I talked about it, right? The fact that Eglin effectively chained 3 hills back to back to back. That was the damning thing in that game.
Yeah.
That is the thing that gave Eglin the win.
It was a well-fought battle from both sides, Brody. It is certainly something for Malmstrom that you look back and you see opportunities that, you know, you probably could have contested a little bit more or won some of those fights, and it's going to get in your head, but you got to kind of forget about it, because going into map number 2 for the Search and Destroy, which I'm sure these players are going to want to jump into as quick as possible, since they got a little bit of a reset at the start of that red card, and they're probably itching to get this going. We can look towards what is up next for this best of 5, and in the Search and Destroy, Hacienda. This is something we've been seeing a lot this weekend. We saw it a little bit earlier for the side of Malmstrom, and it was okay towards the end, but you have to remember that they were trailing against Charleston 4-1 against them off the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, and it was because of the fact that they were not drawing the first bloods. I mean, more often than not, Charleston were getting those first kills, and it left Malmstrom scrambling over and over again. They didn't know how to even the odds. They didn't have how to regain map control, and I think crucially, they weren't playing that 3 versus 4 as a team. A lot of what you saw in those post-first blood situations were individual plays from Malmstrom. As soon as they worked it out, as soon as they started winning those first blood engagements, the confidence that Malmstrom were getting in those 4 versus 3s, there was nothing that Charleston could do. And I think that is, I mean, it sounds like such an obvious thing to say, right? Make sure you get more kills than your opposition team does in Search and Destroy rounds. But it does feel like, to me, the key to victory in this one, Malmstrom draw these first bloods, they'll be fine to tie up this series.
I know we had our explainer video, and we went into the depths and the intricacies of a Search and Destroy. Really, when you like peel off those layers and you just try to simplify Search and Destroy, at the end of the day, it's just who can kill each other faster and more efficient. And if Malmstrom do kick into that gear, like you're saying, where they have those spur of the moments, they're winning all their battles. We saw that even in the hardpoint there, that it's not like they were not slaying out. The slaying was quite even at times. And for Search and Destroy, that is something where you definitely look towards this Malmstrom team to have a little bit of an easier avenue.
All right, we'll see who draws the first bloods. It is going to be Charms this time around. So Eglin starting strong. He has help from his teammate here on the left side, and it is going to be Tripping Burrito that finds another kill. Trades out from a couple of players here. Now it's all down to Roshi. What can he do? Finds one, will get traded out, and that is Eglin playing textbook Search and Destroy. Frankly, textbook Call of Duty. They've got each other's trades.
How are you just looking back at this? It's Charms, really, to stop all that. And that's the biggest thing that we got from Malmstrom off their win earlier. They want to start shutting him down. And for All-Star just to rush into the site the way that he did and lose that first initial battle, you have to expect somebody's going to be on that rock. So you fight fire with fire, you lose. Malmstrom now on the defensive side, going to have to figure out a way to answer back. And that is going to be a retake towards B.
Bomb's going to go down. Player pushed very far out here. Will be Charms, so might be able to catch Star off guard, and they do. It's actually Roshi that they take down. Looking for another one now. That's another player down for the count. Sunder and Roshi left up, trying to hit this bomb site from different sides. That's just not going to happen here, Seymour. Roshi is still alive, despite the kill feed telling us otherwise, and he's in a 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, 3-1 is good, but it's going to have to be 6-1, and you'd have to do it in the light speed of 10 seconds. And then jump on the bomb, all well in the vicinity of being around that defuse, too, Brody. So, you talk about an impossible situation. That is it right there. And something that, like, teams got to start catching up on. You just cannot give up this B site for free, especially in these first couple rounds.
It's so difficult. They just didn't have anybody, really even in mid-map pressure as well, right? That's the thing. Nobody was there to deal with it. Not just because they didn't have anybody on the site, but they didn't have anybody even close to try and deal with that. So, yeah, I would say that's definitely a bit of an error there from Malmstrom to not have anybody to try and even prevent said B plant. Eglin will take that all day. Malmstrom need to wake up in this Search and Destroy. Granted, they're only 2-0 down. It won't be long before the Search and Destroy falls away from you. If you're not careful. They're starting to get aggressive at the beginning of this round. But once again, I love this from Charms. This is the second time we've seen this in S&D. He's going to trade out for one. Looking for the second. Does actually get denied. But that teammate from Roshi is going to make this untenable for Malmstrom.
This is just falling apart so fast, Brody. Eglin are coming out with, I think, some life that we weren't really expecting in this series. At least this quick, this soon, and this dominance. They're winning their battles. They're shutting down these fast plays from Malmstrom, and they're doing it with relative ease, which makes you think that even from day 2 to day 3, they had to have some more conversations on how to even evolve further than what we saw yesterday.
I mean, it's hard not to feel like that last round was kind of slightly down to the teammate, right? It definitely didn't help. Maybe Malmstrom would have been able to back up, but they are not responding well to what Eglin are bringing to the table at the moment. Certainly not dealing with aggression that someone like Charms is doing. 5-2 through the first 3 rounds of this Search and Destroy. Finally, though, first blood, and this time around, it's Charms, who actually was pretty held back, right? He played that reserved enough that it wasn't aggressive, it wasn't egregious. So Malmstrom finally an advantage here, and Eglin are the ones that have to move forward.
Couple kills in, nice flank through, and it just falls so fast. Malmstrom, get it going in a round that you really needed it to. First blood there, and the follow-up as well. Eglin finally going to show a little bit of weakness in that moment. This is a good time for Malmstrom to see if they can build off this. They need to build off this.
Yeah, I will say that round didn't actually feel like it was much of what Malmstrom were doing as opposed to what Eglin were not, right? I mean, we've seen Eglin get so aggressive in these early rounds. That time around, they stay so far back, Charms is cut down, and they kind of feel stunted for it. So, unironically, what we saw from Malmstrom in the back half of their game versus Charleston, right? Where they finally got those first bloods and worked it out. Now maybe they're doing it here in round number 4. Aggression, they're not leaving the B-bomb site open this time around, but stunned up is Roshi. Eglin, they don't know what to do.
They don't know, but see if they can fight their way through. Back and forth trades, shaky early shots. Pistol's going to finish it up, and again, you find yourself staring down the barrel of this round. Roshi, or sorry, All-Star. 1v3, turned 1v2, bomb down, and I'm fairly certain Eglin know this.
Yeah, they're playing around it as if they are. Ulsar needs to swing here. I think Roshi's just seen the cross as well, and that's going to be the round. Eglin open up with those first kills. They're not leaving the B-bomb site open. They won't make the mistake that Malmstrom have done in rounds prior, and that is how you play a search and destroy round.
That's fantastic. I mean, both times that this B hit has come through, the defense of Eglin has stayed tall, and it just seems like they are so aware of the pressure and how fast it is. You put Shaky in towards that key door. You have 2 players dancing around the rock, and you know, for Malmstrom, who has to do it in such a small sliver of a margin to make that site take happen with a pushback, you're just not reading these positionings in time, and you're turning that corner just with a hope that nobody's there. And if they're going to do it again in the future, make this comeback from 1-4 down yet again, they have to show a better stance there on those B-side takes.
Well, this round feels like much of the same we saw in the last offensive round from Eglin, where they're being stopped before they even get past the starting post. Lost everybody but Trip and Burrito, and he has found the first kill in this round, so would be looking effectively for an ace. And I will say, I mean, if Trip and Burrito is looking to walk straight through the minefield here that is Malmstrom, he's done it pretty much to perfection. Nobody's stopping him. Next question is whether or not he checks the corner, whether or not he gets any good timing on Roshi. Switches to his pistol for... I don't know why he did that. Just decided to take a look at his pistol, and, well, that's not going to help him in that 1v1.
No, it's not going to help one bit. So that's a second defense for Malmstrom. Yeah, you cut that lead down from 4-1 to 4-2. And maybe you're able to do it again, Brody, from this difference that we saw earlier for this team against Charleston. But it is going to be difficult, and I think before we can really start getting ahead of ourselves in that storyline, that category, even really the possibility of it happening, you have to see them secure an offense.
Malmstrom are doing well on the defenses so far in the late game. The offense, as you said, that's been the biggest issue, and it might continue to be. Shaky immediately takes Roshi off the board. All-Star, the next one on the target list for Shaky. He's knocking all the names off. Last couple of players hit in particularly desperate spots. Sunder and Prosper Slays. What do they got for us? Well, Prosper will pick up one, or Sunder will pick up one, excuse me, but those players are really split up here, and I think they're looking to deal with this, try and take the last random players down.
Prosper's starting to get hot, and that's what Malmstrom needed alongside Sunder. So 2v2 that you desperately need to go your way, but the bomb is down through mid. Have to go on a little bit of reconnaissance to get it back, and with 40 seconds, there's still time, but soon enough, there won't be. And I like this call from Eglin just to double up over towards A.
2 versus 2. It's going to keep them away from the bomb. Problem is they need to go and retrieve it. Shot's not that great from Triburito, but Charms will trade out. Now 1 versus 1. Sunder looking to take the outer route. He can't make the jump over. 10 seconds left. Has to run straight for it. The coverage is not good enough for the well. It's a 1 versus 1 clutch. It's a 2 versus 4. Malmstrom take advantage of the chaos to get it done.
Oh, Brody, I don't know if you've been there trying to make that jump over the wall and you're just not. It's freaky when you know somebody's on that well heady. And it could be so simple if you could just do the outer wall run, but you don't get it done. And you're like, I gotta slide chow this guy on a heady? Well, fortunately enough, the Jackal, once you hit those headshots, it beams. But that is not an easy fight to take for Sunder whatsoever. But it is an important one to bring it back to a possible comeback here on Hacienda. Down 3 rounds. Now you're just down by 1.
That's a big round. That is a huge round. We talked about the fact that you are just winning your defenses right now. That could be the thing that turns the tide in your favor. Shaky down for the count early on here. Charms will trade out, so brings it down to a 3 versus 3. The longest flank known to man is currently being taken by All-Star. And they could be the player that blows this open for Eglin, who have their heart set on a potential A push. Floki could get some good timing. He's got a feeling that something is up. Something's amiss at the moment. Why aren't Malmstrom coming for us?
So as soon as the call is made, I'm sure that Prosper's going to have a lot on his plate over towards this B zone, and he is moving so much. You'd hate to see it be his downfall, but Sunder's going to get some bad timing. Floki may have just rolled out the red carpet to A. Bomb going down, Brody, for a 2v3.
And if I'm All-Star, I got to get involved here. If I'm perfectly honest, I got to move. I'm not doing anything in this situation. It's actually Prosper, excuse me, that's on the other side of the map. All-Star in a position. Take out Charms? Charms is being allowed to hit the regen here. Eglin have bombed down, and All-Star sat there for the longest time. Now finally activates in this 2 versus 3 for the slide out, finds the kill, but you've lost your teammate. All-Star will now need to hit the regen, has to act fast. Spots out the second player here, going for the immediate chow. Floki is good on the pre-aim. You're being looked at from both angles, and you're being chowed from both angles as well. Honestly, I think Eglin kind of walk away with a freebie round there. Granted, they had to work for it, but All-Star and Prosper Slays just not living up to their usual hype, just didn't really do anything in the 2v3.
No, and not only that, like the timing that Sunder gets through top patio as well, Brody, like so many things just don't go your way in that round. Eglin, 5-3 up. Do we talk about the 5-3 curse? Is that even a thing in BO6 anymore? I know it's something we talked about quite a bit leading into the year and in previous years, but I haven't really seen 5-3 really be the downfall for many teams, at least through this title. Eglin sitting on the defensive side. They're ready to just put it away here and now, and it's shaky. Bring it into a 2v4.
All-Star trying to even the odds. It's a good go. Extra bullets in the body from All-Star? Alright, I don't know if this is the right time to be doing that, pal. It's certainly not. Jim Burrito's having none of that. Eglin saying, what are you doing? Putting extra bullets in the body. This search and destroy is done, guys. Take your break now. You're gonna need it, because we're 2-0 up.
There's a little animosity just growing against some teams, and for Malmstrom, I get it. I understand the frustration that, you know, timing just doesn't go your way on certain rounds through the map, but you play a total of 9 rounds, and you know the attacking side didn't really seem like you were switching anything up. The defensive side was very half-hearted in retakes, and you kept on losing that first blood battle, which is something that you said, Brody, that needed to be different this time around, because Eglin aren't going to let those mistakes be unpunished. And Eglin, who make the adaptations for the search and destroy, setting themselves up now for a really good spot inside of CONUS. If they can win one more map, they're going to be qualified for champs.
Eglin's team play just so solid in that search and destroy time and time again. The mid-round, I think we saw, middle of the game, excuse me, we saw brilliant plays from Malmstrom. I think it was back-to-back defensive rounds. We're able to stop Eglin getting past the 25-yard line. Of course, we also saw that 2v4 clutch from Prosper and All-Star, which I'll admit, I kind of think was a gimme from Eglin. They probably shouldn't have let that happen, but in the end, it was a footnote. Under a massive game from Eglin, they're able to take that one away. They just simply look like the better search and destroy team. We talked about their team play yesterday versus Langley Eustace. We said that they worked it out. They proved us they're absolutely right. They look so good in search and destroy now.
If it happens once, it could be a fluke. If it happened twice, then, you know, you're talking about the possibility. 3 times, yeah, I'd say that they fixed it. 3 wins in the search and destroy in the past 3 maps that we've seen them play this game mode. Eglin certainly are putting themselves on the board in terms of competition for this tournament, Brody. And I think, you know, you still got some ways to go. We talk about Malmstrom and how much they love to make comebacks. Well, if they want to do it again and have that early qualification to the World Championships, it's going to have to be in a reverse sweep. So we're going to let these players take a break, let ourselves take a break, send things to a break. We'll be back with more CONUS very soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, you lovely people. Yes, I'm talking about you. All the people in chat that we love to hang out with all day long. No, Brody, not you. I'm talking to the chat right now. It's been a fun time to cast over these games and to see everything going on, but in particular, this one has been quite the shocker, Brody. And when we take a look towards the maps of the series between Eglin and Malmstrom, not really the way that we were expecting it to go. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest with you, like, I expected Eglin to lose a map somewhere in this series. I think we both agreed that if it was going to be anywhere, it was probably going to be the Hardpoints, and that has been the closest of the two maps that we've seen thus far, right? Because it started out pretty close, pretty competitive between the two teams. The only reason Eglin won it as confidently and as dominantly as they did was because of a string of 3 Hardpoints that they not only won rotation, but held, which is something that feels like it rarely happens here in the CONUS Championship. So Eglin figured it out towards the back half of that red card Hardpoint, and they also stomped out any potential rebellion from Malmstrom on the Hacienda Search and Destroy, proving that the Search and Destroy has been on point. Perhaps even scarier from Malmstrom here is the fact they're going into a protocol control, or just generally speaking, a control, because this is where Eglin looked like they've been on point the entire tournament thus far. I don't recall them losing a control. I could be wrong. I'm going to go ahead and assume they've lost one because I said it. But, I mean, they've looked so strong in control. Every single time we've seen it play it, they've managed to clutch up either in a round 5 or get it done in a 3-0 fashion. Either way, they've been dominant in this game mode. It doesn't bode well for Malmstrom.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, they've won their controls. The last 2 times that we've seen them in control, it's been Hacienda. So Protocol's a little bit of a change up, and you can see that it was a control ban coming out for the side of these 2 teams. And so going into a Protocol, it does kind of change things a little bit in comparison to that Hacienda, where, you know, in Hacienda, it's pretty easy, I'd say, to get towards that B zone on attack. And we saw that this Eglin team was good at capitalizing on getting to that zone, shutting down any flank presence that was coming through dark, and stacking it to get it done as quick as possible. When you look towards Protocol, Brody, it's a little bit of a different story, because those attacking sides don't really get as straightforward as we usually see on a Hacienda.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? Because, you know, you can very easily get spawn trapped. We saw that, I think, a couple of times this week thus far. If you lose your opening wave of gunfight, it's difficult to get out of said spawn. And the only real thing you can do is kind of hope that you manage to hit the spiral staircase, you go behind any lines, get into grannies, and cause some havoc. That's really all you can do unless you basically just win your gunfights up close. The defense is definitely dominant on this map. So if I'm Malmstrom, I gotta hope that if I'm starting things on the offense here, I win the opening wave of gunfights, because you could find yourselves in a world of hurt. And given how hot Eglin have been feeling themselves so far in this series, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some streaks thrown into the mix. Eglin, they get more and more kills against Malmstrom. It would cause some carnage, I think, later in this control. To me, Malmstrom gotta come out hot into this control.
And you can't be just throwing away lives. That's one thing that we've seen a lot of teams do this week. Is just in the control, you get towards those last couple of seconds, then you're in a little bit more of a rush, because you're not only facing like the time, and you're also facing the lives, and you're really scrambling to make anything happen. In the defensive team, more often than not, been able to secure that. So we're hoping that both of these 2 teams can go into this Protocol control with a little bit of a mindset of, you know, efficiency in terms of finding these kills, taking the space, and trying to hold your lives on either the offense or defense as long as you possibly can. Go back to what I said yesterday, Brody, and, you know, honestly, for good reason, because I think it's such a good thing to point out for a lot of these players who don't really think that way, is that, like, you're only 25% of a team. You don't need to do everything. You just need to exist in your space and do your job and do it correctly. As soon as you overreach, that's when we start to see those mistakes form.
Yeah, and that's something it feels like Eglin have figured out, right? I mean, we saw it multiple times in that search and destroy, where everybody was just making sure they were watching each other's backs, they were making sure they were trading properly, and that carries across to respawn as well. And it did carry across for those 3 hard points that Eglin managed to kind of trade out. They were playing together, and it's something that I think when teams figure it out, it gets them very far in these kind of tournaments. And you've only got to get as far as top 6 to qualify for the AFG World Championships in August. So yeah, it does feel like Eglin have got it figured out. Malmstrom got to find a way to break that synergy. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it right now. 2-0 down in this series. They got a reverse sweep to guarantee a spot in the World Championships. A reminder that the winner of this map, if it is Eglin, would be one of the first 6 teams in the competition.
Well, loading into the fly-through for Protocol. Controversial map that not a lot of players do enjoy going to, but here we have it loading in, and this is where the subs really need to put on a performance for both sides. And for Malmstrom, usually that hasn't really been the case, but you look towards this series just in general, you don't get the same Sunder or Prosper that we saw earlier today versus Charleston. And that's where that danger, that's where those exclamation marks over my head were really forming, Brody, is that it's nice to see it at one point, but we need to see that consistent success, that consistent slaying come through from these top dogs if they want to contest for a world championship spot.
Yeah, I mean, how many times are we going to have that conversation? How many teams are we going to be talking about where it's just like consistency is the biggest factor in these games? So we literally had that conversation when we were talking about Canon and Dover earlier on today, where, you know, Canon, even in the post-match interview, we talked to them, and you know, Canon were recognizing that a lot of it is just down to making sure that they focus and make sure that they are being more consistent through all of these games. And I totally agree. I think, the team that figures that out, the team that is able to consistently play as a roster, making sure there's no selfish, silly plays on the map, they are the team that will win this entire thing at the end of the week. So whether that's Eglin, I don't know. Eglin, of course, Eastern champions. They seem to have made market improvements over the very first time even that we saw them. So it wouldn't surprise me if Eglin can do it. That said, I'm going to give Malmstrom the benefit of the doubt. They're no slouch. We've seen them multiple times make great resurgence here. They've got some great players on the roster as well. They've just got to figure things out, but they definitely have to do it now.
Yeah, you definitely do. So a little bit to get into this game as we are loading these players up as quick as we possibly can. A lot of love in the chat for this Eglin team. Malmstrom fans, a little bit silent going into it, and I mean, I don't blame them for the performances that we've been seeing across Maps 1 and Maps 2, but we need those Malmstrom fans in chat to rally behind their team going into this Map 3, because if they're going to get through this winner's bracket, it has to be a reverse sweep that starts here.
All right. Can they get it done? One map away from qualifying for the AFG World Championships. And it's a solid start from Malmstrom to try and respond to what Eglin have been bringing to the table. We asked for aggression. We asked them to win the first wave of gunfights. That is exactly what they do. They haven't really much got map control for it, though. Only one player gets past, and it is Sunder, and he's already having to take fights to buy some more.
Arms up top. Hey, this is a dangerous spot now. Eglin, they have to figure out, or sorry, Malmstrom, they have to figure out a way to remove that presence from top triples. Charms is just going to do it himself. He hops right out, so he's going to allow them a chance to fight back, and a couple players do. Going to re-aggress back into the armory. Trip and Burrito, massive win there. Dumps back into the shadows. 43 seconds.
And for all the early kills that Malmstrom have got, again, that map control really hasn't been there thus far. We're looking for them to make a big play. It might come by way of Sunder, who is doing what Sunder does best. He's looking for the early flanks, but he gets shut down by Trip and Burrito. So now they need to be more honest with it. Flanking play from Shaky might blow it all up here, as Malmstrom looking to do a split push. All-Star attack the A-zone, is going to get shut out. Prosper will stop the clock at 23.7, but he gets shut out by Charms. All of this just feels so individual, and Roshi can't even find anything on the A-zone. This is looking like an Eglin round.
Yeah, Eglin look lights out. Trip and Burrito shutting all the presence down through these zones. Floki hasn't had to do anything for his team just yet. It's going to be one last chance for Malmstrom on the extension over towards this B zone. A stack's going, and nobody's reacted to this one. Sunder's behind. The flank pays off, Brody, and it's finally here. The flanking play opens it up. The stack on B now starting to get stuff going.
Yeah, this is realistic. Even with 11 seconds on the clock here, you have yourselves a pretty even life situation. You just got to get the time. You got to actually get the extra 60 seconds. They've got a couple of opportunities to do it here. One player on towards B, but Trip and Burrito will shut Roshi down. Now Sunder towards the middle of the map. Doesn't jump to either of the points. Immediately goes to get some map presence. And I don't think All-Star even has time to touch. He does. 0.1 seconds. Gets the kill on towards Trip and Burrito, but gets nothing more than that. And a micro play like that from Sunder in the closing moments is something that is a small but a fatal error from Malmstrom, because if he flies to one of the points, there's more of a chance there that they can maybe pull it back from the brink, but even then, it just wasn't possible.
No, I mean, like, shout out, though, to Malmstrom for getting something out of that round, because it was looking grim for the longest time. 2 ticks at B for what it should be a long control we have in front of us, and now you swap back to your defensive side. Who's going to be the one to answer the call? I mean, Sunder started to get stuff going. Prosper, he has what it takes. But for a map like Protocol Control, you have to slay out of your mind. Let's see it.
Well, nobody's stopping Eglin off the rip here. Everybody very preoccupied with the middle of the map. One player has made that flanking play. It's Trip and Burrito. Shaky keeping an eye on players, shutting them down. Now Trip and Burrito going to activate here, drawing All-Star out into the open. Charms, not enough shots to take the player down, but will be enough to get them out of position. And yet still, even with all of this map control, they haven't jumped on the point just yet. They want to get the kill, and they do. Surely somebody's going to jump on the point?
Yeah, I mean, this might come back to bite you. As you still have Prosper out towards his helicopter. The longer he stays alive, the longer that Floki's going to be staring, the more opportunity that players have to come assist. What a shot from Prosper. 8 and 6. He's on 3 in a row. A lot of focus over towards this back helipad, and he is draining so much time away from this attacking side. 28 seconds. Charms is going to hop the A zone. Stop that clock.
Yeah, finally they do, but I mean, it's not too late, right? They can still do this, but Charms is making a desperation play at that point, right? He kind of has to jump on the point to stop the clock. He doesn't have any coverage, though, from players coming off the spawn, so basically hitting a full reset here with 15 seconds to go. It's not a good look for Eglin as they look to try and match the progression that Malmstrom brought to the table back in round number 1. They are finding the kills, though. One more through the middle of the map. Prosper tagged up, down to 54 HP. We'll be able to hit the full reset here before getting involved in another fight, but he's stunned up. This is the flanking play. Able to catch one off guard. Looking for the second player now. Trip and Burrito on the other side. It's a big shutdown from Prosper Slays. Second tick will be denied. And back to the respawn point goes Eglin.
Oh, Prosper just posted up. A tick at A, a tick at B. Is this all you get? 2 seconds. Contest is wiped away. And when you needed it, you shut him down. 2 segments for both starting attacks, Brody. That is a damn good way to answer back if you're Malmstrom.
I'm going to call it for what it is. Take it at face value. That is a lot left to be desired for Eglin in that round. You get the kills. You had Trip and Burrito pushed up inside Grandma's for the longest time in that round. He must have been there like for like 40 seconds or something. Maybe I'm exaggerating here. I don't know. But he was there for a really long time. And despite the map presence, despite the early kills Eglin had, they were never satisfied enough to jump on the point. And I think had they done that, they would have dealt with Prosper, who was pushed all the way through. They would have been able to get more progress in that round. A lot to be desired there for Eglin, just not a great round on the whole. And it means that so far in terms of raw tick progression, Malmstrom have the edge. They've also looked better, I would say, on the whole. So chance here for Malmstrom in this control. And once again, first bloods. Well, I mean, it didn't go Malmstrom's way last time around, but this time, Charms is going to draw the first blood. Eglin now looking for some map control. Malmstrom still haven't got out of their base.
Charms to the middle. All-Star spots him, but the Sunder going to be ready for this one. He doesn't get his gun up in time. 4 down again, Brody. Nobody has died yet from Eglin. 53 seconds, and you're just falling flat on your face.
I don't know what's happening anymore. Eglin go for a round where maybe things weren't going well for them whatsoever. This is that bog standard defensive spawn trap that we were talking about before. Players cannot get out. The good news, I suppose, for Malmstrom here is that they're not dealing with a player towards the helipad just yet. Floki is actually positioned on towards the A zone. So that is a window of opportunity for Malmstrom to climb through. And climb through it, All-Star does. He needs to go huge, though, because Floki's picked up a couple of kills. He's now responding. Ideally, All-Star will want to find a few more kills here, and that's a good bit of coverage from Sunder on the cross now. Double stack surely going to come through, but the presence is far from done.
Yeah, you're going to have to deal with now oncoming traffic through the sidewalk, and the shots are here. You know Tripping Burrito is going to be behind you, and they even pick up the flank. So 21 seconds over towards A. It's a rush. Shaky. Charms, Crossfire are not going to be there straight away. And Charms is in trouble. Roshi's going to keep this trade fest going back and forth. Prosper splits it. You're into this A zone looking to get another segment. Maybe 2.
Late Resurgence has worked for a Malmstrom before. This time it is a focused effort on towards A as opposed to the split approach they took last time around. Just one player on the point though. Sunder throws a stun at the wrong time. Gets caught for it. Roshi towards the point. Trying to play his life. And he's going to get taken out. And there goes All-Star as well. They fall shy just of that third and final tick. And now Charms wants to push the aggression. 10 seconds remaining. All of this entire play does kind of feel like it relies on Sunder, who has made his way all the way up towards the zip. He picks up 1. 3 seconds left on the clock here. They're going to stop it by way of Roshi on beat. But Roshi needs to do a little bit more. Flanking play from Chicken Burrito is probably going to stop them from getting the respawns towards the point. And it will do. There goes Roshi. Just one more player. There goes All-Star. Not going to be able to get the point in time. And Eglin stop it. But again, it's a late surge from Malmstrom that gets them the ticks.
You're just thinking in that sense that you have All-Star in top grandmas at one point with the stack on A. 2 players trying to pressure it out. I have no idea why you were jumping out the window to assist when you have full rain from the top side of the map on removing that pressure from your teammate inside the hill. And then the stack on B was nice from Roshi. He stops that clock with 3 seconds left, but off the respawn, you have to go to A. There's no reason to go assist at that B zone when you have 2 progress at A uncaptured. That is a big mistake there from Malmstrom with a opportunity towards the end of the round that they were nearly gifted yet again.
Eglin, not the best start from them here in towards round number 4. Now, though, starting to get some presence moving forward. Haven't fully dealt with players towards top trip. It's actually All-Star who's managed to fly towards the elbow, deciding to let that tick go all the way through. So, bit of a small error there. Not too sure how that will matter in the grand scheme of things if we do need to go to a round 5. Might count down the line, but Charms takes Roshi out of the play. Trades galore here as time starting to dwindle down in this round, but that double from Shaky should open things up, and now we should be seeing a stack coming through towards A.
Looking for the shots. Flank coming out from All-Star. Do you read this? He's going to go over towards it, and it works for Floki. The timing is impeccable. Staying hidden long enough to reaggress and remove. Third ticketing worked on. Roshi's going to be up top. Grandma is not able to get any eyes on, and he just completely backs up. So focus over towards B to maybe stop a snowball from zone to zone. But 2 players go down, and Malmstrom, they're in trouble.
It really does feel like it, doesn't it? Sunder is in a position to, at the very least, play distraction while his teammates deal with a threat towards B. That's exactly what happens. Nice play from All-Star, and specifically Sunder there to draw the heads, turn the heads of Eglin towards him while All-Star cleans up shop on B. First tick didn't go through, by the way, so Eglin will have to hit the reset here before flying towards a point. Nobody directly challenging them, though. They've got a free path straight towards a B zone.
The first segment's in. Player's going to group up. Good shots from Sunder. He knows Floki's going to be up top as well, but the trade keeps that high ground position. Roshi now on the slide. Is it going to be enough to disrupt this B attempt? He gives up his life. And it's still a 2v2 for the zone. Trip and Burrito traded out. Prosper, beautiful into the second one. Finds all 3. Going electric for the team. Keeping Malmstrom alive.
How about that, though, for a reward? You get teammated out of the play. Now Shaky back towards the point. You can play trays if you're Eglin here in a 12 versus 5 and counting down. Malmstrom down to the final set of lives. Eglin just 3 more kills and you're in a Worlds.
3 lives left. It would be one of the best comebacks I've seen in Control in a very recent time, but not today. Eglin says 3-0. Take out the brooms. The sweep yet again in the bracket for CONUS. Eglin, they qualify for the World Championships. We'll see them in August back at Patrick Space Force Base. Malmstrom's road gets a lot longer after this one.
Shout out to Eglin. Their story has been so fun to watch over the last few days of competition. They come into this event as a team that nobody really knows much to expect from them. And we looked at their first couple of matches and saw maybe some holes in the gameplay. I don't know if those holes are still there. We'll see through the remainder of the tournament. But it definitely feels like they've patched up some, especially in the search and destroy. We saw that even here in this series where when they want to press the go button, when they want to full hit as a squad, they're able to do it to perfection. Anything that Malmstrom brought to the table, they're able to effectively answer. And it, of course, helps when all 4 players are as good as they are. Everybody has that go-off potential, and we see that multiple times in that series. Of course, it all culminated in that Control. We talk about Eglin. Control being their strongest game mode by far, and I would, to be fair, say that that's probably the game mode where Malmstrom gave them the most grief. Even with that, though, Eglin able to get it done in the end. They're able to clutch up, and they continue to be a strong threat through this tournament.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just the way I feel like Control goes this year. Either it is very close or very one-sided, and for Eglin, I mean, they're winning both of those categories, so I'm right there with you. A lot of good things to come out of this Eglin team and the hard points. You go into that spree of hills, like you said, where you're getting, massive amounts of times. There's those pop-off moments that you see just players roar into action and seize control of the whole series. You go to the search and destroy. That game mode doesn't look like it has many mistakes for your team either. And this Eglin team, when we had doubts from the East yesterday going into day 2, they are going to be at the Worlds now. And they are a team that you have to be worried about here at CONUS.
Yeah, for sure. They're proving themselves to be a powerhouse roster. They have quickly carved a path for themselves through the competition. They are going to be at Worlds. Worlds is already stacked, by the way. We talked about teams from USAFE and PACAF already in the competition. We saw how competitive the PACAF region was. I believe we actually got to watch USAFE play. With that said, though, I mean, it's already a stacked competition in Worlds. It's now even more so with a roster as good as this. Eglin have made phenomenal improvements. And that's the scary thing for me, right? Eglin have already made so many improvements through this competition, Seymour, through the last few matches. Imagine what it'll be like when they put a little bit more effort in, right? When they put more time in the game, put more time into making sure that any holes in their gameplay that are laid bare by the end of the competition are papered over as they go into Worlds. They will be there, though. Congratulations to the boys.
Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks' time, 2 months' time, a lot can change in Call of Duty, especially for your team. So it is going to be fun to watch as this team does grow, but we can learn a little bit more about them when we bring Floki in for the interview per fans' request. Floki, welcome to the screen, man. How's it feeling after a win, and how does it feel to qualify for Worlds in August? You might be muted on...
We can't hear him.
I can't hear him at all. So... is it something with the vMix? Maybe you have to unmute that side.
Seymour's over here doing tech.
I'm trying to figure out how to get this one. I'm trying to assist in
I just want to hear
any way that
Floki, dude. I feel like Floki's going to come out with some knowledge. He's going to drop some knowledge bombs on us. I'm ready.
Well, it seems like it's just not working on our side. Yeah, buddy, I'm sorry. I know you want to talk to us. We want to talk to you too. And you looked great in the series. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to glaze you. You looked fantastic in the series. So we want to hear you break that one down. But it's just not happening. So, yeah, Brody, I don't know what to do here.
We can try lip read. We can try lip read. Floki, no, I can't do it. I can't lip.
Do you know
I can
sign
barely
language,
read
Floki? By chance? No.
No,
Yeah,
okay,
neither do I, so it doesn't matter. In this whole sense,
We tried.
It seems like we're gonna get some tech over here to see if we can fix this one as quick as possible, folks at home. But we'll bring this one back out, see if things can be fixed for Floki.
Oh, we heard him.
Oh, I heard him for a second.
We
there.
heard him. Bring him back.
Get
Bring him back.
here. Get back
Get
here.
us
What
off
are we
the
talking
tee
about?
I'm good
Yeah,
now.
you're good
Yeah.
now. Let's get this one more time, Floki. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel? You're going to be at Worlds. Let's get that raw reaction.
Yeah, we're all super excited. We've been playing for a very long time, and it's awesome to finally see us actually be able to do it.
Yeah, you guys look awesome in that series. I mean, you guys have looked so good over the last 3 days. It's been wonderful to see you guys kind of improve series after series. You guys didn't get a match in the first round of play. Obviously, winning the Eastern bracket gave you a bye into the second round of play. Did you guys get a chance to watch Malmstrom Charleston before the series? Did you kind of have any prep going into this one to kind of know what you were going to do?
Yeah, so we knew that Sunder was a really good SMG player, so we tried to isolate him a lot and get on some maps that were longer range so our arrows could kind of work the map, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it really did feel like you guys were making those adaptations through this series, especially back in map number 1, right? It was kind of an even game throughout most of the hardpoint, and then I don't know what happened. You guys just kind of surged through the back half. I think it was like 3 kills where you guys just played so well. Has that been something you guys were talking about? Because on the desk, we were talking about hardpoint being where you guys kind of need to focus on most now.
Yeah, so actually, funny enough, we scrimmed that the most. I thought coming into this we would be a hardpoint main team, but you know, yesterday we nuzzled Langley, and I don't know, we need to work on our hardpoint, I guess, more.
I mean, at least you won the red card, though. The red card looked pretty good for the squad, so that's something to really latch on to going into the next couple games. But at least the hard part is out of the way, and you've qualified for that World Championship in August. So you'll be going back to Patrick's Space Force base, and you're the first team, at least from CONUS, to accomplish that task. So with that happening, I mean, going into the next couple of matches that you're going to be playing here at CONUS, does that take some pressure away from you guys?
Yeah, we still really want a good seed, so we're still gonna bust our butt to try and get that to happen. But yeah, it does. It's nice to know that no matter what, we're coming back out of here.
I love that. And before we let you go, I'm sure there's a lot of people in chat who want to hear from you. Anything you got to say to them?
Yeah, shout out to Coach Mott and shout out to our sub Kurt. And that's basically it. We did it.
You did it for the coach. You did it for Kurt, and we'll see you, I'm sure, later on, either today or tomorrow. So congratulations. Enjoy the win, my friend. We'll see you in August as well.
Alrighty, man. Appreciate it.
Brody, I mean, what can we say about this Eglin team? They just continue to impress us from start to finish. At first, we had our questions. They were answered, and now I'd say the consistency has shown that this team, they deserve a spot in the Worlds, and Floki is just ecstatic about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would be as well, right? You're getting to the next stage of competition, and it's down to your own doing. I think that's the key thing, you know that you've put the work in to improve as a squad. You know that you're continually putting the work into as improve as a squad, and it's got you a spot at the Worlds. Now, the next question for this team is, can it get them a spot as the winners of the CONUS Championships?
It's a pretty good conversation, too. It's a pretty good conversation to have for a lot of these teams that'll be going through those lower brackets, as it just looks like it's going to be a gauntlet down there, Brody, and a lot of good teams are waiting for a chance to shut you down. So we're going to get ready for our next match coming up very soon, folks, so don't go anywhere. You're watching CONUS. We'll be back with more action swiftly and soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
A couple teams are one step closer from getting closer to this bad boy that I promise you I'm not going to be shipping to these players. They probably have a much nicer trophy, but we look at the Eglin Air Force Base and they are qualified for the World Championships. They have done the deed in terms of CONUS and, you know, maybe not in terms of winning just yet. Hold your horses. But they are one step closer through the bracket, and it is very fun to see how this team has evolved throughout this week. Enigma, let's jump into this bracket, kind of break down what we've been seeing so far a little bit through a couple of these games, because you're back on with me. Brody's going to be out, and we got Nellis off it up next.
Yeah, confirmation there, of course, that Eglin will march on through, and we will be seeing them at Worlds. But for Nellis, Air Force Base and off at Air Force Base. I mean, Nellis, of course, being runners-up in the Western bracket, that gave them a second seed, which they've kind of chilled and waited for their opponent to walk on through. And Offit did see off Shriver comfortably. That was 3-0 in the first round, so they've now had an opportunity to warm up on in through to this series. Honestly, looking at the rest of the bracket, I don't think I'm seeing many surprises. I think that this starting of a new bracket today, even though it's day 3, I was expecting a lot of 3-0s, and that's what we've been rewarded with so far.
I think I'm surprised most enough that we got this many 3-0s. I thought for sure somebody would take a map off somebody else. And we almost got it there from Malmstrom and Eglin, where, you know, Brody and I predicted it to go at least 4 or 5 maps. Nope, 3-0 again. Eglin, we'll see you on August, and we'll see you later as well. And I'm a little bit kind of envious of teams yesterday who got to go 5, who got to go 4. I mean, we were right there with them, Andy, but I want something to go a little bit deeper than what we have so far. And for these two teams in front of us, I'm not sure the story is quite changing when we're looking into it, because Offit versus Nellis, Offit, a team that has been trying to find their bearings, and Nellis has been absolutely lights out through the western side.
Yeah, so for Offit, this is going to be Wazd, Arawapa, Flux, and Yupley. And for Nellis, it is Smack, Smoke, Tones, and Kuzo. For Offit, I agree with you. This is one of those teams that it feels like, I feel like we've got a couple of squads in a bracket of you will make it to Worlds. A couple of squads that we're like, we really don't expect you to make it to Worlds. And then a bunch of them that it's like, all right, if you turn up through this portion of the tournament, you could scrape in as one of those final sides to actually get there. And I think I put Offit in that category because they certainly have potential. I'm looking at players like Wazd, who has taken over in the opportunities that we've got to look at him, has plenty of history and reason to get there. And this is a last-minute squad. That's my big concern here, is when it starts to come down to the, you know, how deep's your playbook when we talk about your S&D, your control breakoffs, your ability to break down hard points or set up defensively for hard points. That's my big concern when we start to get into the deeper details of the bracket. But I'm with you in the sense of, like, it feels like there's more to come from this team.
Yeah. And I mean, we've seen a little bit of glimpses. We talk more about this Offit team through, you know, players like Wazd and Flux. And we can dive in and kind of explain, you know, that this is a team that has notably been a question mark, I'd say, all tournament long. I'm really trying to dance around this one because I don't want to offend these players whatsoever, because they've been great. But you look at the way that they are, and it's been, you know, Wazd putting together a bunch of last-minute players, and then a substitute of Yupley, who has been good, but again, like we've said for other teams, it's just not enough practice going into a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, we've seen some individual moments of brilliance, and also they've been able to keep up at points. We saw them lose in a hard point earlier on in the tournament, 250-231 to Eglin. That's a very good team, of course. So we're kind of like, okay, well, you are capable then of putting up and keeping close with some very good squads. I remember earlier as well talking about Waz as like a player who's managed to pick up 1v3s, managed to pull off incredible individual moments, but it is a case of, okay, well, how's your teamwork? How does that look if we start, for example, you get off to a couple of good rounds in S&D, but then do you have anything else to kind of like surprise your opponents? You're going to be stuck on strategy A the whole time. We've seen how that goes for some of our teams, and especially with who you're up against, that's just not going to be enough here.
No, not at all. So hoping they can rise to the occasion and create an upset in our bracket for the first time today. And on the other side, the team that has been looking fantastic since they have come together through way of their captain Tones. You look at Smack, Smoke, and Kuzo. This team's got the vibes. This team has the gunny. And really, yesterday we were talking about this team has what it takes to be a champion this weekend at CONUS.
It does, indeed. And I know that you and me look at Tones as a player that we've got a lot of love for. We've covered him a lot over the years. Certainly steps up in towards, whether it be in the early stages of the bracket or towards the later stages of the bracket. He's a veteran, but he's also had a lot of reasons to stand out amongst the crowd. And I think he's assembled alongside himself here a hell of a force. He's got himself Smack Smoke Kuzo, as you said, relatively new, walking in here. And they've established themselves as a legitimate threat. You do finish second, of course, in Western, but I think that's a statement all by itself because the talent pool in the Western bracket was so deep that to stand there in second place is still a very impressive feat indeed. And I think that this team, even though they are relatively new as in terms of coming together, I just think there's a bit more about them, especially when it's a case of things aren't going well. They have a great resiliency to them that we're not seeing in some of our other squads that may fall into that contender bracket.
Valda Peterson, and hopefully they learned their lessons. Andy, off of their games yesterday. So first time we get to see this team on stream. And yeah, I got my eyes on Smoke, Smack, and Kuzo because this trio that is alongside Tones has been impressive on just improving their gameplay. I think Kuzo just in general and what he brings with the Jackal in his hand has been fantastic to watch, and the presence that he brings to the objective in those respawns is something that allows, you know, Smack and Smoke to do what they do best, and it's just run rampant and slay out. So things are looking good there for our squad on both sides. Definitely a lot to look forward to in this series on improvements, adjustments. You know the drill. We've been seeing it for the past couple of days. But for the maps in this series, we got a best of 5 to talk about here, Andy. And we can look forward to where this setting is going to take us. We get the red card again. Protocol, Vault, Skyline, red card to finish things off. Give me your first impressions.
Seen a lot of red card in the series, which is interesting because it always feels like a bit of a Marmite map or other brand of condiment that people like or really don't like. It's one of those where like some teams are going to thrive here with it being a very wide map, very big map, one that definitely sets you up for great fundamental rotations and such, but it's a case of there's also just some teams that prefer to be able to shoot their way straight through their opponents, and red card won't necessarily play into that. So I feel like I'm interested to know who picked this. I didn't take a look beforehand, but it ends up a situation where whoever does pick it, it's a case of, well, you must really then fancy this map and therefore put yourself in a great spot to start off your series.
It's funny too because, you know, if you're off it, you ban Rewind. If you're Nellis, you ban the Hacienda. So like you get the best of like a really deep map in red card and a very quick map in Skylines. So it seems like these two teams want to take those, you know, natural fundamentals that Rewind and Hacienda bring out the table. And for red card, things can get a little bit scrappy. Skyline, we definitely know things are scrappy indeed. The map has slowed down over the course of the year, but it has been very delightful to watch all the time. Let's talk about where we're looking at these two teams, Andy, and how they're going to fare up against each other. You and I, we're shaking hands on this one. So, you know, bring it here, buddy. We're putting a truce together
this way
to take down.
That way.
We're going to put a truce together to take down Brody together. And right here, that arrangement is starting. We got Nellis taking this 3-0. And honestly, I don't see it going any other way. I love the guys over towards the opposing side on Offit, but I think Nellis, they just look like one of the top 3 teams this weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think this is necessarily a reflection of me not thinking that Offit are a good team. I think this is more the fact that I just have so much faith in Nellis. They're a very good squad indeed. Yes, they fall short in the Western Finals, but that's a Peterson squad that look absolutely unstoppable on the day and continues to impress every time we get to see them. So, yeah, for Nellis, this is just a case of I'm expecting to go out and handle business, basically. Red card and Skyline being the hardpoint maps maybe throws a spanner in the work there because it's two very, very different maps. But other than that, I'm expecting this to be quite straightforward for the team. And yeah, I'm kind of glad that we are indeed shaking hands on the idea of taking down Brody. Couldn't be a truce for a better cause, really. That's making me feel real nice and fuzzy up here as we draw a line in the sand and attack our real target.
Yeah, I know, right? And we're gonna be hopeful to go 2 predictions off of this one. If you know, this would be the funniest time ever for Offit to just show up and prove us wrong, and then you know, all of this truce ends up for nothing, because at the end of the day, you know, we're not going to take anything away from this Offit team. You know, you look at Waz, you look at Flux, and the stuff that they've done with this squad, a formidable duo, and something that you can see Call of Duty being one of those things that you show up on the day, you play very good, the other team maybe slows down. And that is where you want to strike. And Offit's already played a match. This is Nellis' first one.
Yeah.
Who knows how warm this team is going into this match?
No, you're absolutely right. That is a thing. It's why we talk often about loser bracket advantage these days when we look at things like the Call of Duty League, because you've got to go on this run, you play all the way through, and you get yourself into a spot where actually we've just knocked out 2 teams in a row. We're riding high on momentum, we're very warm, we're ready to go in grand finals. And instead, we've seen this especially in challengers. Teams sitting there in grand finals will be cold by the time you get there. Who's bothering to scrim them? Who's bothering to warm them up? Not many squads are volunteering for that for obvious reasons. So it's a case right now where Offit, if you are going to really stamp your way into this series right at the start, would be a great place to do that, and you've certainly been handed plenty of opportunity. Again, Nellis for me, they stink of a team that can withstand adversity. So even if they come out slow, even if it's sluggish off the rip, I'm still expecting to start to figure things out and start to put a plan together.
I think I want to know what you think about Protocol coming in for the Search and Destroy of this. Well, we haven't seen a lot of Protocol Search and Destroy at all. It's been a lot of Hacienda, a good amount of Red Card, a surprising amount of dealership, but like maybe one Protocol we've seen all weekend.
Honestly, I don't think there's many S&D maps that I like, to be honest, other than Hacienda. I really don't like the way dealership plays. I really struggle with how Protocol plays. I personally fan of Hacienda S&D. Otherwise, I'm just kind of like, you're pulling your glasses down here, so I'm very keen to find out your take. But you're also a man that told us that Ghost is top 5 yesterday, so it's kind of like, I was
just gonna say that's T right there. That is scandalous.
It's just one of them. Like for me, the dealership conversation side, Protocol is this weird map in the sense of like the middle of the map kind of doesn't exist. So the way to get around that is by playing the underneath of the map, which to me just kind of like it bottlenecks everything into these weird flanking fights. I don't know, it just doesn't feel like the routes end up being vertical rather than around the map, and as such I think it ends up in these awkward timings more often than not. You do see quite a bit of strategic play when it comes to the, I forget the bomb site is down below, question mark. But I think you get some strategies there in terms of defense and retaking, but otherwise it just feels like a map that everyone just plays on the fly and figures it out as they go, with set nades largely being the depending factor in the opening stages rather than any sort of executable strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Red Card Search and Destroy. I'm a fan of Rewind Search and Destroy, but no, I think I don't disagree with everything that you were kind of bringing into that one, but we get a little bit before
you
this.
asked, you got an answer.
Yeah, I did. I got a pretty good answer too. That I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, you're bringing up a whole lot of points that I agree on, but you're also not gonna hear me complain when you are talking bad about Protocol. It's my least favorite map just in general, so we don't have to worry about that for now. Red Card Hardpoint out the gates. Offit versus Nellis, a wide open hill, and it's going to be Nellis looking to get this time, but Offit doing a great job at keeping it white.
Yeah, that's the important thing there. It's one of those moments where, well, if we're not going to profit, we're going to make sure that damn well that you don't. And I tell you what, Flux must have just hit everybody through that passage of play. I don't think it actually was Flux in the end, and maybe Aero Appa up top. And you back down everybody, but you don't find a single kill. That's got to be frustrating. But, well, it won't really matter too much because we're away from 1. We're on over to 2. Nelly's take the better portion of the time, but it's not really going to affect things too much. What is important is all about these rotations, and Kuzo finding 2 on that rotation. The third kill comes on through, should hand you the spot that you want. Then again, Arches actually goes to Offit, and I'm curious about if that was an intentional play from Nellis.
Well, whether it was intentional or not, it has net them a good amount of time in the hill. Flux going big for 2. Has found his way into towards the hard point. Needs some help from Appa, who has a player behind him. Snaps to smack, and Offit have their way back in. Still lots of time, Andy, for you to bring this one back, and a teammate on Kuzo is going to make your job a whole lot more difficult.
I mentioned it there for a moment. I kind of... You see a bunch of kills come in on that rotation for Nellis, and instead of pushing out for those back arches, they instead play for P3 side, which you do want to do, but also about halfway through the hill, you kind of want to punch on force to set up that rotation. So I wondered if it was going to be an intentional play call. If it was, then it turned out to be the wrong play call, because it's given Offit an opportunity to pick up a whole bunch of points, and then they've rotated cleanly into 3, so Nellis giving themselves a lot to do early on.
And with this, Offit have themselves a rotation to 3. Have a spawn out from Buckley. Does he get here in time? Waz splitting it, but Kuzo gets the break. So now Buckley has to be patient for the rest of his teammates to show up. Slow peek around, and Kuzo's been waiting. It's Smack actually on 3 in a row. 7-4 start to this game, and Nellis, he got close for a second, but they're taking off once more.
Another kill. 2 in the feed. Flux is going to answer back with 2 of his own, though. Will eventually be shut down, but that will turn the hill neutral for a second. You still get those close spawns if you are off it. For Nellis, it's a case of how long do you invest into, or do you start to rotate over towards stage? But Flux has slipped the net a little bit here. Huge fight between him and Tones. And while he suspects a rat, it's all about finding it safely. A huge fight, and Flux will win it. So a huge passage of play from him to punch a hole through the Nellis grip that was P3 and rotate his team into 4.
Offit has good setup here. I like the presence towards the top from Arrow Up. Kill traded out there off of Kuzo. Waz the heads up flank. 4 in a row, looking to make it 5. And he should see smoke on the cross. The contention comes in. They know he's going to be up top. So here comes the cavalry to see if he can deal with that issue. And it is dealt with accordingly. Kuzo, he's going to drop. And Offit holds strong.
Oh, Appa, well, find 1 and then gets help with Buckley to finish the second here. This feels like they're starting to set up that rotation to 5, and that's where Smack's going to activate then, to try and take control of the middle of the map, make this rotation ever more difficult. Finds 1, support for the second, slips under the third and doesn't find it, but you will have bought enough time for teammates to arrive en masse, but they are being cut down all the same, with only Kuzo available at the bar to provide overwatch.
Shots to the back there. Smoke. Oh, he's 3 down. Nellis want to continue the snowball, but it's Wast alone on an island. This is a good job for Offit to just keep this one uncontested. If you're not getting time and Nellis isn't getting time, your lead stays intact. Flux from the grave finds his Semtex connecting with Kuzo. And you are A-okay to keep this one uncontested. Smack, though, on the cross in the back. The flank, is it going to pay off? It does for 2. Stays alive. Any help? Well, no, not in time. And this back and forth keeps going.
I gotta say, just from gut feeling, feels like arguably the closest first rotation that we've seen. Not necessarily in score, but just because both teams breaking each other back and forth and setting things up to be neutral where required. A lot of exchange blows so far. Game setting up in front of us. And what feels like 2 very evenly matched teams. That being said, Buckley has started 5 and 12. Need to see a little bit more out of him if you are off it. As he tries to control connector, well, he answers my call. Will eventually be squeezed out, and that will allow Nellis to hit the rotation here. But you're getting a lot of company at front doors, and Flux, he's opened up with 1.
113 playing 87. Arrow up on the outside. Smack uses the heady. Drops on back. See if he can take a different approach to clear out the outside of this hard point. And Flux, oh no, he gets turned on by Tones. Nellis are going to be inside P1 and winning all their battles. Enigma, this is a chance for them to start closing down this lead back into a 12-point game, as it is Offit really trying to hold on to this lead as best they can.
Flurry of kills come on through. And this feels like a little bit of the way the game's just gone, basically. Very 50-50 in terms of hills, but feels like Offit are consistently leading, and that leaves me concerned for Nellis, because eventually, if you're never putting yourself in the ascendancy, you can't afford to keep up at some point. That being said, Nellis pushing in through that Archie side. Then again, they're just deciding not to, actually. They're going to push out mid immediately. Trying to find a different way into P2. Then Tradition. 2 kills in the feed. Tone's trying to back 1 down. Can you get support in from Kuzo? It's just stalled fights from Offit that eventually allow Nellis in, but not for very long. It's just those moments of being difficult kills and not allowing Nellis to really get much purchase out of the progress they make.
Oh, good that has to change. Oh, Lost. Almost finding a second one. You're going to stay alive if you're smacked, but for how long? This is where Offit started their climb back into this game, and it was the P2, P3 that really set them up for success. P4 as well, so you are treading on thin ice right now if you're Nellis.
This rotation, this break into 3 has got to come quickly. Otherwise, you start to watch Offit sail off a little bit. That will help. Smoke finds the first. You've got Smack activating in through the stairwell, and the kill from Smoke turns a couple of players' heads, and that allows Smacks to then start to set up this collapse. Find another one, and that's a perfect break. I said it needed it to come quickly, and it certainly does.
Certainly. So you're going to be in for a second, but double kill happening in a matter of no time. Waz seems unstoppable for the moment there. 3 in a row. Spawns all over the place for Nellis. It's going to be tough to read this one if you're off it, but you're going to do your best. And Flux, he tries, but try as hard as you can. It's still a break nonetheless. Nellis are in 20 seconds. This could bring things back and possibly even flip the lead, but look at what Offit are doing.
Yeah, they're starting to commit to an early rotation. What they will end up meeting in the end is 2 players from Nellis that are already here in Smoke and Kuzo. Smoke's taking the high ground, so he's going to take the initial brunt of the attention. And, well, he doesn't do anything to shut it down, really, so it's all about finding Tones underneath. Kuzo will stay up in the fight, and then he's going to be traded. So it's about breaking back in here. And Smoke, well, he just decides to pull the knife out and do the hard work. Waz is going to turn, pre-fire it, and Smoke does enough. Great break back in, and this is all it is. Back and forth, and 3 in a row for Smoke. Can you control any more? Do you need to as your teammates arrive en masse?
Tied game now for Nellis, and the lead changes. Feels like it's been forever since Offit were on the back foot, but now Kuzo looking at it come alive. He roars into action. 20 and 21. Still locking things down for his team. 22 seconds, and it looks like Offit are going to group up for one last chance at this P4 time. And you better be careful not to overextend. You can see that late rotation, but Smack is here. He's getting all the info, but no kills to boot. You apply with the turn on, and now we go to P5.
That's a hell of a turn of burn from Buckley, by the way. You will have support still from Aeroappa in the benches, but he will be hunted down by a couple of players in blue, and Smoke deals with him. So that gives you a foundation, a footing to set yourself up for P5. Last time you were here, it was largely neutral. If anything, it went mostly the way of Offit, but this wind is in the sails of Nellis right now. That being said, Yupley will find one to break in, Flux in through the connector, and now it turns into yet another mad dash.
Flux, he flies. Waz follows up.
Oh my God,
everybody drawing that pressure away. Do we see the lead change again, Andy? Well, for a moment, yes, we will. Smack over the top. 30 seconds still. Nellis keeping this one as close as possible with the back and forth teeter-totter of sequences. At some point, you're going to have to decide off it. Is this worth it to go for another one?
One thing is, of course, P1 just a stone's throw away, so a late rotation, not an awful idea if you feel comfortable to break, which both teams should at this point. This has been essentially a series of breaks. There's been no holding at all through this, which I guess we could say for a lot of the championship thus far. You will have connector control and a huge gunfight for Smoke to win. Waz is up high and doesn't expect the rechal, and as such gets gunned. And that should give Nellis a little bit of presence around P1 to try and control things. The problem is Yupley's going to find a kill on one side and you're pinched in, you're boxed in. If you're Nellis, what can you do with it?
Fish in a barrel, but you know what? It's fighting fish. And look at Tones. He has no worry, no fear in challenging these players. Loses the battles, but keeps his team in this duel. Smack 5 in a row. See if he can chow out to clear the rest of this one. He gets another. Slides on through. Fights outside. You have to win this if you're off it. Down by 20. Nella's happy to get any seconds they can off this hill.
It starts to become a case of rotation. No one can win it here. But Nellis, they've tried 2 different strats into this P2. One of them was giving up arches. The second one was essentially just to hit it straight from the front. What do you do this time? It seems, again, you're not really setting that anchor on back. You're just focusing the stairwell fight. So where does that put the spawns? For Offit right now, it's still going to be P3 side. But as those numbers start to rotate across, that might influence a couple of things. But you do at least get a spawn in for Tones in the bar.
Let's see if Tones can make some impact here or jumps over the edge. Waz, the team shots, 4 in a row, 42 and 23. Offit fighting for everything that they can get from this red card. And for Nellis, at least you have the close spawns. Waz, how much more can you do for the team? Has to respawn in time, but he's not able to get it. Arrow, only good for the one. Another trade, but Yupley wins his up top, and Flux goes big.
Oh my God, this is a ridiculous map. You can't win it here, though. If you're off it, so you've got to start to consider the rotation. The thing is, you can't do it too early because there's only 20 points needed for Nellis. So the contest works for them for now because you are going to be P3 side. Tones goes high, finds one off the top rope. Won't be enough to finish it, but it will get you pretty damn close. And you've already got 2 players on the rotation. Honestly, you could probably do with one more, but if you read that Flux is spawning in behind, it's exactly not where you want to be if you're Flux. Honestly, you just ignore this fight. I agree with that entirely, but Tones might well shoot you in the back then instead. And no, everyone's running to reinforce their buddies on the point.
The break in. And it has to be Flux right now, but 3 go down, 2 seconds. Nobody's going to get there, and they steal it. They steal it away, Andy. When you don't go for the rotation, you bank on the break. You have trust that your kills can do enough, and it does. Nellis Air Force Base, what a way to put that one in the books for this series. Trailing for so long throughout the middle portion. They flip it, and they never give it back.
I mean, quite frankly, poetic that it ends on a break because, I mean, I don't know how you do it, but when I'm trying to keep track of, like, a list of hard points, I note little words down to kind of remind me how that went. And it is literally just break, broken, break, break, broken, more breaks. And it's just a case of no team able to hold, all about who could just smash through the other one more. And I think, honestly, it comes down to the case of, for Offit, unfortunately, you're just relying too much on Waz to control everything. Like, his teammates are a part of the conversation, sure, but it felt like if Waz took over, you were doing fine. Otherwise, it felt a bit more of a drawn-out situation. Eventually, he just runs out of gas to be able to do that. For Nellis, we talked about potentially coming in with that sluggish start, and we certainly got that out of him. But then, once all 4 players started to come online, it felt like they could all contribute to their own parts of that break. And as such, figure it out just in time to close out map 1. But what a ridiculous game to get us started. I don't think there's any deeper analysis than that because I don't think any teams bothered with much in terms of setup. It was just, look, I'm just going to shoot this guy in the face.
Yeah, even still, like, I was worried going towards that P3 because we saw multiple different breaks come through from Nellis on that P3 rotation when Offit chose to go for that setup. And sure enough, it happens again. And if you're Flux, where you've been that second in command right next to your teammate Waz for the entirety of this tournament, spawning all the way back P2, you are panicking right now to get there in time, and the time just doesn't work. The rest of your team lose their fights. You get there, they turn around, they deal with you, and albeit your teammates spawn deeper in the back, there was only 4 seconds to put that win away if you were Nellis. And it was close. You gotta give your flowers to Offit because we said this was going to be a 3-0 for Nellis. We counted them out a little bit. And they are surely giving us a little bit of hesitation maybe on that prediction because this team has come to play versus Nellis Air Force Base. And Andy, we can look forward now into what comes next for these two teams in this best of 5. It is going to be a protocol search and destroy where he switched the setting.
I mean, you're right about being nervy about the 3-0 prediction. I think we massively undersold off it. It's hard once we start to mix these regions a little bit. You know, West and East, where are our power rankings? I have Nellis very high. Off it, I never thought they were a bad team. I just thought they were a little bit too reliant on Waz as being a bit of a one-man band. But, I mean, plenty of support in through the teammates for that map 1 to make it as interesting as it was. But yeah, you're right. We move on over to the S&D. The concerning thing for me in terms of giving this off-it underdog story more legs is I felt like coming into the first map, you had the momentum off the back of the fact that you've already played 1 game today. You should be online, ready to go. We saw that solid start, but we saw Nellis pick it up. And as such, I think that they've now seized that momentum and should be able to come into this second map feeling very comfortable. As favorites as well, that probably lifts a bit of weight off of them a little bit. But I also think that you just have a deeper playbook here as part of this Nellis team, and that's why you got so deep in that Western bracket. Your S&D was pretty solid until this final stages.
Well, hopefully they can figure out the whole, you know, not having things broken so fast going into this, because especially if you're an offensive team and you get that bomb planted at A, you still have to hold that post plant.
Yeah.
And albeit it's a tough post plant to break, but it's not impossible. And red card, we also say a lot of those hills are very tough to break. And lo and behold, like you said, we just watched them break like over and over again for the past 10 minutes. So who knows what's going to happen for this protocol search and destroy, because it's not really the most traditional game that we're watching, you and I. So there's a lot of, you know, ifs, ands, and buts that we could be looking at going into this map mode combo for sure. And I'd like to see this Offit team really step up and shut down Nellis, bring this to a game number 4. We haven't seen a game number 4 all day long. It would be fantastic to see Offit really switch the script.
No, absolutely. I mean, all the prediction jokes aside, taking down Brody and all of that, it is a case of we just like to watch great COD. Like I spoke about this yesterday with Brody. It's a case of we're very lucky to do what we do, and part of that is getting to tune into some fantastic games. I guess it's hard to kind of weigh up these two teams because we obviously haven't seen them play against each other nor play against teams, or at least watch them play against teams that the other played. So it's kind of difficult to kind of stack ourselves up in a spot to really understand this, want to break it down. I guess I look towards the way Protocol is traditionally played. That is, of course, a lot going on down into that A site to try and set that bomb up and then hold the post plant, as you just mentioned, which leaves me concerned for, yes, everybody, because no one could defend. But I'm also then looking at, you do get a couple of B plants, and I think that what I'm looking for nice and early is one of the squads on their offense is to do that. Just hit it over towards B, even if it is unsuccessful. Because what I'm looking for is the idea of shifting the defending team around. If you're a defending squad and you know that bomb's going to A every time, it's very easy to set yourself up for it. If not in the initial wave, at least for the retake. That becomes a very easy conversation. If there might be a chance of it going to B, especially people who flex between your AR and SMG, you're suddenly unsure, like, which one do I go on to? Do we bank considerably into a strategy and just hope that they hit that too? And it becomes a very blind game instead. Because the fact that the map goes underneath means that a lot of your stuns and nades, pre-nades aren't as effective as they are on other maps. So, yeah, interesting conversation to try and work this one out. Again, I think you make a great point. It's all about who can hold in those post plants, which I don't have faith in anybody right now.
Oh, I hate to be the one to agree on that point, but yeah. I brought the point up, so I do agree with that point in general. It seems like we are having a little bit of tech issues trying to get into this map number 2, so this is a good time for us to kind of take a step away from it, let these players sort it out, and whenever the tech is ready to go for this search and destroy, we'll get into this protocol when it's ready. So we'll see you with some CONUS just around the corner.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What I would do
Welcome back, you wonderful, wonderful people. We got the CONUS Esports Championships kicking back in with Nellis and Offit after a little bit of a tech break. These players back into the swing of things for the Search and Destroy on Protocol. Just a reminder, my name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. It has been a lovely week, and that week keeps going.
Oh, it certainly does for Flux, who gets the entire team basically land in his lab. Manages to pull one from that, which is actually quite impressive to begin with. But, well, then it's a bit of a trade fest on towards the bomb site. Sets it up into a 2v2. Actually, Smoke will be here by himself, so needs Tones to rotate on over if possible, who's trying to keep his eye on mid. And actually, well, he might be trapped, considering the fact that he's hunkered down. And Smoke, well, I love the play that he makes there. Must get a call out that Tones can't move, so goes over to help him. Unfortunately, though, Buckley will be able to trade and land the bomb in his lap.
So 1v1. Be good for Buckley after what was a fantastic hard point from Offit to clutch up in this moment. Bomb down. Tones, he's going to recover it, and he's taking it all the way over towards B. And Buckley might have an idea of this one. The timing is going to pay off, and as soon as he checks the bomb here, he is good round from Offit. Everything falls into place.
I mean, I feel like we followed up one of the weirdest hard points I've had the pleasure of watching recently into one of the weirdest opening rounds of S&D. I mean, Protocol can play different, but full sending 3 players down the same elevator shaft is certainly a break-off strategy. And then I really liked what Smoke does, to be honest, because clearly Tones was in trouble. He'd clearly been shot at, he was hunkered down, and he couldn't get out, and that would have left Smoke in a situation where he's trying to 1v2 hold the bomb. But so he decides, all right, I'm going to go over and push this and support, but then drops off the zip in a position where Tones can't support him. So as such, it just turns it into individual fights, and Buckley does a wonderful job to clean those up. Bizarre stuff. Let's see how round 2 goes, Seymour.
Yeah, let's see if Offit can go back-to-back here on the attacking side. Met with a heavy fist over towards A. Good trade from Flux, and he's going to double down. Arrow Oppo wins his fight outside. Tones 1v3. He might be actually getting the short end of the stick for this situation.
Yeah, nothing nice about this, and even less so when Flux hops up and then Omni movements his way back out of dodge. Nerappa will step up with the AR to clean things. Great work from Flux there. I feel like he's come out very strong at the start, actually. Did very well to find a kill in the first round, considering 3 players landed in front of him. And then just finds the 2-piece to break on into the site. And here, a little bit of just extra awareness. That's one of those moments where we've seen some teams get a little bit overconfident. They start to move around the map a bit freely. And he's just like, no, I'm still throwing shoulders. I'm still checking for intel. And as such, doesn't give Tones an inch to turn that into a 1v2. Great work. Flux off the start here. And Offit will be 2-0 up.
2-0. And Nellis showing some weakness in the Search and Destroy early. Back to the attacking side. Lots of pressure towards the outside P2, but it looks like Kuzo is cutting things in towards A slowly and steadily. They all are gone, and Arrow Oppa gets caught. Everything is turned all around. Tones on the staircase. He ends up falling. Trade into a 3v3 for the retake.
Frustrating moment for Nellis. You gain that life advantage, and then you hand it back so freely. But I will say, lack of intel for Offit here in terms of the retake. They're checking a lot of different angles, and nobody's home. Smoke over the top. Kuzo in a very interesting spot on the desk. And, well, you find yourself being rushed here, and, well, you don't have the numbers. Smack's going to try and get here into a 1v1 against Buckley, and does enough, just about. And Nellis, well, they get the first blood, but make it incredibly interesting from there.
This is, finally a strong showing from Nellis in the S&D. Took him a little bit, but you see Kuzo towards the end. What you need on a Protocol is your subs to win battles like that, and putting it in the column of a win for Nellis. That is your first step to many done here in the S&D.
The break-off coming on through here. Do we see a change-up? We talked about potentially hitting on over towards that B site. I'd love to see it early, and, well, I think the gents hear me, because that's exactly where the bomb's being rotated off to. Tones is going to be in this top window. Do you spot the cross? You take the fight against Arrow Appa, but I think you've not looked on over towards the cannon side, and as such, there might be a bomb headed to B. But because of the delay, there's already going to be a reinforcement for Nellis.
Flux on the other side. Oh, Kuzo spits on him. That is something that shouldn't happen, but here's another thing where Smack's just going to keep those numbers for Nellis. And on the opposite side, 3 in a row for Smack. Does he get some bad timing against Arrow Appa? Should see him underneath. Shots ring out. Nothing deadly going to connect. So 35 seconds for this attack to turn into something winnable.
It's all about who blinks first a little bit here. I think that for Nellis, you feel more comfortable retaking on the bomb site, and Smoke will now make that call that we are indeed getting moved over there. Can you stop the bomb actually being planted? That would be perfect. Well, at least the cherry on the cake becomes you cut Appa down before he gets away, and Smack then does the rest of the work. I think it was actually Smoke in the end who finds Waz. I'm not 100% sure. Codcaster's lying his ass off, but great work. I mean, to be fair, I like the play out of Offit, right? We've talked about this. You head on over towards B. That's payoff, not even just for now. That could have been payoff in this round, but it's also then later on because suddenly Nellis are going to be questioning, okay, are they making a B hit? So it'll be interesting to see how the Nellis defense reacts from here. That being said, I think Offit just needed to be braver. I think that they start off, they want to make a play. The whole point of going forward B is you get there quickly and then you set yourself up in the deep back spawn, and they just never really go. They get stuck in mid-map, and as such, it allows Nellis to read it and retake.
So you answer back with 2 of your own. Trophies out. Not going to be out for Nellis, though, so you know that the aggression is in over towards A. Some Tex doesn't get here in time. Nothing to do the damage. Flux still finds the kill, but Tones with 2. The A site has fallen.
Bomb goes down. 3v2 then. Smack keeping an eye on Big Door here. Be interesting to see if he repositions. He does. Probably at the worst timing, to be honest. And Smoke crosses. Arappa hits nothing but wind. And as such, that gives up your position to start things off. But Yup is going to try and play this close. The problem is here, you have 2 ARs if you're off it trying to break this.
And you haven't been able to get through Tones just yet. 5 in a row for Smack. Has Nellis for 3 rounds in a row. I've just been so strong in this search and destroy. It was a little slow at the gates, but, you know, it's the same thing that we were seeing back in that red card hardpoint. It just takes them time to get going, it seems.
Yeah, you're right about that. It does seem like they come out slow off the blocks. Of course, we've had a break, so maybe it's a case of that again. But for off it, it's a case of you're a little bit worried now. I'm giving up 2 rounds on the bounce. You don't want to hand Nellis momentum. We saw what that did in map 1. You've already had a B attempt, so it's back to A for now.
Smoke over the top. See if he can find number 6. He does. Just the narrowest margin. Slides out with Kuzo. And you've already shoved them away from this B-A site. Waz has the bomb, but how do you bring this back from a 2v4? Now 1 versus 4.
If anyone can, we know it's Waz as he tries to line up that fight on Tones, but he's just throwing shoulders, and Waz surely going to be surrounded here. Smoke gets in around the back, and, well, it's a little bit windy for a second, but it's clinged on up in the end. The thing is here, Nellis are leading 5-1 in First Bloods, and quite frankly, although they're not necessarily all clean First Blood, sometimes being instantly traded, you just can't look at that stat line and expect to be leading in an S&D more often than not. That's requiring huge clutches. The quality of this Nellis Air Force Base team means that that's not going to happen very often. And so, right now, off of just giving themselves not much to build upon. I like some of the stuff that they're trying to do. I'm a big fan of the way Flux starts. I'm a big fan of the idea of shifting a couple of things towards B and having Nellis second guessing. But we've got to see some substance out of all of these mind games. We've got to see them start to pull it together. Otherwise, this is sailing away from them.
Yeah, well, Flux goes down first, and that's not the start you want to see if this is to be brought back. The B site is wide open for a plant.
It just slows down for a second. I don't mind this. Off it. I mean, they're going to tentatively start to make noises out of the bomb site, but, I mean, this retake looks damn near impossible. You get your AR into the helipad, you get your AR into the back SAM turret. Your SMGs are up close to control the arches. Best of luck, gentlemen.
Tones, well, that's actually Smoke back there, not Tones. Cosplaying for his captain. Giving him a little bit of a highlight reel in the kill feed. 9 in a row, Andy. His guy is unbearable. If you're off it, 5 for Smack. I mean, there's like 3 players on this team who just haven't died, and I feel maybe 4 rounds.
No, I'm with you 100%. These last couple of rounds were just far too easy. And this is the thing. Once Nellis suddenly realize what their opposing team are doing, they make a couple of adjustments. You light that fire underneath them, basically, and you end up in a spot where not many squads keeping up. We've said this about a couple of our teams that have already booked tickets on through to Worlds. And Nellis showing why they are ever closer to joining them. Smoke 12-3, 9 in a row. His positioning, his play, his general awareness for the squad has been top tier. Has the RC, has the Hellstorm if he so wishes. Will catch a stun in the face though for now. Oh, and Dex his teammate with a trophy.
I mean, a little love tap. And off it seems like they've learned their lesson. They're going over towards B. Fast aggression has actually pulled Tones away from the position to stop this bomb from getting planted, but he is going to get to this back turn in time.
Oh, but does he see Appa? I don't think he does. You're going to get the crossing from Waz. And, well, Waz does very well there. Tucks himself into the tree and just makes himself a little bit of a distraction to let Appa hit the flank. And that's more like it. You do get the Hellstorm in from Tones. Finds one. And it also sends everyone else scrambling. Kuzo's going to hop this immediately.
Oh,
no. Oh, Buckley.
Has to rush, has to get here, hasn't seen it, and nobody expects the bomb hop in the middle of the round, especially when there's 2 players still alive. But you see that there isn't even a sweat broken on the side of Nellis. A couple headphones down, maybe some shared conversations, but a strong game from this team. 13-3 from Smoke, who was cosplaying as his captain the entire time, and Smack right alongside him. What a game from this squad.
Yeah, no, I mean, it feels like Offit got off to that great start. 2 rounds on the bounce to really get things going, but Nellis, as soon as they found a way to get things going, 6 in a row for them, and that means that they walk away victors here. Smoke takes over. A huge performance from him. Real X factor on the map, but even just in other moments, you know, where we're seeing, for example, Smoke there calls in that Hellstorm missile, and there's a trust and belief in each other immediately. I don't know how many times, you know, you can't practice for a situation like that. Okay, we've lost control over the B site. We've got a moment here where that's obviously why your team are full stacking into A, because you have that Hellstorm to play behind. But it's one of those. Kuzo just has the balls to hop straight on the bomb. No one really prepares for that kind of situation. It's just in the moment. He clearly makes that call. His teammates do enough to distract, and as such, it comes through. And right now, Nellis's extra bit of teamwork being in sync, too much for Offit to handle. Despite the qualities that they have in that squad, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable all of a sudden, my friend, about that 3-0 prediction.
Yeah, you and I both. That, you know, Nellis just continue to impress in terms of the dominance that they're showing throughout this game. A couple of slip-ups early on, and I think that provides some value to excitement from this Offit team, but also at the same time, it really looks like that value that they're getting is more so a situation, I think, of Nellis not showing up in those moments and some mistakes being made. But as soon as those mistakes are gone, it hasn't really been good for Offit. In the Hardpoint, they had the chance, the search and destroy, it was pretty one-sided. And that brings us into our next map for this series. Since we had the break earlier, we're going to keep the ball rolling here. So let's take a look towards our maps to see where we're going for this control. No breaks. We are steadfast in seeing if we can keep this one going. It's Vault Control coming up next, Andy.
Yeah, the Vault Control leaves me even more concerned for Offit, to be completely honest with you. Don't get me wrong, if they start strong here, which they have done in both maps so far, there's every reason to believe they can put an attack round on the board nice and quickly and suddenly flip the script a little bit. The thing is, once Nellis come online, they could, of course, answer back, as they have done successfully twice now. The thing for me becomes, there was a round in that S&D where Offit do the thing that I love to see a squad do on an offensive round, where you move the bomb to B. But it was done hesitantly. It wasn't done confidently. It felt like a scrappy, spare of the moment, last second panic decision, rather than a, okay, we're making this play for these reasons, whether it pays off now or later. And as such, you look at Vault Control, and so often the team that is rewarded, especially on the offensive rounds, are those that are very ballsy about going from A to B and back and forth, and are able to shift that defensive line around. I don't see that right now from this Offit lineup. I do, however, see it for Nellis, especially with how you see some of their star players playing in that S&D. I think that they're going to be the team to kind of come online all together, move their opponents around, and make it a living hell for them.
Yeah, there's a time this year, I think that it's shifted for me, but I used to regard Vault as the most winnable offensive map that we have in Control. I think Hacienda takes the cake for that these days, especially with the spawn traps that we've been seeing. And the successful offensive wins that we've been seeing. But for Vault, I mean, it's just a situation of if you can get that A site or A zone captured very quickly, B zone is just a stone throws away, and a solid 4 down on the attacking side. It's really tough to break from those back art spawns, or sorry, back P4 spawns. Because ever since, a couple patches ago, they switched up the Control spawns, and on defense, you spawn so far away now.
Yeah, you do. You spawn all the way down south. It's difficult to recover from there as well. Those spawns got moved at a different point as well up north if you're on the offensive side towards Trophy. So you end up ever closer to B, which makes things a nightmare. It's just, I agree with you. This starts to play a lot more into our offensive teams. I mean, if you look at the stats historically over the year, yes, Vault was one that made a bit of sense on that regard, but now it's I think very offensively favored. We've seen a lot of it as well in this tournament where teams are coming out and putting up offensive rounds. So yeah, again, I'm struggling to build a case though where that then favors off it. Like, do I want it to? Absolutely, because we want a great series, we want it to push on through. But for me, Nellis here, I think, close it up and book their ticket to Worlds. If Offit are going to do it, and I still put Offit in that bracket of teams that may make Worlds, I'm looking at Wazd. I'm looking at him to kind of take over again because he is a phenomenal individual, and we know the ceiling that he's got. It's just whether or not you can control 4 very good players at the same time.
Yeah, he made a really strong case back in that Hardpoint for a chance to steal it away in map 1, but since then, map 2, Search and Destroy, it wasn't the same. You were really put on a leash by this Nellis team and in Control. Yeah, you're probably going to have some impact in, speeding the game up, having those flank presence, and being able to take those engagements knowing you'll respawn. But at the same time, it's very difficult when you look at Nellis and all 4 players are warming up from map to map. And in that map number 2, you had both Smoke and Smack smacking you in the face the entire time. It was really rough to get through that slaying aspect in map number 2. And for Control, I want to give this Offit a chance at pushing this one to a map 4, maybe a map 5 if we do have the skyline in actually played by these 2 teams. But I think that with Vault being the Control, it does favor Nellis more, which is the scary part.
Yeah, no, it is indeed, because you mentioned there Smack and Smoke, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, really good duo. But if you get through that, you've got Tones and Kuzo. So, yeah, the stack
doesn't get easier.
No, it doesn't at all. There's sometimes, we've played in plenty of lobbies over the years, and you've gone a couple of players, and like you'll cut through some players, and you're like, okay, I'm coming up against one of the guys that I know I can outgun consistently here. It's all good. But I don't think there's anyone on this lineup that's, not going to shoot straight, not going to be a straight up shot with you in the fight. Again, probably putting a lot of pressure on Waz, but if you want to be a standout player and get your team to Worlds, you've got to be able to mount that pressure on your shoulders and carry your team on through a couple of moments. But yeah, we again would love, I know there's some love for them in chat as well, for the Offit base, and I want to see them be rewarded with a little bit of success here. I think that if you do end up falling here, there's plenty that you've learned, or there's plenty that you've shown that shows that you can contest against some of these very top-end squads and make you very confident in that lower bracket run. For Nellis, I think that what you're walking away with here is, first of all, the belief and understanding that if you get off to slow starts, you can bounce back because you've done that twice already. But also, again, the depth in talent that you have, the ability for, okay, let's say the Smoke or Tones aren't having their moment. Kuzo's going to make a very heads-up play like the Ninja Diffuse, and so much depth to their roster that should give them great confidence against the rest of the squads in this bracket.
I'm seeing a little bit of copium in chat. Offit 3-2, thinking the reverse sweep is going to happen.
Okay.
A little bit of a sad face next to the playing it cool. Playing it really cool. Going through this next one, it's going to be a really difficult one. It's never out of the realm of possibility with Call of Duty. Crazier things have happened, in my opinion, Andy. Heck, Falcons won matches in the CDL this year. So
that is true. I cast it. I cast over the one that they've won on land, which, me and Study went into that, and we were kind of like
pre-change.
Oh, just right, saying. Okay, yeah, they managed one, right?
One.
Yeah,
like I said, crazier things have happened.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, no. I mean, like I said, I got to cast the one where they were on land at DreamHack. And me sort of kind of went into it and like, look, let's try and build the fairy tale here. And it happened, so you never know. Yeah, you're right. We've seen crazier things happen. It can be... COD is an on-the-day game. It's an in-the-moment game. And you can definitely see them pulling off an upset here with a player like Wazd in their lineup. But you've got to get that support in for the rest of the squad. You've got to go nuclear yourself. Otherwise, Nellis looking pretty comfortable to make sure they're at Worlds come August.
Do you have like a favorite reverse sweep that you remember in your brain from competitive Call of Duty, if there is one?
I mean, honestly, that's got to go up there. My first time casting in the Call of Duty League, obviously alongside Studdy, who I used to watch play back in the day. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was a hell of a moment. Like, that was... Also, I couldn't quite believe it.
Yeah, that was crazy. I have a least favorite one, and it happened in Cold War, but I don't really want to go into depth about it. But, you know...
Least favorite? I'm curious. It happened to your team?
Dude, it was the best of 9 from Minnesota. You know, I just want to leave it at that. Yeah, that was a rough one to watch. But aside from that, we got a game in front of us. Vault control ready to go. Trying to get up top and towards the catwalk. And a couple of trades, but while this is going on, Ellis are on the A zone.
No, indeed. Just happy to focus the point. We've accused a couple of teams that played Vault Control today of being a lot of bluster, but not enough end substance. It's kind of almost the opposite situation for Nellis. They're very direct to the point, and 2 ticks already come through. Also, you're making noise over towards B. Tones does very well to stay alive. I am a little bit concerned about where you're going to go from here, but you've done enough damage, really, and it gets even better because, wow, you'll get art control if you want it, although the decision to dive back to the point, not sure if that come back to haunt you later.
Well, far spawns. The overextension towards Cat being covered. Waz for a second is going to break back over towards B, but not able to fully deplete the zone from this capture. And Smack, who's 5-1, is looking to go rampant in your spawn. Over towards B we go. First segments in. 2 down, all eyes forward.
Waffit, what do you have? Show us some of that resilience that you need to be a good team. Smoke is just harassing your backline. There's 2 kills as well in the feed for Kuzo. And Wazd, well, I did say, if you're going to step up and deliver something, now would be a great time. You find 2, you help your teammates, but it'll only be for a moment as Kuzo finds another. And the flooding reinforcements likely mean B falls, but Yupple's on the route. Yupple's in through the back door, but isn't there in time. The Observer, I mean, you see a head fall there. I'm going to assume that is Yupply because he had the opportunity. He had the moment, the timing. He'd done everything right. It's just needing that extra bit of half sprint. Oh, my lord. So close. But I tell you what, one of the most straightforward attack rounds we've seen in Vault Control this entire tournament.
Just wow. That's all I have to say is just wow. What we're seeing out of Nellis is some very confident Call of Duty. Smoke 6-2, Smack 6-2. These guys really are a duo. I mean, it's like it was meant to be. Just like Smoke, Smack. Like literally one letter separates these 2 gamer tags, and they're like brothers out there holding hands through the fields of Vault, slaying out against Offit. Now on the defensive side, Offit have to figure out a way to see if they can get some control over towards top halls and let it bleed into stacking this A zone.
The problem is you have Smack and Kuzo making a route here. Flux might get the timing, actually. He does. It's a little bit too quick on the trigger for Smack, but you find Kuzo, and then we can Smack up as well. Should be able to give out the intel, and does clean that up if you're a teammate. So a good passage of play from you individually if you're Flux. The problem is your teammates aren't activating elsewhere. As such, you might go on 4 in a row, but it's just not going to lead to any progress on the sites. And it gets even worse as Smoke finds kills out in the street and puts Yupply on skates. Offit have nothing in terms of progress here. Nellis looking superb.
30 seconds left. Smack's going to spot the overextension over towards B, but nice shots from Appa. He's going to back down, pivot back to this A zone. See if he can give some comfort to the teammates trying to get back here, and it looks like he's doing exactly that. On to A. Teammates are arriving. Offit, this is your last stand. A team kill.
Yeah. And Smack will also have control of lights, and Tones is pre-firing things. You are going to try and flood B, but you got 3 seconds to touch, and Tones, well, he sniffs something's up. Kuzo will get here, but not before Waz can find 2, because of course, it's him to really put pressure on as you need it. 1.4 seconds left on the clock. Couple of kills come through. Yupley won't be able to help. Smoke's going to push forward. Flux finds a kill, a trade. 0.3 on the timer now as the bodies dive A.
Oppa's going to be watching the side. He steps off of it. Oh no. Nellis, I mean, it seemed like a round that was going your way, but you don't want it to end like that. A dominant defensive side there. Nellis setting themselves up for the sweep. 1 round away from qualifying for Worlds and doing it with a very steady, ironclad fist.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaking way as well to step off. I mean, if you're off it, you're kind of like looking at this like, okay, at the end of round 1, we almost had Yupley through the back for his 3-piece. I think it was only delaying the inevitable, but even still, round 2, you step off the point, and again, I think probably delaying the inevitable situation, but it's just heartbreaking for Offit, who have had their moments, but right now seem down and out. And in Yupley 1 and 12, I hate to pin an individual, but it's just not been the map you need if you want to build your way back into this series. Ouch. That's why.
Yeah, big ouchie. 12 and 6, by the way. Incredible. So stack over towards A. Kills coming through yet again. Double kill. Almost a third one. Kuzo, though, he's going to go down. Waz on 50 health. Has to hit the reach in, but the triple stack, he has no time. He has to go for the contest. He has to jump on in. And he is just waiting. He is waiting for it to get captured before they make the move. 3 down. Finally the kills. They wipe it, but it's too late.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my composure over here. I can't breathe.
What?
Nellis just hitting through the street. I'll come back to it. Nellis, though, with 2 minutes to find a way to pick through this defensive line. Feels like only a matter of time. You do find 2 kills if you are Yupley, so that's all you've managed so far through the entire map. So that's better from you. Although, then again, 3 kills just immediately answer back. And that's what Nellis do. They recognize, okay, hang on, we're under a bit of pressure here. Let's just flick the switch, make sure we lock in, clean everything up. Flux, who's had himself a solid game, is going to put off the stun, try and get close, aims in hand. Was from the top rope, who, despite his obvious individual brilliance, has just been muted by the quality in this lineup for Nellis. There's a kill that comes through, but it's a stack and B's moving, already almost at 2 ticks.
Second tick. Trying to get here, Yupley. 5 kills, but that 5th one might have saved this for a little bit longer. Good kill from Flux as well. Smoke has been spotted. Oppa's going to go down for a second. There's a moment to breathe, but it seems like it's just a second.
Yupley does well here, actually. Another 2-piece. I don't know how this guy started off with 1 kill. He suddenly found 6 very quickly. And it's a great defensive setup, actually, here for Offit. What you've got to avoid is like a clean 3 dead or something. I mean, that will be one, but you need a situation here where you trade. You do have a player arriving through the waterway in Flux, who does well. Actually, it's going to be Arrow Appa and Flux, sorry, doubling up on the point. Kill feed. Lying to us yet again, but Smoke cleans it, finds 2, will be on the point, but he's got to survive for a moment so his boys can get in.
Please frying right now in this round. He is doing everything he can to keep this B zone from getting captured. 6v9. Nice. 49 seconds.
Okay.
And now no respawns. So often have a chance to put themselves on the board with a defensive round. They just have to hold for 4 more kills.
You're an idiot. Has anyone ever told you? Anyway, Nellis, you got to figure this out because you got 25 seconds. Although 3 on the board. The thing is, because of how good you've been so often through this matchup, I still don't put it past you. 1v7 will be Tones. I do now finally put it past you. And off it, they hold on. A great show of resilience. Stabilized when they needed to. Felt like it was a simple case for Nellis, really, of just picking this defensive line apart so easily, as much as they've done in previous rounds. But there, you stand tall, and I think it comes back to Yupley a bit, who, you know, I called him out at the start of the round and said, look, it's just not been enough, you're not delivering, and he says, all right, watch me, and puts up an impressive performance around that B site in particular to lift himself back into a respectable position. Don't get me wrong. Do I think that Nellis probably wrap it up here? Yes, but it's another sign of why Offit do have us in that position of thinking that they can make worlds. But Buckley, the man who we start with here, 9-15 from nowhere. If you can continue that, gives your squad an opportunity to get this to a round 5.
But it has to be an offensive win, and you know, easier said than done when it comes down to winning rounds like this. Stack over towards A. Tones hitting through you. Nice shots from Arrow Appa, and Buckley is crying at this point in time. 4 in a row. A's getting captured, and Buckley's got another one. He's got 5 before dropping. This guy, I think he turned his monitor on.
Yeah, we align CONUS at CONUS. Like, what's going on here? Like, how the hell has Buckley suddenly turned into the best player in the lobby coming into this series? Don't get me wrong, I had no disrespect for him at all, but it was a terrible start. Like, let's not get it twisted. That being said, you've helped your teams catch A very quickly in 2 minutes. The problem is this feels a little bit like the last round where you've got all this time, but you need to find ways of actually making progress towards the point. Kuzo will find one, traded out by Appa, who's in that lower ground. The longer he stays there and just kind of stays alive, the more question marks you're going to have if you're Nellis. The spawns as well aren't kind to you. They're going to be all the way down south. So what you've got to do here is punch your way out, and Waz will be found at least. So 2 on the board gives you a little bit of breathing room. And we've already burnt through 30 seconds. And just like the last round, Offit making no progress so far towards B.
Whoa, Waz. Good shots there. Hops out. Nobody in your base just yet, but Kuzo tucked away through mid. He is waiting for a chance to pounce, and there it is. Waz gonna walk right past him. And he's now going deep for these kills. 3 in a row. Looking for any more. The timing is paying off perfectly, and he is in behind everything. So Kuzo's ripping apart Offit. And the rest of Nellis have just been able to post up and wait.
Yeah, and just like that, that 2 minutes that you had on the timer has turned into just 60 seconds and flux. Yeah, you're allowed to do that one. Don't get me wrong. Probably focus on just making sure you get the next kill. You need it at the end of the day, but that was gorgeous. Anyway, nade goes out. That should clean that up and was, yeah, taken with the van. And we're down to 45 seconds. And the thing is, well, Nellis up 2 lives, and it's not really even going to get close to lives because Offit haven't been aggressive enough to really turn it into that kind of standoff anyway. So you've got to make a perfect hit happen, really. Apply pressure and have Nellis scramble. Otherwise, we're done.
6 in a row for Tones, 2 in a row for Smoke. Last chance to get over towards the zone. Good kills from Appa. Wast waiting to hop in with the rest of the squad, but it's smack outside. He gets 2. In the middle, Kuzo from the flank. 3 down, 10 seconds. Can you take him out of the art? Hetty, you cannot. And it looks like that is it for the series. Nobody's going to get towards this B zone. Any kill, it is just for courtesy. Offit fall to Nellis, and Nellis rise to the championships in August, and they move to the next round.
Yeah, massive congratulations to the Nellis Air Force Base boys. They will indeed see Worlds, and deservedly so. They've been phenomenal all the way through, finishing second in their bracket for regionals and looking pretty untouchable when it comes to the closing stages of CONUS here. I'm going to be a team that I'm very excited to watch go through. It just feels like you have so much depth of talent here. You've, got this lineup where, again, we spoke about it before. If you get through Smoke, you get through Smack. If for some reason they're not going on a heater, which so often they are, you've then got Kuzo, who's capable of making incredibly intelligent plays, more than happy holding his own. And then, well, look over his shoulder, and you've got Tones, the leader, guiding this team forward, spearheading them onward into the World Championships. For Offit, I think this is one of those situations, we've spoken a little bit about it. They're a good team. Do I think that they're going to make it really interesting about whether or not they get through to Worlds and potentially be one of those last teams on through? Yes. Do I think that right now they need to do a bit of work before they start to get themselves into a position to actually contend our top 4 teams in particular? Yeah, there's got to be a lot of odd review and a lot of work done.
In the controls, the search and destroys for sure. Hardpoint looked pretty good, but still lots to be done for this Offit team if they want to make this run. Nellis, you're right. Tones, he has put together a squad. We didn't doubt this whatsoever. We knew that this was going to be Nellis walking away with this win. Throughout the regional bracket for the western side, this team was, nothing short of impressive. And I think that when it comes down to it, they sent Cannon down to the lower brackets. They went up against Peterson. It was pretty close against this Peterson team, and Peterson looked like the best at CONUS at this point in time. So when you put all that together, I think this was an expectation for Nellis to really rise here, and I think that they did a really good job in not slowing down.
No, I agree, because we've spoken about a lot of teams lacking focus. Sometimes they get into themselves into situations where they're in the ascendancy, they're in the lead, and then they give up a map or a round or something, and it puts them on the back foot. Nellis never really did that. Like, don't get me wrong, it was a slower start than they probably would have liked in the Hardpoint. It was a slower start than you probably would have liked in the S&D, but it never really, once they got an advantage, they never let that go. So yeah. I think if you work on your starts a little bit, if you're Nellis here, if you know exactly how you want to break off in that first round of S&D, or for your P1, P2 if you're Hardpoint, I think all of a sudden there's not many cracks left in this team, not many chinks in the armor. So really looking forward to see what they do from here. We've already spoken to several squads that said they're going to do the VOD review. Considering Nellis, led by Tones, I'm fully expecting them to be able to do that VOD review and make the extra steps required to really contend for the CONUS championship.
Yeah, so we're hoping to get them in and kind of dissect their brain on, what exactly happened. Do you feel like, after watching Eglin, would you put Eglin up there alongside this Nellis team as well, Andy?
Oh, it's tough, right? It's tough to kind of do those power rankings. I think right now, I think I gotta go. Yeah, I think that becomes a really close battle, because I think Peterson do get to stand on their own little shelf a little bit, but then I think that you do have like Eglin and Nellis, not just them. I'm trying to think of the fourth team as well. Langley, Eustace. You kind of get this like bracket of teams like in behind where it's like very interesting. I think it sets us up for some absolute bangers at some point. Yeah, and when we do that Eglin Nellis game, that's going to be, whoever gets the cast, that's going to be blessed.
Well, it's going to be one of the three of us, or two, I guess, out of the three of us, getting a chance for that game in the future. We got our interview with Tones ready to go. Let's bring him into the booth. Tones, congratulations, my man. You put one hell of a squad together with Nellis. I know you were in Luke Air Force Base before. You had a great run last year in CONUS. This time you're looking to do better than that. What kind of process are you taking to try to make that happen?
Good talking to you guys again. I feel like I've talked to you guys once a year for the past couple of years now. So good to see you guys again. Hope all's well. And last year, right after CONUS, I PCS to Nellis, and it was like kind of around the time, so I started looking for a team. And man, did I get some shooters, huh? What do you think about them dudes? They can shoot.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah,
they're
not bad.
Yeah, they carry this old man, so it's nice, especially after getting slammed last year with that team. It was nice to put together this team for sure. And like I said, they're amazing. They put in a lot of work. We grinded a lot, so we're glad that we secured our ticket for Worlds.
I mean, continuing on through that, I guess now obviously there's the inaugural Worlds that's coming up that you have now qualified for. So a huge congratulations to you and the gents. But it's a case of, yes, you were previously a part of Luke Air Force Base, and as I said, you've spoken to us multiple times. It's funny, all these pictures come up from all the players, and I'm like, I know that guy. I've spoken to him before. But it's a case of, I guess now you move over to Nellis. Is it a case of writing a whole new legacy now that you're over here? You've obviously got these shooters alongside you, and an opportunity to write a whole different chapter in your spotlight here.
I don't think about it like that. Like I said, I'm old. I'm 34. I got some young guns with me now. So I think about it like showcasing. Like, this is a lot of their first years in AFG. So I was really excited to bring these guys and showcase how good they were, because they're really good. And it's been a lot of fun to grind with them and get prepped for this.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look fantastic. Like, with me and Seymour, if you watch this one back, we spent a lot of time trying to be like, damn, these guys, are there any holes in their gameplay right now? I don't know. You'll have to figure that out with some of your own VOD review, I'm sure. But it's on to Eglin next. I don't know if you've had much of an opportunity to really see them play, obviously, because they were in the Easterns, but they were the champions over there, and they've punched their ticket to Worlds as well. Any thoughts ahead of that series and what you need to fix up before you get there?
No, I mean, we just got to play our game. I mean, really, that comes down to just executing, calming. I mean, like, that last game, I don't know if you guys know, like, Discord went out, so we were in game chat. Like, it was rough. Oh. So, like, hopefully we don't have that. Like, yesterday we had a map 1 reset on Skyline. The other day, Kuzo's laptop went out, so he had to play on, like, a literal 12-inch laptop screen against Canon.
So if we can just have some smooth things, hopefully we can do good. But Eglin's really good, man. That's gonna be a tough team, but we got some shooters on my team, so I'm excited.
I think you're lying to me, Tones. I think that you're not in your 30s. I think you're 21 and cracks and fresh
great.
on the sticks.
I wish.
You saying these guys are carrying you? It does not look like that one bit. It's great to see you, my man, and your team looks fantastic. I bet. It's also good that you went to the qualifiers and you got to take down Luke at the same time. That was probably a pretty fun matchup for itself. But before we let you go to get ready for your next set of matches, is there anything you'd like to say to the stream?
No, thank you for the support. If my leadership's watching, I appreciate you sending us out, and props to my teammates, man. They've been grinding, so I'm just happy to be here. And like I said, good talking to you guys again, and hopefully we talk again soon.
I'm sure we will. You're the best, man. We'll see you soon.
Appreciate it.
Andy, I mean, what a great guy. Every single time.
Yeah.
Whenever he's going to be on that interview, this guy, he's saying he's getting carried. That's cap. That's straight cap.
It is. It is. That's don't get me wrong. Like, I know that you've got some shooters in front of you, but he says himself, he's 34, and he kind of goes, okay, I know what my role is for this team, and he's executing it perfectly. And without executing that role, where you're playing a lot of the dirty work, doing a lot of the in-game calling, stuff like that, those shooters, those superstars can't do the things that they do. This is something that we've known in Call of Duty for some time now. So Tones has a role, playing it to absolute perfection, and again, showing why the player that we think a hell of a lot of, but also coming on the interview and being the incredible stand-up guy that he is every single time we get the opportunity to talk to him.
Well, we're going to have the opportunity to at least talk to two more teams as we got two more matches to end the night very soon. We'll throw things to a break, get things set up to continue day 3 of CONUS very soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CONUS Esports Championships for 2025 in the Patrick Space Force base. We're about to get into our final 2 matches of the night as we look to send another couple of teams to Worlds. Next up on the docket, it's Peterson, it's Buckley. It's going to be a banger. I'm Infinity, that's Enigma, and we're ready for some more Call of Duty. Looking forward to this matchup.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, another opportunity here to book a set of tickets on through to Worlds. So, so much at stake for these two teams. And, you know, that means that although we might have favorites, we might have underdogs, we have so many stories to set up here, of course. The pressure never been higher than it is right now. And as such, I can do very different things to different players. I'm looking forward to breaking it all down alongside you, my friend.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket, show you guys how everything is broken down so far. We've sent a couple of teams already to Worlds. We saw Eglin 3-0 Malmstrom earlier on today. They booked their ticket off the back of that matchup, and albeit Nellis had to wait a while to get into map number 2, they eventually did get their 3-0 against Offit. 3-0s still across the board today.
Yep.
Surely, at some point, we're going to get a map number 4?
I think it's only going to happen, to be honest, when we start to get down towards it. I mean, Langley Eustace against Cannon looks very tasty, but other than that, I'm feeling a bit like it's mostly going to happen in our lower bracket portion, especially when we start to get teams towards that top 6 opportunity. So, yeah, I guess a lot of 3-0s aren't surprises. I was expecting 1 or 2 maps to be like kind of pinched away, maybe like an S&D or something. But yeah, I mean, the top dogs are coming out to show that they really rule the roost here.
Yeah, it's not been a very competitive day of Call of Duty, and as we've said already, we've got a couple more teams to get into Worlds. A reminder that you get top 6. That is the moment at which you book your ticket to the Worlds to fight the rest of the teams from CONUS, as well as those qualified from PACAF and USAFE. So, a couple more teams to get there today, and I already mentioned our next matchup is going to be Peterson versus Buckley. A couple of teams in totally different situations here, and they're coming into this one. One is a regional champion. The other one has been relatively disappointing thus far.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's a tough one because, yeah, Peterson, regional champion, and of the Western side, which we were saying is arguably the stronger side. Seems if we were to do our power rankings, we'd put a lot of Western teams towards that very top end for sure. Very, very impressive stuff yesterday. But Buckley, the players on this lineup, I just feel like we should be talking about them as one of those like real contenders amongst that top 4 group. Whereas instead, I think I'm just shifting them down into that bracket of, okay, you could be one of those teams inside the top 6, which I don't know, catch me by surprise when I'm talking about players like Hale, like Dante. I've seen these players multiple times over the years, always been very impressive. It's just not clicking so far through this tournament.
And here's a reminder of those rosters. I think, you know, Buckley are the story here. I mean, it's so weird because both rosters are so good, and they've been so enjoyable to watch at different stages. You already talked about the fact that Buckley, obviously, I mean, 2024 CONUS champions, right? Yeah. It is worth saying, though, it's not the same Buckley team. Hale is the only returning player from that winning roster, and he's been playing just as well. But I don't think the rest of the ensemble is as solid as the 2024 champions were. They've definitely made improvements, but certainly the couple of times we've seen them on broadcast so far, there's been some holes in the gameplay, and that's not going to be good enough against this Peterson roster.
No, it's not. Again, they are in a weird bracket of like, it feels, and we've seen this in whether it be the Call of Duty League, whether it be Challengers, etc., etc. You wipe the floor with a lot of the teams here, but then there's also a level that you can't play up to just yet, and they're absolutely smoking you. And when I look across this Peterson Space Force base team of Kimura, JR, Loyal, and Soter, I don't think there becomes a tougher test to really continue your bracket here if you are Buckley. Not only because they won the Westerns, but just because I don't see many chinks in their armor at all. There's a couple of teams here, even towards the top end, we're like, S&D could do with some work, this could do with some work, blah, blah, blah. Well, we said yesterday, you know, Peterson, you need to figure a couple of things out when it comes to your S&D. And they went, all right, bet, and won a bunch of game 5s. So, yeah, right now, Soto leading the line, doing all the dirty work. Look for him on the early rotations, doing all the horrible bits and pieces. And he's just setting up Loyal, Kimura, and JR to do their thing. And by God, they have done it so far through this tournament.
I think the scary thing about Peterson, right, is that they are, of course, the Western champions. And what is the conversation we've been having pretty much all week so far? It's that you compare the Eastern bracket to the Western bracket, and at least from our eyes, the Western bracket looks significantly more stacked with excellent teams. And Peterson were able to come out on top of each of them. But let's dive a little bit deeper into these rosters, talk about what each one has for us. Let's go back to Buckley for a second here, because, again, it is unfortunate in a way, right? Hale, the only returning member, and it's worth saying Hale has done everything we've asked of him, but at various points, it always feels like one player on this roster, Enigma, is just not picking up the slack.
Am I faded? I thought that Dante was also a part of last year's championship. I might be wrong. I might be lying to you. But Hale and Dante, definitely two names I've covered over a lot in the past. And personally, big fans of them. It's tough because then you almost like shine this light on Swerving Drew and Sour Patch Kid and say, well, are you doing enough? And that's harsh because you're stepping up into such a caliber of team with such a legacy that maybe it's unfair right now. You need time to grow and build yourself. You need to experience against other top teams, particularly on LAN. And with this tournament being a 5-day event, you've got the opportunity to get that experience and build and VOD review and go on from there. Then if you get through to Worlds, there's plenty more that can come from this roster. So to write them out would probably be the wrong thing to do. But if we go into this series right now with how this team's been looking, I'm still looking at Dante. I'm still looking at Hale to put up a real fight if you're going to against Peterson.
Yeah, I've actually got a VAR for you here, mate. Buckley, looking at their roster last year, it was Hale, Itama, Kabase, and Revenge. That was their roster last year. So Hale is the only returning player from that team. And obviously, I mean, they came out on top, right? They were the inevitable champions. This new roster hasn't lived up to the hype just yet, but there still is potential to improve, and they're going to want to do that against a roster like Peterson, because these guys, let me tell you, these guys are the real deal, the creme de la creme. It's honestly stunning to ever make a lower bracket run in any tournament. To do it in as difficult as a bracket as the western side of the competition. Peterson ran through pretty much everybody throughout days number 1 and 2. They have improved every single time we've seen them. And in my mind, they are hot favorites right now to win the entire thing.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I'll be completely honest with you. We spoke about the way this team kind of sets up, the dynamic of them. Salter, it feels like he's just kind of on that revenge tour. And, you know, having not been able to play last year due to travel conflicts, and he's come back, and often we talk about these like revenge story players about like, you know, they're going to come in and absolutely blow the opponents apart. And actually, no, I think he's gone, all right, actually, I've got this really dangerous trio in front of me. I'm going to do the bit that makes them look fantastic. And as such, because we are lovers of fundamental Call of Duty and role-playing up here, we get to go sit there and go, actually, Salter is disgusting at what he does, and he's making the other three look brilliant. So, you know, yeah, huge fans of all four gentlemen on this lineup, and really can't wait to watch them, not just now, but on through the rest of the tournament.
Okay, so I figured it out. You've probably just seen the message that I put in the chat, Enigma. So it turns out that actually Itama is Dante. It's like Batman, Bruce Wayne. That's all right, alternate identity.
You know what?
So we're both right.
We don't get to, both of us score a point, and actually it's going to be a yellow card to Dante, because what the hell are you doing? You win a championship, you change your damn name. What are you playing at? Who are you?
I'm assuming that's the... Oh, yeah, Baby Yoda's coming back. Or Yoda King, that was what it was. I'm assuming that's the case because Itama's first name is Dante. So that is a hell of a coincidence if Itama didn't just change their game tag. Regardless...
Picture, like, God, I know that face. I'm not that blasted. Like, it's all right. You know, a lot of people to keep up with here, but I was like, you know... Anyway, never mind. It's all good. We got there in the end.
We got there in the end. It turns out Dante was on the roster last year, playing under the name Itama. Anyway, those are the rosters then. Let's take a look at the map set for this best of 5. Are we going to be seeing any maps we've seen from these guys before we kick off this best of 5 of one that appears in pretty much every damn series? It's because it's one of the best maps of all time in Call of Duty. Hacienda Hardpoint will start us off. We have a Rewind, Vault, Skyline, and Red Card to round out the series. Starting off on this Hacienda, what are we thinking about Buckley's chances?
I absolutely love that you call it one of the best maps ever, by the way. We need a conversation at some point through these 5 days. We did best favorite weapons with Seymour yesterday.
Just keep Seymour out of it.
Maps at some point. Yeah, I mean, he has some interesting takes. I like the guy, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, when it comes to Hacienda Hardpoint, we're immediately looking at great fundamentals then, right? Because that's what is rewarded here in Hassi, especially setting up for P2. You can instantly chain a really good rotation into 3 off this. Weirdly, like as the years developed, we're seeing more teams through the back half of it kind of punch out of P2 early to flip those spawns in for the other team into back gate and then just get that clean rotation over. It feels a little bit like that red card P2 the more the years gone on. But from there, it's a bit of a bloodbath all over the show when we talk about P1 and P4. Weirdly, though, and I don't know if you mess with this vibe as well, but the second rotation of P1 seems to reward a hell of a lot of points for some reason. I don't know why. And teams that can control chaos, and again, why I lean back towards Peterson, seem to really profit in those moments and extend a bit of a gap.
Yeah, if anything, it feels weird because I think teams so often focus on that rotation towards P2 on the second set, right? Because there's already a lot of points accumulated. You know that you can get a full 60 on P2. What you'll so often see teams doing, I think, is just focusing so hard on a P2 rotation, they end up forgetting that a team can actually accrue a lot of time on P1, it's very easy to just be like, all right, we're not focusing on a player in P1. We need to make sure we lock down the spawns for P2. And then obviously that's kind of how a game can get away from you. So yeah, you're right. It does feel weird at times that a lot of teams are getting somewhat specifically time on P1 on the second set. But Hacienda, I think even in COD Mobile, it's really weird, right? It's been this situation where whatever reason, the first set of rotations are always like super duper close, and then in the second set, whoever ends up winning just like completely blows the game wide open. I got a feeling P1 might be something to do about that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. It's a weird one how like you do get to a point where, okay, first set, we've kind of understood exactly how each team wants to play this right now. And then you get this one team just make an adjustment straight to P1, bunch of points on the timer, clean over to P2, and then that's it. The game just blown wide open. We do get some fantastic moments, of course, where we do get reeled down to the wires. But for a lot of our hardpoint maps, I feel like Hacienda is one of those where you do start to see a team take over once they come online and understand the adjustments that they've got to make through that rotation. Again, we're looking for teams to do that largely around P2, P3. And, once we get underway here, I'm looking forward to see who takes the initiative.
For sure. Well, we have to make predictions. Right now, I'm leading, of course. I'm going to bring that one out there every single time it comes up in the prediction category. But you guys, I believe, just got another point on the board, right? So we are looking for more points here, and we're both going to be getting one if our scores are correct, because both of us are saying Peterson are going to 3-0 blast their way through this series.
Yeah, it's been a day of 3-0s. Don't see it stopping here. I said this in the last series, and I think this is kind of echoes the same point. This series has a lot of mirroring similarities to the previous series, in my opinion. We've got a team that should definitely be at Worlds, should definitely be up there competing for the final trophy here. And that's even when we get through to Worlds as well, in my opinion. Whereas with Buckley, I put them in that bracket where it's like, okay, could you scrape into the top 6? Yes. Do I think that means you take maps away here? No, I think we're going to get a walkover.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult, right? Because you do see two teams in starkly different positions. I mean, this is the entire point. I mean, I'm not going to set up as a David versus Goliath, right? Because Buckley is still a very competent team. But the fact of the matter is, we've been discussing Buckley as this team that has been underperforming the entirety of the week thus far versus a Peterson roster that, for us at least, from our perspective, has been overperforming. Nobody expected them, at least from our perspective, to make the run that they have, to decimate everybody on that lower bracket run to the Western Championship in a very difficult region. And, well, I mean, therefore, it's kind of difficult not to say Peterson are going to walk away as the victors here in this best of 5. At least for both of us here, I think we're kind of on the same page. This is going to be a 3-0. That's not to say Buckley can't make each individual map competitive. I expect, as we pretty much always get, to see a competitive start to this Hacienda Hardpoint.
It's a weird one, because a lot of that conversation there, it kind of comes down to, again, our power rankings based on the evidence that we've had so far. And I think it's one of them. I think there's 5 teams right now that have nailed on to get through. And I put Buckley and I put Offit from the last series into that bucket of like, I'm hoping that you guys get to fight it out for that final spot, because I put you very much so alongside each other. But can Buckley cause an upset nice and early, or did Peterson just take control here? We're off underway for Hacienda, and it's Kimura that we get to tune in with first for a moment. And, well, Sota, Kimura, they will open up with the first couple of kills as they do. But Hale's found the route through the top corridors.
And this is what you want. I think, if anything, the secret to success, as Hale finds, 3 players off the start, is making Hale be the player that you're going to run around, have him be the roaming sub, and have everyone else play around the objective. I think it was right back at the first time we saw Buckley competing this tournament. That was something I had to figure out, right? Getting the players that maybe weren't performing as well into the objective. Right now, though, that's not what's happened here, as Loyal finds a couple of kills off the start. Now the map flipping in Peterson's favor. They're looking for the kills here. Enigma, this game can get away from you very quickly if you don't hit this P2 rotation correctly.
Yeah, Hale's going to try and contest that backline, but he's got a huge fight against Sota. And the closer they get, the more that favors Hale, by the way. He's got the SMG, and he is shooting, and he will find the kills in the back. Unfortunately, a team kill comes to a Sour Patch Kid who's out in the water, and well, I'm going to wonder if that's intentional, to be honest, and get yourself that spawn in for your teammates to back up this push and try and lock P2 down.
All right, well, all 3 players inside the hard point right now for Buckley. Dante trying to put some shots in around the back line. Excuse me, Hale is trying to put some shots in around the back line. Dante one down around the side door. Loyal will get shut down. So Peterson kind of poking and prodding at the hard point right now. You'll take these trades all day long if you're a Buckley towards the hard point. Drew has a lot to do and will get shut down. So Kimura now, first kill is good. You've got the coverage and the McLaren to work with for not just a second, but also a third. Kimura explodes, and now Peterson have Buckley locked into those back spawns.
And Loyal's got your eye on Lobby as well, so Kimura can focus forward, but he actually gets the worst of the timing, and that will mean Drew gets forward. So Loyal now, you've got so much to watch. Are you going to be able to do it? I mean, nearly turns and burns for one. Does enough to set Soter up for at least a kill. So scrap time fight will go the way of Buckley. Likely going to just leave us with a 5-point gap. The rotation is on, but the only player that's got here comfortably is JR. But where do your boys come from? It turns out it's going to be fences, so you got to focus forward. And Kimura, big fight for Plat.
And Kimura will win. Kimura makes that second more than feasible. Doesn't matter whether he gets it or not because his teammates are in for the time. You are dealing with players on both sides of the hard point, though. I don't think they're necessarily going to be expecting Hale here through the shed, and they don't. But Hale, because he's lost his teammates, has so much more to do. It hits it. He meets those expectations with fierce gameplay and more as well for Hale. 10 and 5 start for this man. He is single-handedly keeping Buckley in the conversation right now.
Yeah, well and truly understood the assignment. Must have heard us in the venue as we've called him out to be the man to lead the line, and has gone huge, and he does get picked up, and Soter bounces in for 2 more. And that's the thing, I think, for Buckley, you certainly have a couple of superstars. I think for Peterson, you have a full lineup of them. And good God, Loyal shows exactly why he's considered so highly when he's making his Jackal look like an AR over that fight.
It's just insane, isn't it, Hale? I mean, it might well be the most talented member of this lobby right now. I don't know if that's a crazy take to say, but Hale is certainly making it look realistic. He is insane. Rest of the squad, though, again, does need to step things up just a little bit here as we get towards the rock hard point. We're already 15 seconds deep, and Buckley doing well to win these initial gunfights. Kimura, though, could explode at any given time, but can only find one. Now looking to deal with the last remaining player. And, well, Junior's just effectively going to be wasting time for the rest of the squad to make their way over. He plays his role to perfection. Soda finds 2. Looking for number 3. Soda will clean house, and Peterson are back in.
One of the things I love about Soda as well, good old-fashioned flex player. Gets his that AR out when he needs it, the SMG as and when it suits his squad, and it's going to let him be a constant force to be reckoned with here, a constant thorn in the side, and it's just going to set Kimura up for a 2-piece, and that's what he does best. Stepping out, being the nuisance, allowing his ARs to fire on over the top. They'll put 2 on the board. Soda doesn't care because his team are scraping away the points and have found a 40-point lead here.
Again, we go back to that position that you were talking about before. Soda just continues, by the way, 16 and 8, just a casual performance right now. Yeah, dude, he is on one right now. We talk about P1 being the hill that can get away from you. Right now, Peterson not in it. They aren't comfortable until they get the gunfights, and that's not happening. Swerving Drew getting involved, but he will get cut down as part of what was a 2-piece, is now a 3-piece for Kimura. Surely not a 3. Hale came across his line of sight and actually does take enough out from the middle of the map that it will be Buckley back through. But if you're Kimura, you just rotate away here. You're looking for some of those battles.
Soda, I mean, the fact that you walk away with a kill there is insane. Like, you got a nade hit, you got a stun hit, you've also been shot a couple of times. The fact that you managed to get a trade. But in the end, it will be the Peterson squad just rotating over for 2. Loyal's going to try and hold the front line with this little off angle that won't be found by Hale. So the big player, this tip of the spear, will be cut down early. The thing is, the hill hasn't even popped open yet, so it doesn't turn into time. It's just going to give away information. That's a big fight in the back from Dante/Atama, who finds Kimura.
Well, Buckley still needs to win more gunfights is the problem. You can have these back spawns, but you could very easily get cut down around the driveway. A couple of players ready to meet what Buckley are about to send towards this hard point. Now it's just one. Both of those guys down for the count towards the hard point now. Kimura needs to go big, and he's not able to do so. Soda, the only one to find any value whatsoever. Hale trades that kill out. Buckley are hanging on.
Where the hit comes from. If you are Peterson, Loyal's going to find a kill in lobby, so that's going to shift a couple of players' attention around. Then what can you do? Well, Hale decides, actually, I'm going to slam on an AR for this, set myself up on the McLaren, and start to find a couple of kills. I don't even know if it is a McLaren anymore these days. Loyal will find 2 elsewhere. Kimura is going to make himself a bit of a nuisance from the waterway. It's only for 14 seconds. Honestly, I can see that Loyal starts to approach this, and yeah, disengage, rotate on over, support your teammates. And well, a couple of Buckley players have actually slipped past JR, who misses everything and finds himself being cut down. Won't be the impact he was hoping to have, but Soda, well, he's doing what he does best so far, making sure that rotation is getting locked in.
Well, Peterson, for all that they're outslaying Buckley right now, are not having a massive effect on the scoreline. Buckley have started to pick things up a little bit over the last couple of hard points. It's going to be a red kill feed here for the moment. Junior, the only one left alive, and he will not be alive for long. So first ever gunfights locked in here for Buckley. Now reading the spawns as well. Peterson trying to get a couple of players behind. One of those will be cut down in Loyal. Camera still in a potential position to pick up some kills, and Kimura will. But he's not getting the help off the spawn. Everyone is being cut off at the source. Only one player gets a bit of a janky spawn. It's Loyal, and he could still be the key to breaking this hard point, but it just is not happening. Somehow, Buckley have snuck their way back into this game.
I think one of the things as well at the minute is we're starting to see a bit more activation from Dante. Feels like he's got a very low engagement rate compared to some players in the lobby. I think that's him sticking around for a bit of a role that means he's off to the side, dealing with little dirty bits and setting his team up. But honestly, he's holding his own right now, so you do want to see a bit more of him in action if you are Buckley. And, well, Hale in particular is going to want that as you swarm this point if you're Peterson.
Losing the opening gunfights, though, for Buckley. Yep, that's full 4 down. So Peterson, all they have to do is recognize where these spawns are coming from. They've got players approached at every single point of entry towards the hard point. Loyal removes Hale from the situation. Buckley trying to play this one steady. Again, you've got players from all sides of the hard point, but they're not going at the right times here. The timing's not that great. You're going individually, and you're getting cut down individually as well. Soda finds himself on 5 in a row. His killing spree through this game has been pretty much constant. And now Buckley, like lambs to the slaughter, refuse to get into the hard point as Peterson are just cutting them down every single time. It's combined 9 now between Sota and Kimura.
And this is where Peterson just looks so good. This is where they picked up that gap in the first set of rotations. Just happy to play dynamically, bounce in and out and around each other. And when it requires tight-knit teamwork, there's very few that can match Peterson for it. So what the hell are we doing with this guy's OBJ, by the way? Like 27 and 16, 7 spree with the Jackal. Putting in the work to counter the bounce back from Buckley. But it will be Buckley in for P1, so you've got to find a way to enter. I think Kimura's getting a little bit over-aggressive. Dante will kill another, and that's 3 dead in the feed. So Buckley, a moment to breathe and soak up more time.
Now, they're happy for the moment here. They are soaking up time inside P1. Nice coverage being provided by Dante up top as well. Another in the crosshairs for Dante. Another name added to the list. One more across the way. Spots out Junior, but he's weak from the initial gunfight. So Junior will walk away with that one for free. Good for the trade, though, is Sour Patch Kid. Buckley have garnered about 20 seconds of time off the back of this hard point. Again, I got to keep saying this, Enigma. The fact of the matter is, Peterson can outslay Buckley all they like. Buckley are still in the conversation despite that.
Yeah, and that's always a concerning thing, because if Buckley do step up in this lane department, you certainly have that potential with players like Hale, Dante, Sour Patch Kid also not doing too badly, by the way. Suddenly, if you do come online, you will bully Peterson away. JR just having a difficult map at this point. Probably a part of the reason why it's so close. And Hale, well, it doesn't matter if it's an AR, SMG, or pistol. Gonna punch his way through the front door, finds the time, will be instantly cleaned up. It's gonna allow his teammates to instantly contest, and it turns into a scramble.
Buckley trying to fight this one from the front here. Player laying down, playing their life. Oh, Junior eviscerates them. Will not get the third. Loyal will be the one to pick up that kill. Doesn't matter, though. The kill goes Peterson's way. And now those spawns have flipped once again. Bit of a split spawn actually coming through. 2 players on each side of the kill for Buckley. And that's going to be too much for Peterson to handle. Just down a Soda. He gets overwhelmed inside the stairwell. And Buckley have an opportunity now to actually take the lead away. I don't think Peterson are going to fully invest into this one. They might send a couple of players, but there's no real reason to full send it. Kimura will be the guy to get the final 2 kills and stop the lead from switching over to Buckley. But still, Buckley, again, how many times do I need to say this thing? But they are still holding on in this game.
Yeah, and I think Peterson get that call wrong. They decide to hit for scrap, but it's going to give the rotation on over, so you've got to now fight it forward. Kimura's doing his best, but it's not getting the purchase that he wants. Soda will find 2. Now the bodies arrive to back it up, but it's still going to be Hale. Of course it is Hale. Oh my lord, nearly goes nuts for 3. And the couple of kills that you get means that there's going to be reinforcements coming from both sides, and we are neck and neck here as we enter what could be our final hill. And well, if you're Buckley, you're actually hoping to set it to 1 more.
Yeah, these spawns are always sketchy. Soda brings down the Hellstorm missile, and that's raining down Hellfire onto Buckley. Out of the hard point now. Sent scrambling. Hale has to win some gunfights. Takes the first with ease, but starting to lose his teammates around. Tries to take the wrap. Will get cut down. Actually, somehow wins the second fight. Hale continues on here, and now Buckley will at the very least stop Peterson from winning this. But it is a foot race towards the next hard point. Loyal has just let one player get right by him. He catches him anyway. Drew down for the count.
Most insane call timing of my life. 2 players basically rubbing shoulders there. And he'll get a kill through the front door. JR's just been picked up as well by the Soul Patch Kid. And all of a sudden, Sour Patch Kid, even Soul Patch Kid, my bad. It turns into a scramble, and we get the break, and you need 15 if you are Buckley, but 1 break and 5 points for Peterson will do it.
Yeah, everybody from Peterson coming from one side of the hard point as well, so this is going to be difficult to break back through. Buckley, surely, do not take this away. One last effort. It's individual. It's one by one. They're all falling down. A junior Q can't do anything. Players spawning out. Do you have time? Get your running trainers on. You got to hit the kill now. Kimura might have a chance for contest. He PMs through the doorway, finds one kill, but gets traded out. And Buckley steal away the hard point.
I mean, the man in the bottom left of your screen, Hale, sends an absolute nuke through the opposition. 46 kills for the win. Someone show me that EKIA. I've got to know the numbers that it looked like up there on the board. Felt like he had too much to do, really. Too much on his plate. Peterson able to handle him through portions of the map. But you kept saying it, my friend. The problem is for Peterson, you are outslaying comfortably, but Buckley are still on your coattails. They're not going away. They refuse to die. And Hale, once he gets that little bit of a backing from Dante, great work as well from Sour Patch Kid, but he himself, 4,500 damage in the lobby. An outrageous performance from a man who, well and truly, didn't agree with our 3-0 predictions for Peterson.
Oh, man. Oh, man, that is a Paul Chuckle, Barry Chuckle level of chuckle, mate. That is really, really tough for Peterson to swallow. I don't want to do the maths, but I imagine the outslaying was something in the vicinity of like 15 to 20 kills. Outslaying, something like that over Buckley. That's really sloppy. That's so frustrating for Peterson. And the thing is, multiple times in that hard point, Peterson had a solid lead. Like, they had a 30 to 40 point advantage. Yep. It was comfortable. And yet there were just so many points in that game where Buckley were getting time that Peterson just were not contesting. Like, they were going for kills. They were not going for hill time. And you can really, really tell. I don't want to take anything away from Buckley. I really don't. I especially don't want to take anything away from Hale, because what he's just pulled off is nothing short of miraculous. But still, there is 110% an element of that where Peterson were playing too lax. And they let that one not even slip through their fingers. I don't even think the fingers were there. That just dropped straight to the floor.
Look, there's a lot of moments that we can kind of point to here, back and forth. And of course, not taking a damn thing away from Buckley, and especially Hale. That's an outrageous performance. You can only beat what's set up in front of you, and you do that in some style. But there's a moment there where we're in that P2 towards the end, and for some reason, Peterson sent for it, and there was about 4 seconds left to play for it. I'm not sure what the statement was meant to be, but they get there. They've then got to rotate over to 3. They make a decent job of that by finding a bunch of kills on the way, but then they never get that solid defensive setup in place that you would have had if you just rotated, and that would have been the difference maker to get you over the line. So yeah, I think Peterson panicked a little bit, just surprised at the fact that Buckley kept on coming. And to be fair, we were surprised to be here on the desk as well, because we're saying, look, Hale's got it all to do. Hale's got to run out of gas eventually, and then Peterson will suddenly sail off into the distance. And it felt like twice on those P4s, Peterson did start to find their ways into a solid lead, and yet Buckley bit back again and again, being an annoyance and thorn in the side. And eventually, when everyone else came online, so stole it all away. And yeah, I mean, Peterson, they won the Westerns. This is a good squad. We weren't absolutely faded for our takes, but Buckley pull off the upset in map 1.
That's sloppy from Peterson. It means now that Peterson are 1-0 down in this series versus Buckley. I'm going to straight up call it for what it is. That is the biggest shot in a single map I think I've seen all week long so far. 100% shout out to Buckley, because they are defining expectations in the most positive way. It gives them a 1-0 series advantage, and next up we go to a rewind search and destroy. And the question on my mind now is, what does that map do to Peterson? Because it can go one of two ways. You can get in your own head, and this could go terribly wrong now. Peterson could totally fall apart. We've talked a lot about what being in that environment can do to you. It can be real racking on the nerves. Yeah. And on the other side, is it a situation where they're like, all right, cool, we're not messing around anymore. We're going to full send it. We're going to sort our stuff out, and we're going to just 6-0 the search and destroy.
I think the first thing for Peterson is to remind themselves that they won the Western Regionals, right? And they did it against some very strong teams, with no disrespect for Buckley, for more balanced teams, arguably better teams. That is who Peterson managed to get through and looks superb through 2 whole days of tournament play. I think one of the things as well is you got to sit down and go, okay, let's start to figure out where Hale is on the break off of these rounds, isolate him, kill him, and then deal with the rest of the team. Because even though it is S&D, I'm still expecting Hale to have his say here about how this map goes. It's all about those adjustments. I think if you lose a round or two at the start here as Peterson, is to not panic, just assess where Hale's coming from. If he's playing a flank, we set up, we wait for it, we kill him, and then we worry about the rest of the round. Things like that will make huge differences. But you're right, it's a mental game, and if you suddenly see a couple of rounds dropped here, Buckley, they'll feel the wind in their sails and could continue the underdog story that we've got unfolding in front of us.
All right, well, I really need to see a bounce back here from Peterson. Otherwise, disaster might be coming in their direction. Buckley will pull off the first massive, massive upset here of this tournament. And, well, you wanted Hale out of the round. That's one way to do it. Hale runs right into him. It's a freebie. It must be somebody's birthday. Oh, Kimura. No way.
Apparently it's Kimura's, because, Jesus Christ, this guy's put 3 on the board like we're still playing Hardpoint. And gets aggressive off the back of it. Bomb will go down. It's on Sour Patch Kid, who had himself a solid hard point. Certainly wasn't bad by any stretch. But this would be a feat. There are multiple entryways into A, at least. If you get the timing, if you can do it quietly, you've got an opportunity to spring a little bit of a surprise.
He's got to be so cautious, though, here. But every little bit of noise he makes. And, well, that's very much throwing caution to the wind. Kimura's on the hunt. I actually don't know if Kimura got that final kill or not. I got to remember... We're trying to set it up, but regardless, that's so impressive for Kimura to get the first kill, and then to go into the second, and then to fight for the third as well. That aggression, that's poor Soda. You got to let Kimura get the ace there, mate.
It's weird for me off this break-off, by the way, because I wonder if Hale's going to continue to commit to that, because I understand what he's trying to do, and be very impactful in those opening engagements as an SMG that is very aggressive would like to do. But I wonder if it's one of those. Do you slap on the AR? Do you instead play your life a little bit more, knowing that you're the player that's got to slay more than your teammates here? I wonder if more passive engagements in the opening bloods, at least, will actually profit this team, as Dante takes a nade to the face.
Things real slow here. Certainly not seeing the same kind of aggression on offense for Hale. Learned his lesson a little bit this time around. No real reason to get as aggressive as they did. So they're going to draw the first blood in this round. So Peterson, here on the defense, have a lot of options as to how they want to play this right now. And the choice they've kind of made here, Nimura, is to play this super passive. They're holding back.
Yeah, you throw half a shoulder and Kimura hits everything that's put in front of him, as he has been doing so far through this. Oh, but the nade's going to catch him a little bit flush. He's going to back off here. That'll give you entryway towards B. I think Hale's trying to bait some reinforcements in from the courtyard, but you get nothing. You're down to 30 seconds. You got to commit to a play.
Technically speaking, you do have the numbers on the site for the moment. 3 versus 2, no longer the case. Soda, Junior, everyone getting involved. And I said you had the numbers on the site. That lasted for all of, I'll go for 2.8 seconds.
Yeah, I think we've talked a lot about through this tournament how there's been teams with great breaks, not much in the way of holds, great offensive play, not much in defensive setups. I think Peterson, the only team that we've seen evidence of that not being true. The defensive setups in particular have been brilliant. They had a couple of S&Ds yesterday where they went basically 4 for 4 in defensive rounds and looked really good. So continuing that streak here, as Salter will say, Kimura, you can put up 4, I can put up 3. We'll just continue streaking our way through this. 2-0 lead, 2 first bloods. Buckley, got to find a way to start these rounds off stronger.
3-0 for Soda, 4-0 for Kimura. Peterson feeling themselves, and they have a free path to B. Buckley have fully set themselves up around the middle of the map. They've opened themselves up for a B plant, and they can't do anything about it. The jump over from Junior is not going to go, but this rock is going down, and there's been 0 resistance whatsoever.
I'm a little bit unsure about what the play call was. Hand them B and we'll retake for free, but, well, I need to see some movement. I need to see people dropping towards the back spawn, setting up a pinch here. And well, Kimura's going to find first blood, and that just makes things very unlikely here for Buckley.
Oh, Kimura's getting aggressive. Oh, yeah, Kimura's feeling himself just a tad too much now. You can see it in the gameplay. Sends himself flying at the opposition. Hale on the other side. Not going to be able to equate things. That's a big kill for Loyal. 2 versus 2 we go, though. Loyal already tagged up here. Soda very far removed from the situation. The problem is time is not on Buckley's side. All Loyal has to do is throw some shoulders and throw himself at the bomb diffuser. That is exactly what happened. Surely not that happened on the second as well. That's not okay. Loyal ends up going down by way of the bomb. So at least you don't have to deal with any potential streaks from Loyal in the future. But yeah, that was, I think, a mistake from Buckley at the start of that round.
Yeah, we've seen teams commit to that kind of play before, like a blind break off. We're just going to take A and hand B over for free. Often it can be the other way because usually A is a bit easier to retake with all the different entryways. But I mean, I don't mind it as long as you have a play then to retake B, which would often become, okay, well, we send a player on the long wrap around through P2 side. We set one up in our deep spawn initial and just kind of like collapse the point from various regions. But, well, none of that comes through. You make it very simple for Peterson and they'll say thank you very much, walk into a 3-0 lead.
Buckley needs to throw something different at Peterson, and to be honest, they probably need to do it right now. And Peterson aren't giving them anything. This is a very similar setup to last time, Enigma.
Yeah, they play defense so well, and part of it, it sounds ridiculous because it's so simple, but it's also so true. It's just to remember that you're the defensive team. It's up to the offense to force that first engagement. You can just stand in off angles, and Salter actually is nearly bullied away by Dante, but well, reinforcements arrive, find 2. Hale will find 1 at least. And that's the one thing to say here. Hale still alive deeper into a round than normal, and well, not for long.
Now down to a 2v1 to close this out. Soda still on a 4-0 start to this game. What happened to the last player? Was it time? Am I having a brain fart? That wasn't time, right? Oh, there we go. Okay. I just didn't see the final kill. I don't know why. I just did not see the final kill there.
Also, we didn't
regardless.
hear it.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I was like, what? I don't know. Silent. He must have been like using some ultra silencer or something like that.
One of those like occlusion audio things that we've got. Like we complicate the technology around audio so much these days that, you know, we just end up with some weird things going on. But, well, Peterson, by the way, 4 first bloods, 4 rounds on the board. That first blood there, probably not one that we're going to think too much of because it was instantly traded, but it's been very simple so far in these opening engagements. And Hale, if you fall here, well, you just make it even easier.
Yeah, you know how we asked that question about how Peterson are going to respond to map number 1, and we said, is it going to be one where they had mental just collapses, or is it going to be a 6-0? I have a feeling, and it's a small one, it's a tingly feeling, that it's going to be the latter.
Yeah, I get a feeling that Peterson suddenly looked at each other on the benches and went, what the hell just happened? Like, let's sort this out now. And, yeah, putting belt to ass right now. It's again, these, I hate to keep harping on the same tune, but S&D, when you break it down into the checkboxes of success, it's a very simple game. And part of that is A, on defense, you take your time, you don't give up first bloods. Every defense you've had, pretty much, if you are Buckley, you have thrown a life away very, very quickly on defense. So it's, yeah, you're just stacking so many odds against yourself at this point. It's tough. Oh.
Utility over the top. Buckley looking to do something, throw something different at Peterson to kick off this round. I haven't dealt with Kimura. Bit of a weird position inside the 18-wheeler, and, well, there's nothing you can do about that. Kimura will get traded out, but everybody else has gone home. The party is over, and Dante's still dancing. Peterson, 6-0 in search and destroy. The hard point might have been a struggle. This one was not.
Yeah, I mean, I tab open Twitch chat for a second there, and yeah, it's not a surprise to see people saying that the game plan for Buckley is quite simply to hope that Hale has generational games in respawn. I'll be honest, like, it's probably a little bit harsh on some of the supporting cast, because I thought that they had some good moments as a team in that respawn, in that hard point, but yeah, you can clearly see that their S&D is letting them down, and I think you start to understand where that gap appears against some of these top-end teams, because the best squads in this bracket are very good at respawns, are going to push you the whole distance, if not take some of those maps. But they're also going to have a couple of playbooks when it comes to S&D. And we've just seen there that, well, Peterson's is far deeper than Buckley's, at least.
Yeah, you could say that. But just like...
A little bit.
I just felt like there was so many rounds there where Buckley were... You know what? Look, I'll give them credit. There were rounds where Buckley were trying in Search and Destroy, right? They were like, all right, we're going to do this in this round, and hopefully it'll work out. The problem is, there's nothing you can do when, frankly, you are just losing fights. And that was pretty much all that was happening there. It was every single time Buckley tried something in that Search and Destroy, they were losing the fights. Not to say they didn't make errors, because they absolutely did. But still, just not much you can do there when Peterson are firing all cylinders.
No, definitely not. And I do think there was a moment for Peterson where they've kind of come into that S&D and gone, all right, let's stop messing around. Like, let's clean this up. We know that we should be a team that's booking our tickets straight to Worlds, and that our bigger target, our bigger prize is making sure that we take CONUS and compete at the very top end for Worlds. Whereas, for Buckley, getting 2 Worlds would be a huge achievement considering how they've had to pull this squad together relatively last second. Like, I was looking at some of the stuff earlier in Twitch chat, and I mean, fair play to Swerving Druid, because apparently, until very recently, he didn't even play COD. So, what a situation to find yourself in as you're basically stood up on a stage and asked to perform against some of the very best players that we have here in the Air Force Gaming. And yeah, I mean, it's just one of those moments where we just see that Peterson have that extra depth, and that's going to make this a very tough series, because if we do get to a game 5, I know who I'm hedging my bets on.
Yeah, well, I don't know anything anymore after map number 1. I still think there's an opportunity to Peterson to throw a couple of maps away. Who knows, though? We're going to get to map number 3 very soon, folks. We're going to go to a very quick break first. On the other side, don't go far. We've got control for you folks at home.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, folks, to the 2025 CONUS Esports Championships. We're currently 2 maps deep in our series between Peterson and Buckley. And we've had some surprises so far. Well, we had one surprise. Buckley took away map number 1, and that was a real shocker. But we've been back to business as usual with map number 2.
Yeah, we come out map 1, help us up a generational performance, and the supporting cast don't do bad either to scrape Buckley through in dramatic fashion. But yeah, Peterson very quickly reminded us of the gulf of class a little bit here. To 6-0 the S&D, and if you went for a cuppa, came back, and suddenly it was over, you missed a very quick map indeed. But it's been a 1-to-1 series, so we still got to treat it as if it hangs in the balance. And we look ahead to Vault Control, my friend. The thing for me here, yes, we know that Hale can have kind of takeover moments. I feel like it becomes a bit more difficult to do that in Control with the points being static. I think they become a bit easier to defend than catching players on rotation and bits and pieces like that Hale's so good at when it comes to Hardpoint.
Well, I don't know, dude. Watching that map number 1, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a way to chuckle Vault Control. I'm sure that Peterson will find it, because that map number 1 was not nice to watch. You guys can see that back again. It was a 5-point game. It shouldn't have been a lot more points, and it definitely shouldn't have gone to Buckley. Not trying to take anything away from them. Hale was the guy, though. You already mentioned him. You know, the fact that it was like 45 or something ridiculous like that in map number 1. Like, he did insane stuff, and I think that does have to be the key to victory for me here. If I am Buckley, you gotta make Hale everywhere on the map. Just have him constantly flying around the map. Just give him overdrive or something like that. Throw it back to Black Ops 3. Get him running around the map as fast as humanly possible, creating so much space for the squad, because to me that feels like the surefire way to win this one. It's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but to me that's the only way you're going to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the fairy tale. Like, to be very clear, I want the underdog story to happen. Like, it's always an amazing thing. I love this Peterson lineup, but hell, this would be incredible to see Buckley qualify for Worlds in this manner. So yeah, I mean, but for Hale, it's a case of you need to be everywhere and also nowhere at the same time. You can't afford to die in a moment where the rest of your players have also died. If you get bullied back into spawn traps here, you're going to be under the cosh. So he's kind of got to be the most difficult kill on the map, not just the player that's finding a lot of kills. And in S&D, that also exists, and we saw him losing his life early a lot of times. So that's where I start to become a little bit concerned. I think like the impact that we need to see from Hale here is more measured in its approach, in the sense of I'm going to nip in, get myself a kill or 2, but stay alive in the process and try and let my teammates be a bit more of that supporting cast and hope they do the business. Also, by the way, someone who definitely has my support all of a sudden after learning that he'd never played COD until recently, Swerving Drew. Like, I want that man to get every damn tick on the board, even if the kills are not difficult. Even if the kills are difficult, it's hard to come by.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because we've discussed Swerve and Drew's role in Buckley for the longest time now, right? It's just like, look, at first you recognize that, hey, he's not getting a lot of kills, just put him in the objective. If I'm Swerve and Drew, I'm getting on every single control zone I possibly can and hoping my teammates get some kills. But yeah, he's done so well considering COD is not his regular game. It is difficult, obviously, if you're not good at COD. I know that for a fact because I'm terrible at COD. So I would probably be doing worse than Drew. You weren't supposed to double down on that. Drew in this lobby is probably doing better than we would. But regardless, Buckley off the start of this game on the defense, trying to keep Peterson out. Hale runs out of bullets.
Yeah, and it's just an awful scenario for Hale there, where you're hoping to break that offense apart. But hey, Drew does catch Kimura rotating on over, and JR also finds a teammate onto Sosa, and that's a kill on Loyal as well. So 3 dead here. It's all on JR, who's just naded his own teammate, and as he falls, it suddenly pushes all of Peterson back into the spawn. What do you do if you're Buckley? Honestly, I don't mind the idea of just standing still and catching a couple of players off this rotation rather than running into their arms. And they're having a great go at this so far. 5 lives up and only 1 tick to give it away.
It's been a pretty good start on the whole here for Buckley. You've won the vast majority of your gunfights. You've kept Peterson at bay. But if I've learned anything from the search and destroy, it's that Peterson can go off at any given time, fully take control of the zone, and that will be that. And it feels like that's what's happening right about now. Junior is keeping Dante at bay just outside of the point while the double stack is going to be through. Dante is attempting this long flank, but he wants to time us at the same time with the rest of the squad. Here we go. Players approaching from all angles. Drew not able to connect all of the shots just yet. So Sour Patch Kids will pick both of those kills up. He will finish off where his teammates left it, and that tick will not go through.
JR finds one, reads Hale coming in, but, well, even if you do read that he's coming around the corner, it's about stopping this man, who is 6-3. And, I mean, only giving 2 ticks away would be a hell of a round for Buckley to basically build from for the rest of this series. But 2 in the feed. Answered back. Trade Fest up in the top Cas. So A progress starts to come again. But I feel like it's kind of got to happen now or never. And it happens now.
Yeah, there we go. That's going to be the tick through. And mind you, they're only down 1 life here, so Peterson could still get this done. It will only take 1 wave of gunfights, and this round will fall away for you as long as a stack does follow from Peterson. Nobody in art just yet. That's the one bit of good news, I guess, for a Buckley. Hale has been the savior of this Buckley squad. Needs to do so again. Soda is going to keep his head down, though. Try and get this first tick through. The trophy will catch that nade being thrown in his direction, but despite being stunned up, Hale will pick up the kill regardless. The first tick now about to be through, and it is Loyal playing his life. Dante flanking is going to pick up that first kill now, and Loyal is trying to look in a multitude of different directions. Hale finally gets shut down. You take down Dante, you win this point, but these players continue to be nuisances, and Dante picks up that kill. Buckley holding for the moment.
And Dante does so well there. There's a moment where Hale dies and you think, oh no, is this that time where suddenly Peterson take over and just clutch everything up? But Dante activates in from the lower water side. Gets the kills to free the point up, but Loyal back on it for now. JR trying to provide cover. He's just trying to play this off angle to catching him on art by surprise. And Dante will actually arrive from the mid balcony instead. And well, that's just awful timing for JR, but Loyal does enough to get himself onto the point, and that's another tick through.
And there it is. Peterson, all they needed to do was get themselves in the positions to hold on to get the capture through. And that is exactly what they do. So, nicely done from Peterson. You love to see it. It's what we expected from them when they want to push the go button. That is exactly what they do.
Did that end on captures? I thought it ended on kills.
Yeah, I think it probably did end on kills.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I was like, damn, that's the fastest capture of a tick I've ever seen. You must have also on the point at the exact same time. Yeah, Peterson then. I mean, I guess the one thing that you don't get there is all 6 ticks. Buckley then with an opportunity to take the lead if they take their own offensive round, but it's got to be a takeover from Hale. This, though, is going to allow him, of course, in the offense to move more freely, dictate where he wants to take those fights, but it's got to be perfect off this open.
Set nade from Loyal. Doesn't land to kick off this round. First with the gunfights does. This would be awkward. You could potentially get a spawn trap. Loyal jumping up in the air using the old swimming pool physics. And this is that spawn trap that I was talking about. Loyal wants to keep these guys in their spawn. 60 seconds of this is one of the roughest things you could possibly experience on this game. Maybe apart from getting taken hostage 3 times in one game. Trades in favor of Peterson here for the moment. Buckley, they momentarily break out, but the damage is already feeling like it's done in lives.
This is why it needed to be pretty much perfect off the break. It's a bit of a violation of spending that 60 seconds inside your own spawn and seeing very little except the respawn screen. And well, Hale's managed to squeeze out here a couple of kills, progress along the catwalk. And teammates are doing a great job elsewhere. All on Loyal then. Pistols out, fighting light, stay alive, become difficult and slippery. And well, you do have a couple of players chase after you, but it doesn't mean that they've managed to make progress at A. And that means Kimura can back you up, find a kill, 30 seconds. It feels like Buckley have really got to start to make moves now. Otherwise, it becomes a mad dash, a scramble, and, well, that never goes well on Vault Control.
Yeah, 25 seconds left. That's exactly what it feels like now. Peterson getting the players set up for that potential spawn trap once again. Hale, the only player pushed forward that could potentially do anything in this situation. He's not getting reinforcements anytime soon. So Hale will stop the clock at 17 seconds. The potential capture on the cards, and that's not going to happen. Hale only finds 1 before falling. One last effort from Buckley. Players spawning out towards the pool. You gotta go now. You gotta get in towards the point. I don't know if they can. Couple of players on, though, who've lost the pressure up top, so there will be an opportunity. 1.6 seconds. Here we go. Trade is good from Junior. Nobody touching the point in time. That's a clean round from Peterson.
Yeah, it feels like Peterson understand the assignment a little bit. Moments where they squeeze out, they find a couple of kills, but Hale activates on the point, and someone dies to Hale, and you see immediately all the blue arrows turn, because, and this is actually that moment where Kimura comes flying off the top rope with the pistol, because they're like, that's the superstar. If we take him down, it makes our job a lot easier to manage going forward. The one thing I will say for Buckley, surprised, maybe even a little bit disappointed that no one pushes over towards B. There's a couple of opportunities there for them to take art control even, or just at least get to B and start to shift Peterson around. They never do that. As such, Peterson have that really solid foundation, that base to their defensive line, and it was very simple. Can you clean this out? Is it a 3-0 sweep, or do Buckley have more to say? This feels tough so far. Interesting.
Well, that's going to help. That's going to help, I guess.
Yeah, it is,
Soda
yeah.
takes Loyal out with the nades, offering him a little bit of assistance here. That's going to make this offense weaker here for Peterson, but Buckley still have to actually pick up the kills. Drew gets involved in an engagement, and he's just peppering people up. It's like, you know, when you try and open a jar, you give it to somebody else, and then you weaken that bad boy up for the next person to open it. That's what Drew's role is right now. He's just peppering these players. The rest of the team can actually pick up the inevitable frags. Trust me, his damage is going to be like 4K at the end of this game. Loyal gets a double it. Now Peterson starting to get that aggression forward here. Buckley pushed all the way back in towards their base. Kimura keeping these guys inside said base. And they can make that transition to be super easy when Kimura has this kind of map pressure. Another kill for him. It's 4 in a row.
And now Sota's going to continue to apply pressure to the reinforcements. You do have Dante dropping into that A point, who could be a bit of a nuisance himself. But, well, other than that, it's a tough read if you look at the minimap, if you look at those lives in the scoreboard right now. If you're a fan of Buckley, but Dante gets there, and we've seen him be incredibly impactful from this water door already, but, well, he's found. He does allow his teammates to trade, at least. It's a bit of a scramble, and just Loyal being up in art control here is just causing Buckley an array of problems, not letting them look over the point protected.
Yeah, Peterson here. 6 kills to the good. And even more so now, Buckley just in trouble. You're losing every single gunfight possible. Loyal once again now on the hunt for more kills. He's going to find it. Hale expecting to be up top. And that's not Loyal. Just continues his reign of terror. 26 and 13. How many more kills can you get before this one is done? I don't think a hell of a lot more, considering they're about to capture the point at the same time. Buckley now stuck here, trying to stop it. Sour Patch Kid down, Dante down, Hale down, and Buckley down here in this control. Kimura will be the player to close this one out as well. That is a pretty much flawless control from Peterson.
Yeah, felt a little bit like back to business in the respawns, and I spoke about it. I just think Hale's impact is limited when you start to be pushed into certain places to take engagements. There's a flow to control where you have to be in certain areas of the map at certain times in order to be an impactful player. It's not like Hardpoint where you get to be far freer there. So as such, he had to be pretty much perfect. He still has a good game at 21 and 18, but just unable to be that player with the supporting cast also struggling. Peterson run amok here, and it feels like as well a game where Loyal kind of announced, all right, I'm ready to show that I'm the MVP of this, that I'm the X factor in moments where my team's back's against the wall. So great S&D into a great control, 2-1 up in the series, looking pretty if you're Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you say? At every single turn, somebody from Peterson is keeping Buckley away from doing anything regarding the objective. We saw Loyal go for a couple of different spawn traps. If it wasn't on the defensive side, he was also doing it on the offense. Kimura was also pretty much constantly involved in the action around the point, making sure that all the kills are going that way. And both Junior and Soda were also there in the action. Buckley just silenced, never felt in control in that game. Just as dominant, if not more so, than the Search and Destroy. 2-1 up now are Peterson, and if they hadn't chuckled a hard point, this would be a 3-0 sweep, and our predictions would be correct.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, well, a little bit disappointed about that, because what it means is obviously it keeps Seymour like right in behind us amongst the group. So, yeah, I mean, I was shaking hands with him before because it was all about taking you down, but I don't really care as long as I profit. So, exactly. You know, 3-0 out the window thanks to a generational map out of Hale, but, I mean, from there, Peterson haven't let anything slip, and yeah, we look ahead to that next hard point, of course, and it becomes a case of, is there a way I can talk a team into this? If I remember right, it's Skyline hardpoint that we're moving to next, so maybe an opportunity for Hale to just absolutely go nuclear here and force us to a game 5. The one thing I will say, across the entire set of maps here, the S&D was flawed, let's say, for Buckley, so I don't know if either of these maps breed much comfort.
Yeah, I don't think they do, if I'm honest. Maybe we do take this a more positive route and say that, hey, look, Buckley in Hardpoint at the very least, they looked solid, right? I mean, yes. They, despite the fact that I do think Peterson were throwing just a little bit, obviously not intentionally, they wouldn't do that, but they were not playing as consistent as they normally would. I think, you know, they were still having to take advantage of that, right? They still had to get themselves into positions where they could rotate correctly. They were still trying to take map control. They were still holding on to Peterson throughout the entirety of the game, and they still had to clutch up in those closing moments. They still had to get the kills to obtain that rotation to P4 to actually take control of the game. So Buckley could still at least force this to a game 5. And you know what? We're here. I want to see it. I want to see a game 5. We might as well. With 3 maps deep in this series, we're going to get a game 4. Why not throw us a bone, give us a map 5? Even if that's a 6-0, at least we got there.
Yeah, no, I would love to see it, to be honest. There were a couple people talking about it in chat earlier on, and it's like, yeah, no, I mean, we're all for game 5s. We're all for getting all the way down to the wire. I just don't think it'll be pretty when we get there, but I mean, we still got to get through the skyline first, and you're right, focusing on it from a more positive point of view. You do have plenty of opportunity, of course, for Hale to just take over. Hacienda felt like he saw 46 kills in the end. I wonder what that number will be on Skyline if we do go all the way down to the wire, just like we did then. It feels like he could put up some sort of ridiculous figure. That being said, as well, on the opposite end of things, of course, you have a trio of straight shooters. I mean, a foursome of straight shooters. They're able to put up ridiculous digits themselves. So this could be a bloodbath. There's nothing better, really, than getting to watch or cast over some Call of Duty that just involves everyone kicking 10 bells out of each other.
Yeah, I just want to see some competitive Call of Duty, honestly. Like, look, the last couple of maps, I'll be honest, they've not been competitive. They've not been giving us the spice. The only spice we've seen is the spice coming out from Peterson. Everything from Buckley has been relatively muted the last couple of maps. I want to see a competitive game of Hardpoint, and if map number 1 is anything to go by, I'm going to go ahead and assume that's what we're going to get. Same kind of win condition, I think, does stand for Buckley. It's the same win condition, and we've been touting for the last 3 maps. Hale has to get in a position where he is the one buying space, buying map control, buying hill control for Buckley. If they can do that, they are in with a chance of winning this hard point. But it feels so kind of unfair in a way to be putting so much pressure onto Hale because he's been having such a stellar series so far. But again, gotta say, it feels like that's the way into this series if you're Buckley.
Yeah, and I think he understands that, to be fair. I think he's fully aware of like the pressure that he's got to put on himself in order to get his squad through. I think what you have already shown and what you can definitely carry through, regardless of how this series plays out into the rest of the tournament, is that Hale has the backup as well, but it looks good enough to get you to Worlds, potentially. This feels like a squad that all of a sudden they put in that bracket of, all right, well, do you get that top 6? I felt like before I was talking about 5 teams I definitely put through. Buckley could well be that 6th that we sit there and go, all right, welcome you back in when it comes to August. So yeah, I mean, he knows the drill by now. He's experienced enough. He's talented enough to really get the situation. And it's all about him, like you said, taking all that space, setting up his teammates for success and where they want to be. It's putting players like Drew on the point and saying, look, we're going to protect you as much as possible. It's just doing little bits and pieces like that to ensure victory, get that win condition on through. I don't know. I know that we're moments away from this game starting. I'm very excited to just watch it because, again, I think that this is going to be one of those where we just get to watch like all these jackals just go nuts when we talk about hills like P1 and P3.
Yeah, and let's talk about it as if Peterson have already lost, right? They've lost this game. If that does kind of pass, right? Peterson lose this game, they lose the second hard point of the series. Even if they go on to win the Search and Destroy, is it something a little bit more serious, perhaps, where Peterson? I know we're kind of talking in potentials here, but is it something more serious, perhaps, where Peterson have to go on and say, all right, cool, we really need to work on our hard point if we want to make sure we get through some of the better teams in the competition, because you might make it to Worlds, but if you play like you did in map number 1, you're certainly not going to get through some of the best in this competition.
It's a fair question, and I think Peterson already wanted to work on a little bit. It's weird because we came to a point where we were like, Peterson looked great in everything except their S&D, and then suddenly when they win a bunch of game 5s, we're like, okay, you suddenly look great, but like, where did that bit of respawn clinicness go? Like clinicalness even? That's the word I'm looking for. Like, you're just not... You know, there's a thing to Peterson right now where it feels like there's just tiny chinks in the armor. I think they are indeed tiny, but they'll definitely want to clean a couple of things up, even just based on that map 1. They're going to watch it back, and they're going to see what we saw. Why were we hitting P2 with 5 seconds left when we just got to rotate over for free and clean it up there? That's exactly what they're going to talk about. So staying focused in those moments, not panicking. And a map where you can simply switch your brain off, not panic, and just L1, R1 everything is going to be Skyline.
Skyline. It's going to be a big map for Buckley to try and force a game number 5. You've got to have a solid start to this game, and already it doesn't look like that's going to happen here. Root being taken by Junior to pick up a couple of kills now. Potential Overwatch being accrued by Peterson. You have to actually have a player to Overwatch inside the hardpoint, though, and that player will be Soda. He will now be looking to get some time towards the hill. He's picking up kills, too, so everything looking pretty good here for Peterson off of the rip.
Yeah, not looking bad. Now be a couple more kills in the feed. It's all about when they start to execute this P2 rotation. You can already see that Kimura trying to get himself into a spot, and Hale reads it. Great job from him, letting his teammates just kind of hold the front line while he makes sure that the back is protected. But that being said, Salter and Loyal will try and find a way through here. And Hale gets shut down, so that will give you even more confidence to punch straight onto the point. That won't be given to you for free. A Sour Patch Kid contest, but there's a trade, there's a bait, and there's a situation here where Peterson can instantly break.
Oh, they certainly look like they're poised to do so. Oh, Hale needs to win that gunfight. Somebody gets outplayed, doesn't have the gunny to take Junior out. So Peterson in an opportunity here to not just get a lot of time off of P1, but also the time off P2 as well. Sour Patch Kid rips the head off of Loyal and puts some extra bullets in the body to make sure Loyal knows it as well. That is a huge two-piece from Sour Patch Kid. It gives Buckley control.
Yeah, nice little break. That will breathe some confidence into the squad that we're trailing by 60 points. Also, Dante does a really good job just playing nuisance angles, like little off angles that just make you a bit of a nightmare, not just for now, but you end up in a situation if you're Peterson where you got to start to check your corners. You'll move across the map a little slower because you're worried that Dante could spring up at any moment. Kimura finds a Jackal, hits the zip, flies on, has the support of the teammates. And, well, the point had basically been evacuated by Buckley. They all went chasing after kills, but Hale with 3 will find everything he needs to and sets up some spawns now, knows where the reinforcements are coming from, and suddenly he's online.
Here we go. Hale's now in the game, and he is starting to heat up here. 5 in a row for him. That Semtex barely misses Kimura as he now backs away. Hale looking for number 6. He will get it. Hale looking for number 7. He will be denied it only by way of the fact of swerving. Drew picked up that kill. Drew goes huge now for a couple of kills, and all of a sudden, Buckley are now in. But this is the hill where you need a lot of map control for. You can't let players in behind.
It feels like Peterson took the foot off the gas for a moment there, and you're just not going to be able to do that if you've got players like Hale shooting back at you. You can't let him build up a head of steam. And we just saw why he went on that 6 spree. Dante cut down at the jacuzzi. P3 still open here, but that 60-point gap has turned into 18 points here. Sour Patch Kid's nade does indeed find its target, so does Hale's. And you've actually got a fight here against Kimura that's won by Hale. Hedges gets cleared open. That shuffles a couple of players over, but it's going to leave some gaps in this defensive line.
Junior picking up Hale. Buckley tying things up, actually taking the lead, going into the next one. God, I'm getting a bit of deja vu to map number 1 here at Igba, where Peterson have started strong and Buckley starting to chase the tail just a little bit, but it's going to be a wave of gunfights here in towards the hard point. Sour Patch Kid not able to produce the miraculous 2-piece for the break this time around. So Peterson good for the moment. I was going to say for a moment that they hadn't pushed a player out towards the middle of the map. They tried to with Loyal, but he did get cut down off the trade. Now you've lost a couple of players, so now on their way. Sour Patch Kid, what do you got for us through the front of the hard point? They will find one. One more in the corner to deal with. It's Junior, and these guys, Buckley seem to really hit it off in the hard point.
Yeah, they figured out a couple of things. Hale now on the aims, by the way, rather than the Jackal. I wonder if that will stick, or if that's just a Hill thing. He tries to flex between and figure out where he's most impactful. And what I was going to say about this map is Hale's impact with that Jackal becomes more limited because trades are so easy. You can't just go on sprees and not be cleaned up quickly. So hopping over to the aims, I don't mind the idea. It's just making sure that you have SMG presence elsewhere. A couple of kills, in the feed for Peterson. They'll be back in for P1. They were great here last time, but again, keep an eye on anyone rotating early for 2.
A small advantage right now for Peterson. What do they get, like 50 points off of this hill last time around? Yeah. So they could well do this again. First wave of gunfights in their favor. Hale taking this long route under the map here, or route, excuse me. I'm trying not to be American. He picked up the route under the map, and Hale now looking for the kills. We'll find it. Activate for the first, but doesn't actually finish his food. Couldn't swallow it. And now he goes down. Royal and Soda respond with 3 between them.
And the thing is here, it's a long spawn away if you are Buckley. And already down to 15 seconds left to scrap here. So the hit actually might come through the kitchen, as Dante and Sour Patch Kids certainly do send it that way. For Hale and Drew, it's going to be bedroom push. Actually, Hale's decided to go under the map. Try and slip the net a little bit here. Big fight, and well, 2 quickly for Peterson. So, I mean, does Hale wait here? Hope that his teammates arrive. He does find a kill down low, instantly traded. It's all going to be on Sour Patch Kid. You do find one, so that's going to give your teammates an opportunity to reinforce from the front, as you just turn into a little bit of a rat in a corner. Beautiful work from Sour Patch Kid to give his team an opportunity to break.
Buckley once again working off of Sour Patch Kids. That was that twice now? Two P2s back-to-back where Sour Patch Kids is the reason they managed to get in towards the hard point, but they do need to hold it. Right now, trades, they will take that, but Hale not able to find any players moving towards the hard point, gets some unfortunate timing, and that means that Peterson are going to be back in for the back 30 seconds here. You can't really afford to take a 30-30 if you're Buckley.
No, this is one of the things, like any sort of stalemate now just suits Peterson, so Buckley got to find a lion's share, and, well... Loyal looking pretty on the point. Rotation begins. Oh, hell. Good lord, you shouldn't have won that one, but you do. Shows, again, that just ridiculous level of technical ability that he has. And yet again, as you clear out the bar, but there's always another body if you're Peterson. They figured out just how to play around each other here and trade out situations like that. And even better when JR is putting up 2 pieces.
Junior picking more kills here, or JR picking up more kills as Peterson... now in control of the hill. Once again, we've talked about Buckley riding the coattails of Peterson the entire game thus far. Is this moment the moment where Peterson starts to really run away with it? Loyal will find yet another one. He's got teammates left, right, and center. Also soaking up kills, also soaking up time. Buckley spawning out away from P4 side. They need to pick up kills. Dante and Swerving Drew will combine for 2. Dante finds another one through the map. This is 20 seconds worth fighting for, but Dante runs straight past it.
JR then to try and hold the hedges as Drew pushes up to the tables. There will be a bit of scrap time on offer, of course. And actually, the fact that Peterson back off so early is going to mean the defensive line is really deep. And once Sour Patch Kid puts that pressure on, it's actually going to spawn you out. So it turns into a bit of a race across the map. Solder just trying to hold the mid here and let his teammates find that crossing. But you're not going to have that protective blanket. And Hale, well, of course, he finds the gap to punch through and contest.
Drew comes back with a couple of kills, though. Here's going to mean that Buckley are able to get control of some time. Loyal might have just found the perfect route. Do they know? Checks the wrong corner, gets cut down. Drew does not get turned on. Needs help, though, on the cross, and he will get it from Dante through the front of the point. There's one player down. Kimura looking for the trades, but these trades, again, they are favoring Buckley. You get somebody back in towards the time. The problem is Peterson are so fast that Loyal can fly across the map for 2 kills. Now you've got the help as well. It's 3 players through the front of this hard point. Peterson are fighting tooth and nail for this scrap time.
Yeah, and the gap at this point just means that despite Buckley's best efforts, even if you take 45 to 15 out of this hill right now, it's just not enough. Peterson edging ever closer to the world's ticket. And as the P1 opens again, Peterson have been so good here, back to back, because they know what they need to clear. But actually, Sour Patch is going to make it interesting for a moment. But as he's pushed on forward, Soda there to answer, and Soda finds 2 to protect his teammate. You need just 20 seconds.
They can finish it here. This is where they've had so much success in the past on this map. Buckley have provided a great partner to spar with in this game, and I feel like the sparring session is about to be over. One more wave of gunfight. Soda inside, player challenging him. Sour Patch Kid takes him down. So Buckley, they continue to survive here, but it feels scrappy.
And you can't commit fully to the rotation until 9 seconds are on the clock. Otherwise, you give the scrap time up to the team that can take it. So there's a couple of bodies invested, but well, Sour Patch Kid, you're going to put bullets into one, but well, Soda, what's your decision making like in this? It starts to be a bit of a mix in the back. You do find Sour Patch Kid, but it's Hale here to try and put pressure on this rotation, and 3 kills in the feed. It just feels a little bit too little too late for Buckley, but an opportunity to extend it one more.
Oh, that's a big kill. Yeah, Soda, you need to take this player down. Soda continues on. That might well have done it. Dante needs to fly back up that elevator now. You can't afford to hit the regen. He's not going to get the hill in time. Plays his life at the wrong moment, and Peterson will finally get it done. It does feel like Hardpoint is the game mode that they get the most resistance in, but it's not enough to stop them from booking a ticket to Worlds.
And a huge congratulations to the gentlemen of Peterson Space Force Base. Run out Western champions, now a Worlds ticket as well. That is 2 huge checkboxes ticked off, and they'll now cast their eyes to the bigger prize of this week at least, which is going to be the CONUS Championship. Some impressive performances across the board here. Kimura, 28 and 23. I don't think I've seen him go negative once, by the way. Loyal, though, on takeover mode, making sure that despite all the talent that was in your opposition ranks, he was making sure there's no surprises here, no upsets. He wasn't going to be denied his playing seat. It is going to be Peterson marching on forward. I feel like we got a far better series, though, than we initially predicted. I was expecting to come into this straight 3-0, sweeping. And while maps 2 and 3 were probably disappointing, the hard points, great entertainment across the board.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Buckley gave Peterson a run for their money, even if it meant our predictions went in the bin. Enigma. We got the vibes right. We felt that Peterson were going to dominate Buckley. They did not do that in the hard points, and I'm glad that those were competitive games because, boy, oh boy, let me tell you, the search and destroy and the control, they were not. We were seeing a search and destroy that Peterson absolutely ran through Buckley on, and albeit the control, Buckley had their moments. They had moments where they got 4 down. They were hopping on the points. It never equated to anything actual material. Peterson had an easy throw, and then of course this second hard point again. Shout out to Buckley, and really shout out to all 4 players, because even the ones that maybe consistently aren't up there performing all of the time, they had their moments in this game number 4. They're always able to produce 2 pieces, 3 pieces, and it just wasn't enough in the end. So shout out to Buckley. They tried their heart out. They managed to steal a map away from Peterson, but Peterson are the ones that are moving forward to Worlds.
No, they will indeed. And that, again, you've ticked off some big portions of what you wanted to achieve this weekend. I think, of course, winning the Westerns is going to feel like... I think that this is a squad that expected to get top 6 through this portion of the bracket. So I don't know where it lies. It's weird because obviously that's the big prize, the fact that you get to go to Worlds. But you probably expected that one. So maybe Westerns is probably what you've achieved and celebrated more here. But then it's all about, of course, pushing on forward and winning the CONUS championships. It's bizarre because there's a couple of things that you and me are looking at and being like, okay, well, you need to fix up a little bit when it comes to those hard points. Then again, I don't know many individuals that are playing on the level that Hale was in that map 1.
Yeah, I mean, true. Shout out to Hale. I'm sure we'll get to talk about Buckley tomorrow. Obviously, it's worth saying that they're not technically done yet in the competition. No. Buckley have a lower bracket matchup to play. Their fight for top 6 could still continue and will still continue tomorrow. But Hale is a wonderful player to watch. There's a reason he was awarded the MVP nomination last year for his performance on the team. And he, again, is the best player this year. He's so wonderful to watch. The route that he takes on the map every single time he comes off a spawn, it's just so fun. Albeit 95% of the time he will finish his gunfights. Even that 5%, it doesn't matter that he doesn't win it, because it's just fun to see Hale fly. Yeah, it is. It's always a joy to watch some of our best players perform the wonderful things that they do, and watching him break in for that P4 over by the rock is going to stick with me for a hot moment. That triple to clear things out in the end. But that being said, there was a team, of course, that had to shut them down, Brody. So, I mean, we've got an interview, I believe, coming in a minute, with one of the Peterson Space Force-based players, and really looking forward to getting to that and breaking it all down. Yeah, well, here he is. Loyal, congratulations, my friend. Not just on winning that series, it was an exhilarating one for us, but also on qualifying for Worlds. Before we get there, I want to go back a little bit, because you guys have had a hell of a week so far. You made the losers bracket run of all losers bracket runs to win the Western Regional bracket. Now you're coming in here. You effectively dominate your matchup. Talk to me about where your guys' heads are at right now.
We feel pretty good right now. Today, I think we just got a little complacent. We got a little lazy, so we came out flat. But I think I have a pretty good, solid team, and I think we have a high chance of winning it all. I mean, yeah, you came out of that map 1. You lose that map 1. I got to say, it feels like you guys look pretty good for most of it. I just think Hale has a generational kind of map moment. I've got to say, like, in terms of individual threats, he was obviously very impressive. You guys have ticked off some huge boxes already. Of course, that's Worlds. You've now won the Westerns. It's now all about CONUS. What is your biggest team threat coming on through and stopping you claiming all 3 big marks for this weekend?
I think our biggest threat coming up is obviously Eglin or Langley. But as I'm watching them, I feel like we're a pretty good team. As long as we play to our highest capacity, we can easily beat those teams. Especially if I'm playing to my highest skill level, I think we'll be good. I mean, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. All 3 of us this side of the desk, big loyal fans. You've been putting on all the way through the weekend, including that last map where you took over. Talk to me a little bit about the system for your team, because we can guess it, we can try and figure it out based on what you guys are doing on the map, but talk to me about how you 4 gentlemen work so damn well. So pretty much, I can just do whatever I want on the map. Kamura, he basically just gets spawns for me. He watches over me over the hill, and I can just pretty much run around the map, do whatever I want. Soder, shout out to him. He's the brains on this team. He lets me know whenever I'm overheating, whenever I need to slow down.
And then JR, he just sits on the hill, you know, plays his life on the hill, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I love that you guys do have a system that works for that. I also particularly love that they just let you fly off the handle and do your own thing, because I think what we were seeing in those last few maps, mate, that is absolutely the right thing to do. Obviously, you guys aren't perfect yet. You already mentioned the fact that Hardpoint, you guys kind of came out a little bit flat into this series. Moving forward, you mentioned you want to beat the likes of Eglin. You want to beat the likes of Langley, Eustace, if you come up against them in the rest of the tournament. Is there anything you guys are looking to focus on? This is what we need to improve to make sure that when we do come up against those teams, we are beating them.
I think we need to get our hard points down, because I know we're a pretty good slaying team, but it's just our rotations we need to work on, especially during that P4 on Hacienda. That rock hill kills us every time.
Yeah, dude, honestly, if you guys get that down, you guys will be a force to reckon with. You already are.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what anybody's going to do if you guys get your hard point down. It's been wonderful to watch you guys. Again, congratulations, mate. You guys have made it to Worlds. Before we let you go, going to give you the opportunity to say anything you want to anybody at home, anybody in Twitch chat, any of your supporters.
I appreciate all the support. You know, I see all the MVPs in the chat and everything. So yeah, we really appreciate it, and we're gonna win this.
All right, I love it. Absolutely love it, mate. Love the confidence. We've got confidence in you as well. Again, congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of your day, mate.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, well, that was Loyal coming through from Peterson. Those guys booked the 3rd place at the AFG World Championships. Enigma, what a phenomenal team.
Yeah, it's hard to see many that will beat this lineup at the minute. Don't get me wrong, we've got some fantastic squads, of course, rolling in from PACAF that we got to witness firsthand. USAFE, unfortunately, we didn't, but there's still, of course, going to be some wonderful squads rolling in. And then there's a stacked bracket here at CONUS, of course, but it feels like right now that these 4 are a little bit of a cut above. And you hear why with that system that comes on through. It's the right thing to let Loyal off the chains and let him run amok, because he has huge moments, huge maps again and again and again. We see it there in the Skylines, close the series out. But I love that he's talking about, okay, this player's the brains, this player does the hill bit. Oh, and as COD has evolved, it has just turned into a situation where all those roles are very, very valuable. It's all about linking them up and syncing them perfectly. And right now, Peterson looking like they don't have many chinks left in their armor.
All right, well, one of the teams they want to take on is Langley Eustace, and they will face them next up in the bracket if they get through Cannon. That is a big if, because Cannon have been on a roll. Who will win the final spot given away today? Find out after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CONUS Esports Championships, the 2025, for the final time tonight. We have one more match and one more spot in the World Championships to give out. 3 teams have already qualified today, and for the final match, we thought we'd give you a treat. It's Seymour. He's back. He's still feeling pretty good. His vibes are still very high. He's still wearing that freaking thing around his neck. I don't know what's going on anymore.
You don't know what this is called? Tell me right now, Brody, what this is called.
I don't know. It's a leaf. I don't know.
It's called a lay. Come on, man.
A lay. I don't know. Those are the crisps, aren't they?
No, those are Lays. Get it right. And they're chips. Come on, man. This is a CONUS. This isn't New Safety. This is CONUS. That we gotta be proper.
Whatever you say, pal. All right, let's talk about this match then. We got one more match to go, folks. Before we get there, let's give you guys a reminder about how everything has broken down thus far. Finally, the 3-0 curse has been broken. The dynasty has not been cemented because we did have a 3-1 victory for Peterson there in that last series. 3-0s all around though still besides that one.
Yeah, and you know what? I have to give some respect over towards what we saw from that Buckley team in that map 1. I took the dog for a walk. I come back, I open up my phone, and I'm like, what is this end to the Hacienda Hardpoint? Absolutely insane from that squad. And I was expecting Buckley to turn up in this tournament at some point. They take that map away from Peterson. They show that this Peterson team does bleed a little bit. And I think that is going to create some uncertainty and some storylines later on. But Buckley still have work to do. We saw it towards the back 3 maps, especially the Control and the Search and Destroy. And I hope that they can make those adjustments in the future games.
Yeah, and they should be able to. They'll have more of a chance to do so. As you guys can see in the lower portion of the bracket, that there is a lower portion of the bracket. So these guys are not done just yet. You'll recognize that the teams already in winners round 3 have booked their place into Worlds. That is Eglin, that is Nellis, that is Peterson. And next, it will be one of Langley or Cannon. And I'll be honest, across all 4 matches that we've had today here in winners round 2, Seymour, this is the one that I struggle with the most, because while I do have an idea of who is going to win, we'll get to that later on when we talk about our predictions, I do feel like the team on the other side is going to give that team the biggest run for their money we've seen of anybody today. This is going to be a competitive matchup.
It's crazy for when we get to see those. Remember that, what he just said, when we get to see the predictions later on. But no, you're not wrong for saying that. I do think that this is going to be a close one between both of these 2 teams. I think that Cannon definitely has what it takes to push deep into this bracket. I mean, we regarded them in day 1 and you know, close into day 2 of one of the better teams here for CONUS. We haven't seen, I think, that ceiling be pushed by this squad just yet, but it takes time, and I think that, you know, a couple wins under the belt, the confidence will be right back to normal in no time. And for Langley Eustace on the other end, I think that this squad, yes, they fell short of being the Eastern champions yesterday in the regional bracket, but what Wolf, Reaper, Tantalize, and Da Vinci bring to the table is something where all 4 of these players have the potential to pop off. Yes, Wolf is going to be that, you know, carry for the team, but we've seen everybody have great games on the squad, and I think that that consistency from Langley Eustace is what really held them to a high regard in the Eastern bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, look, here's the thing, right? We're looking at 2 different teams from 2 different brackets, and Langley Eustace, they just played so damn well, you know, in their side of the bracket, all the way up to the grand finals, where they did finally get outclassed by a roster they'd already beaten once in Eglin. And you kind of talk about the composition of this roster. Yeah, it does feel like, for the most part, it is always 1 or 2 players that are coming out and playing their hearts out in the series. They have stiff opposition on the other side, though. Cannon are a formidable roster. They've been absolutely solid so far. And I think it was at the top of the show, right, where I talked about Cannon being a roster that, like, yeah, they did end up losing a little bit earlier than we expected, but the teams they lost to, Nellis and Peterson, like, come on, there are some really good squads there. So Cannon, I feel like, you know, underrated coming into the playoff portion here, into the championship bracket. This is going to be a banger of a matchup between these 2 teams. I'm convinced this is going to be a close one. Every single map is going to be close. it's just a matter of how many of those maps we do actually see. I do want to dive a little bit deeper, though, into these teams, and I do want to start that conversation with Langley Eustace, because we have seen a lot of this roster over the last couple of days here, Seymour, and, you know, again, you go back to that grand final versus Eglin, and they just kind of lost their footing at the final hurdle. It was the search and destroy that messed them up.
And I don't really think that's necessarily Langley Eustace's fault. You just had an ever-adapting Eglin team on the other side that just kept on pushing deeper and deeper into their strat books. And for Langley Eustace, I mean, you look back to the winners' final, this is a team that, you know, is very strong, very well-rounded, and very consistent. And you look at, you know, Wolf, Tantalize being the ones to lead this roster. They bring in Reaper and Da Vinci, and so far, they're gelling like a very top 4 team here in CONUS. And whenever everything clicks at the same exact time, and at first we had our doubts with, you know, the performances out of Tantalize, but he quickly silenced us. He's having great search and destroys and fantastic control rounds. And, you know, behind Wolf and the consistency he has at slaying, Reaper and Da Vinci in that sub role have just been dominant.
Yeah, dude, it feels like these guys have kind of fit themselves in those, like, set roles, right? You've got the Slayers on the squad. We talk about Wolf being that individual guy who might be the most talented player across the entirety of the tournament. I don't know, Hell's making an argument from the last series, but Wolf's certainly up there. And then, obviously, you know, everyone else can kind of fit roles, whether it be map control, whether it be sticking yourself in the objective. As long as you've got the slaying by the likes of Wolf and, at times, Reaper, Langley Eustace, that is what they've been working for. On the other side, though, they are going up against a hell of a roster. Canon. I absolutely love this team. Obviously, we talk about this roster being one of the ones that has, for the most part, kept everything the same from last year, and that's to good effect. Top 4 performance for them last year, and this year doesn't feel like it's going to be much different. Canon have come in with a slight alteration. Argo is back on the lineup, and it doesn't really look like it's affected that much. They are still an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and, you know, I think when I talk about this team, I joke around about them a lot. It's just because their personalities allow me to do so. But when you look at Crusade and the performance that he had in their series earlier on today, Artie and Argo as well, the only one who I'm expecting a little bit more from is Hate going into this. And if all 4 can click, we know the potential that they have as individuals. And we know that this is a team that can also be a world championship qualification team at the same time. So I do expect them to give a little bit of a push towards this Langley Eustace squad, and I think that they're going to really surprise people in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is going to be some surprises between this one. As I've said, and you know, one thing I've consistently said here is I expect every single map in this series to be close, no matter how many of those maps that there are. Let's talk about those maps then. Let's give you guys the map veto for this best of 5. Where will we be going? Well, if you're a Rewind fan, don't worry about it, because we've got both Rewind Hardpoint. We've got both Rewind Search and Destroy in there to kick off this best of 5. Then, of course, the Hacienda Control, Vault Hardpoint, and Red Card Search and Destroy if we need it. Looking across this best of 5, we don't see any of the maps we saw from Canon earlier on today when they took down Dover. Going back to the grand final then yesterday between Langley and Eglin. Looking at that Rewind Search and Destroy, looking at the Rewind Hardpoint, both of those maps were played in that best of 5.
Yeah, and the Rewind Search and Destroy, do we even need to bring up
we don't need
what
to talk about
happened on this one for Langley Eustace? It was not a pretty sight to behold, but I think that's exactly where the keys to this map set are looking to unlock something for Langley, because you look at that Rewind Search and Destroy, and it needs to be better than what it was in that grand final. And I imagine that overnight, things certainly have been talked about from this team. The Search and Destroys are going to be important if you want to take down Cannon. And on the other side of things for Cannon, it's going to be that respawn aspect for themselves. If they can come into these hard points where we've seen Langley Eustace start off slow and then start to pick it up towards the back half, it's something where Cannon can get that consistency going straight, and once they do, they're a vibe squad. As long as those vibes are high, they're going to be firing on all cylinders. So you're looking at them to go into those respawns, start off hot, and keep that consistency up.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's talk about our predictions then for this best of 5. Where do we think this is going to go? And we've landed in totally different territory here. You've gone for a Canon 3-1. Now, I'll keep on echoing what I've said. I've kind of sprinkled it in so you can kind of get a vibe of what I've been saying. I think every single map in the series is going to be close. No doubt about it. Whether or not the map is going to get past map 3, or the matches, excuse me, to get past map 3, is a different story. I do think Langley Eustace are going to figure things out here in this best of 5. I think they're going to do this in 3, but you're on a totally different page.
Yeah, you know, I shook hands with Andy earlier. You saw that. I'm not going to root with you. I'm going to root against you for this one, no matter if it costs me my pick'ems. And I don't think this time it is going to cost me my pick'ems because of this Cannon team. It's been a surprising run for them. Like, we expect more from this squad, and at some point it's going to click. And when you have a qualification spot for Worlds on the line, it's going to raise the stakes a little bit more, raise the pressure and intensity for this series. And I expect Canon to perform better than what we've seen in the past, which they've already been performing very well. Both of their losses yesterday were 0-3s. Both of them were very close 0-3s. You fix a couple of those smaller mistakes going in towards today, you flip that script, and they are a championship caliber team, Brody. So this Canon team, albeit it hasn't been the greatest record for them so far in this tournament, a few small changes, and I think that this is a team that can 3-1 Langley Eustace.
Yeah, you know what? Even though I disagree on the prediction, I think, you know, what you've said makes total sense. I think, you know, there is a real chance here for Canon to, I want to say steal, but I don't think steal is necessarily the right word. I think they could take it. You look at the top 4 teams.
This should be the closest series just in general for what we have in this round 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think you look at the top 4 teams from yesterday, right? The top 4 teams in the regional bracket, and I think Canon have without, or Langley Eustace, excuse me, have without a shadow of a doubt had the most difficult draw of them all, right? I don't think there's any doubt in that. I think you go up against Canon, and Canon are the most likely 3rd seed, 4th seed team, or whatever from the respective brackets to take away one of the spots. We have had the other 3 teams walk away with the spots into Worlds, but let's get into our final match of the night here, folks. It's Langley Eustace, it's Canon. Only one can make it to Worlds for the moment.
So out the gates for the rewind. We're looking at this Canon team and what they can bring to this round 2 of the winners bracket. So far out the gates, it's a triple kill from Langley Eustace. They're gonna hop onto this initial time. Some weird spawns coming out from Crusade, but so far for Langley, this is exactly how you wanted to begin your hardpoint.
Yeah, and I really like the setup at the moment. You've got one player inside. One player was trying to kind of roam around the hill. That was Wolf, the guy that I said you want creating space. Unfortunately, as he falls, all of that coverage kind of collapses with him. And now Canon starting to focus not just on scrap time, but also about potential rotational battles. What a beautiful 2 versus 1 there. Artie takes that trade all day long, but you haven't fully cleared out the threat on this roto just yet.
Not just yet, Wolf. Oh, there it is. Already still alive. He's going to create some pressure from the back line, see if his teammates can help. The read tantalize over towards the back dumpster. Somebody's got to catch that at some point, and Hate is still tearing up that backline spawn. 3 down the opposite way. Cannon are in. Cannon are soaking.
And his Canon starting to heat up in this game. Artie was already doing so good at getting those back spawns. Now he's actually getting in the mix as well. So got to find a way to shut him and Hate down right here, right now, if you're a Canon. As they now look to get back spawns and hold on towards this time. Still, player inside at the moment. Reaper, Da Vinci, both trying to hold on to this hard point. Reaper actually finding one. Crusade was tagged up for a moment. Hits the full regen, but not before Da Vinci's going to take him down. This is a full set of kills coming through for Langley Eustace. They're looking to get this scrap time, and I don't think Canon are going to stop.
You can't expect Langley Eustace to just roll over and play dead, but you can't expect Canon to start looking over towards this new hill. Crusade trying to chop up some exits. Tie game heading into the 3rd hill here on Rewind, and Wolf is going to go on some reconnaissance to see if he can get some early pressure over towards the hill. It looks like he's done it with Da Vinci. The break comes through immediately, and now Langley Eustace are looking to push this lead.
You're getting approached from all sides, though. Canon coming in. Nice car bomb from Artie. Argo and Crusade also combined for 3. That is a full 4 down. Langley Eustace for a moment looked like they were going to be in for the time and then get battered away. And now looking forward, an opportunity here for Canon to start to run away with this game. They get away for gunfights here. They hold this hill and they hold the roto as well. And Canon, well, they'll put Langley Eustace in trouble.
Argo's going to drop. It's been a tough game so far from him and Crusade, but you look towards your teammates to see if you can recover any pressure. Look to the back line. Hate back in P2. This guy was the anchor. And it looks like he's looking to drop in the C this time yet again for the rotations. Hate is on the hunt. Wolf, I'm not sure why nobody's turning for this at all. Hate is getting away with a little bit for this rotation, allowing for his teammates to get into this hill. Cannon's lead is looking to extend.
Cannon in control. Can anybody from Langley Eustace get behind enemy lines? Wolf is definitely trying for it. He's already found one, but it is only going to be one as that gap has been plugged up by Cannon, and now they can focus on all the energy coming through the front. Argo able to double up with such ease, and what was looking like a close hard point now, Seymour. It's not quite run away from Langley Eustace just yet, but with this hold, Cannon are really starting to take control of this game.
Yeah, the separation is showing, and Artie's looking to extend past to see if he can take some pressure off of your teammates, and he's done just that. 5 in a row for Artie. Looking to work towards this Hellstorm, looking to work towards this next hill 5. Unfortunately, he's going to fall. Tantalize shuts him down. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Langley Eustace. So, setting up over towards P5. Langley are looking to see if they could chop this lead down.
They really do need to. They need to hold on to all this time right now. Artie going in. Well, we'll get stayed up on. So good kill coming through from Da Vinci. Reaper has to go to the pistol, and that's not the best weapon to try and take down a strong squad like Cannon. Trades. Wolf will double up, and Wolf has been so quiet this game. For somebody who has been the player for Langley Eustace, 8 and 10 is not the performance we need to see out of him right now if Langley Eustace want a chance in this game. He's getting back into the hard point, wants to try and soak up some time, but Cannon are just so relentless right now.
On the outside, they don't want to give anything up at all as Hate and Artie together. This duo has been dismantling Langley throughout this hard point. Tantalize is going to make some questions in this back split of scrap time, but seems like 11 seconds for Cannon to sneak away into this next rotation with quite the lead.
Yeah, this is a massive advantage for Cannon at the moment. Langley Eustace will finally get away with gunfights, though, and they really need to be focusing in and around this hard point. Last time around, they had 1 player and 3 players effectively on Roto for basically the entirety of the hard point. That can't happen again here. You need to fight for this full 60 seconds, and on the initial, they look pretty good, but now Hate and Crusade will find a couple of kills, and all of a sudden, it looks less solid.
138 to 92. Set up over towards P1. How can Langley Eustace defend this? Well, solid out of Reaper to shut down any flank. The eyes forward are hoping to take out this contention of Hate from the hill. So through L, Da Vinci just going to get activated yet again. 3 in a row. It's Reaper back in for the aggression. Can he win it? He's got to back up. Plays his life. And the rest of his team trusts to deal with that pressure on the inside. So that lead that once was is no more, Brody, heading into the second hill.
Langley Eustace, I said they needed a full 60. That's more or less what they get off this hard point now. We look towards the new one, and last time around, Cannon off the back of Artie were able to basically control those back spawns. I think it was a 5 or a 6 streak from him. Now he's fighting through the front of the kill. 2 already. Has help from the teammates, but a nade over the top from Crusade is going to weaken things significantly. Crucially, though, Crusade does come back for 2 of his own, and Cannon is still competitive for a potential break.
This is neck and neck. But as is written in the history books of AFG, in the script of this tournament, we want it to be a banger. Tantalizer at the top. Hate, what a shot. Tie game, and the lead changes in the second hill of the second set. And Cannon are grouping up for one last chance. Artie for the slide. Reaper shuts him down. Back and forth trades, but it's still the blue in the hill for Langley Eustace the entire time. Flipping the script, heading into P3.
This is big from Langley Eustace. Picking up this time could split the difference considering how close this game has been thus far. It's important to know how much Cannon were ahead at the end of the second set, right? Or maybe just before the end of the second set when we got in towards P5. What was it, like a 50 to 60 point advantage that they had?
It was a 70-point swing.
Yeah, it was a pretty convincing lead for Langley Eustace. So, for Cannon, excuse me. So, Langley Eustace have done well to not just get back into this game, but now to take the lead themselves. And now they want to follow up with some kills. Reaper still alive inside the KFC. Let's see if he can get some frat fires going.
Dan Argo, who is hanging on to that Hellstorm for majority of that first rotation, he's going to burn it just to get his team into this hard point. See if he can scramble back this lead that has lost. You look to the mini-map, you see player number 8 that's already, he's sitting over towards the bank, trying to disrupt this rotation. And it has drawn some eyes away from the hills, so Canon are successful in the break through the front of P3. They're going to flood over to P4 as Reaper is waiting in the wings to do some damage.
He could do something here. Reaper has been found out by Crusade. Reaper now needs to go off, and he gets caught out there by Artie. So Cannon hold for the initial, but the woes isn't over just yet. Wolf around the back line, starting to accrue some kills. One more player around the back to deal with, and Wolf will get the turn on. More potentially on the cards for Wolf. No, he gets denied, but the damage is done as Wolf finds those kills. Now Langley Eustace are in. They already have a lead. Just imagine how much damage they can do with control of this hill.
Going for the other run right now is already... He's going to cut that gap. Reaper run over. But the rest of the team is there. Da Vinci's got a Hellstorm. That's something to note for future hills. And as Langley Eustace are going to cross that 200-point marker, Brody, they have everything that they need to lock in this map 1 victory. It really just comes down to if Cannon can ice up in this moment and stop the bleeding that has been running for the past 4 or 5 hills.
I just don't know. Langley Eustace have really picked things up. It is just incredible how Cannon over the second set have effectively, got 40, 50 points in total? It just hasn't been that much whatsoever. Now Langley Eustace looking for control over the next hill as well. Reaper on the other side. Wayward spawned amounts to absolutely nothing. So at least they're dealing with players all coming from one side now. The problem is these guys have absolutely heated up. Da Vinci has the Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. Will not win that second fight. So the initial hold is good.
You stand strong right now if you're Cannon. Fortunately enough, that Hellstorm isn't going to be impactful for P5 or for P1, Brody. So this is a good chance to really swing things back your way. You just got to bank on the guns, and so far they are frying. 200 points for Cannon. An 11-point game. Still 20 seconds left at old. And we can see a lane change heading into the third set where Cannon seemed to be falling behind, Brody. They're right back.
Yeah, and the wild thing about this, right, is you get into the third and final set here. P1 is a hard point. As Langley Eustace showed, you can get a wealth of time on, and that Hellstorm missile, which is usually a get out of jail free card, isn't going to do anything inside this hard point. So Langley Eustace cannot afford to get broken. And already that might be happening. Keeping an eye on player number 6. Argo runs right towards the hard point. Hate now getting involved as well. Hate will pick up Reaper. Players now from both sides in towards this hill. It's going to be a bloodbath.
And Reaper through, the break is in, but the pressure from Elephant, it is too much. Hate in for the contest. Nice shutdown there. And you have Cannon in control. A team kill from Argo, but is that going to falter them? It doesn't seem like it just yet, but it will give Langley Eustace a chance to touch.
You have to touch. You have to contest it. Just force a P2 so that you can get that Hailstorm missile on the cards for a potential contest. But now they've got the kills to do so. It is not going to be Langley Eustace that can finish things here. There is surely going to be enough of a contest that will force Cannon to a rotation, and that is exactly what happens. So regardless of this hill, you have Cannon players starting to get themselves for that roto. Argo has to go big.
And if I'm Cannon, I'm just fighting through this one. Argo's in the back. He's going to get overwhelmed. A 2v1 going the way of Langley Eustace. Artie inside. He's looking to be the hero. Contest is in. And Da Vinci, this is where you need that Hellstorm to come into play, but he's too close. He's going to run. No Hellstorm back. Tantalize pulls it in. And Tantalize draws Langley back into the hardpoint.
All right, Langley Eustace, you're in. One more wave of gunfights, and Cannon will be down for the count. You've just got to get it done. But on the other side, Cannon looking to get this themselves. Argo down for the count. Reaper out for the side. Reaper for 2. Reaper for 3. Kills in the feed. Langley Eustace with that absolute explosion will close out the map.
Oh, and look at him stand up towards the end if you're seeing that. That was a statement to put away map 1. A huge explosive moment for Reaper towards that back end, and I think that in that moment alone, Langley Eustace, they stole that game. Cannon, the fight through P1 into P2. You thought that already did enough, but nobody backing those back spawns. And you see that the spawn up for Langley Eustace was just enough to get them back into that hard point. Tantalized with a great break as well. And you look through this, what a battle in map 1, Brody. A lead change for Langley at times, a lead change for Cannon, neck and neck, tight games. We had everything that we could have asked for this map.
Man, what an incredible close to that game. I do want to see the advantage, by the way, that Canon built up, because it was properly convincing off the back of this hardpoint, off of P4. Yeah, it was 70-point advantage, something to that effect. That is insane, and Canon will be frustrated, right, to lose the game off the back of that incredible comeback from Langley Eustace, to lose a 70-point advantage. It doesn't seem that much in the grand scheme of things, but still, in a competitive game like this, it can be quite a lot, and for Canon to lose the map despite that is going to be a very difficult pill to swallow. And I kind of mentioned it early on, right? Some of the key players for Langley Eustace were not in the conversation through the first 3 to 4 hard points. Wolf was 8 and 10, I think, going in a P5. Reaper was also not having a favorable game. To end the game like that, to have the game-winning play, that is a hell of a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, you really picked it up towards that second rotation. You said it yourself. I mean, P5, 1, and 2 in the second rotation was the difference maker there, because you have that 70-point swing back your way. And in fact, it was a little bit more than that. You go 70 points to tie it up, but then you were looking towards a 190 to 160 game in favor of Langley Eustace. So a good chunk of time. You get those P4 spawns. You get really everything going your way in that second set. And that's where the struggle came from this Canon team. And I'm not sure if you look back at that one, you're thinking, well, maybe we're just a little bit uncoordinated on how our setups want to be for some of these hills. Maybe we're losing those gunfights in the key moments, and it's just an unlucky situation to find yourself in. Or, you know, you just look to the fundamentals to break yourself back in to a situation like that. And we didn't really get that for those money hills in the second set. There was no pre-rotation over towards 2. There was no pre-rotation over towards P4. It was very scrappy hardpoint when you had that lead. And that chuckled it inside of the rewind hardpoint. And we get the Search and Destroy up next, Brody. This is another thing that we said that wasn't good at the end of the night last night for Langley Eustace. So this is where Canon can look to expose some weaknesses and see if they can tie us back up. It almost seems like a must-win for Canon.
The one thing I will say is, right, about this rewind, search, and destroy, a 6-0 never bodes well. And there's always a certain amount of culpability to the team on the receiving end of said 6-0, right? You can't get 6-0'd in search and destroy without either a huge skill gap between the teams competing or the team on the receiving end of said 6-0 messing up in some form, right? You know, having mistakes in that search and destroy. With that said, it did feel like going back to that 6-0, going back to that rewind, search, and destroy. Langley Eustace, I don't think that was their fault, if I'm honest. I think, if anything, it was Eglin just playing out of their minds. Like, everything that we wanted to see from Eglin in that search and destroy, we saw. Like, they were playing so well as a team. Everything they were doing, they just could not put a foot wrong. I don't think Langley Eustace were making any particular major mistakes that would lead me to say, hey, these are exploitable errors in the gameplay.
I mean, a 6-0 doesn't come with some major mistakes in its own right. And I think that, you know, Eglin really stepped up, but there was work to be done for Langley Eustace going into today for the Search and Destroy after losing 2 of them to lose the grand final. So we can see if they can get that done. Da Vinci kicks things off with the first blood, but it is an immediate trade from Canon and then some.
All right, so brilliant start coming through here. Numbers now down to a 2v1. Tantalized left all on his lonesome hit, and he's picked the right bomb site. Information has been earned, but those shots needed to be crispier because now oh my goodness! Hey, eviscerated, and Tantalized gets away.
Bomb going down at A. Artie was fantastic back in that hard point. I love this goal. I mean, see if you can get some information on the cross. Doesn't look like it's going to be given to you, and at the same time, this is Tantalized, creating a lot of doubt in the play.
Just a long ramp for Tantalized. Might be some good timing, and that could be all this comes down to. So many different corners for Tantalized to check, and his opportunity to get one up on RC might have just surpassed him. RC, does he have the timing? Runs out right in front of Tantalized, and that is good enough. It's a 1v2 for Tantalized, and the defuse to boot. And if I'm perfectly honest, Seymour, even throwing out the timing there on that last 1v1, I think where Tantalized wins that 1v2 is actually the kill prior to that, right? Getting away in that 2v1 is a ridiculous play from Tantalized.
Yeah, you stay alive, and, you know, you don't rush the retake. You take your time to fully extend. You create that doubt for Artie. And you saw it in the way that he was rushing from certain timings, just trying to create a situation where you catch him on the defuse. But the patience from Tantalize pays off. He sits, he waits, he forces Artie to make that mistake. And it's a big clutch coming out from Langley.
Trades off the start of this one already, this time in favor of Langley Lucis. For the moment, Crusade will bring it back to a 2 versus 2. And they're on the hunt for him. Langley Lucis being drawn out right now. Argo hasn't reacted though, despite the fact that Crusade is effectively egging them on to come hunt him down. Argo has held his position well. And Crusade's positioning is just such a massive issue here.
I like the patience from Langley with this bomb. Reaper and Da Vinci have been the sub-duo. Has really picked up the slack for a lot of the mistakes that Langley made yesterday. B-site is wide open, but Cannon are going to check this. They clear it, and they might beat the timing on this bomb plants, but that nade should slow them down.
And that nade will actually go through electrical, so it doesn't actually connect to the outside. Crusade now looking for the first Q. Oh, God, please. Please. Okay, thank you. Team shots good on towards the first. There were shots across the way, so they know that Reaper is close, and they will wait for the full regen. They have time to... do they know? Do they know? Do they know where Reaper's gone? Reaper jumps out, but Argo gets the kill anyway. Reaper had the jump on him, and Argo's like, yeah, you can get some extra bullets in the body for that one, pal, because that's not a gunfight that Argo should win.
That is a crazy challenge, by the way, just to fly out of 18 in the sense that you did. You have a narrow gunfight. You don't want to just freely give them shots in the air, but Argo is happy to take that challenge. It is bold to fly the way that you did, but the confidence was showing there. And, hey, fly to your heart's extent if that's the way that you think you're going to win that game. Cannon with a 2v2 retake. And that's going to tie things up in the search and destroy. A lot of pressure has been through A. Do we get the immediate B hit this time with trophies up?
Well, I will say one thing, Seymour. We've learned one thing over the course of this week so far. It's that shooting bodies can sometimes come back to bite you later on in the games. In this one, though, to wait for that a little bit longer. Argo going to draw the first blood. Down to 5 HP, by the way. We'll be able to hit the regen. Elsewhere, you see another player go down by way of Artie. So, Cannon looking so hot in this round. This looks to be a flawless one. Reaper would have to pull a 1 versus 4 out of his rear end, and that's not going to happen. Cannon able to take another round. That's the aggressive Cannon we know and love.
Yeah, and you know, I would agree about the whole body shot situation, but we literally heard it from Hate himself that this guy's a little bit of a trash talker. We know that from last year. I know that from years prior as well. He's the one to get loud, and if he is saying that his team is thriving in that environment and even picking up some trash talk of themselves, some body shots from Argo might rally the troops. That's a situation where you're fired up in this game. And now you go back-to-back in rounds. You win yourself an attack. You go back to the defense, and you look to keep this party going.
It really does feel like Cannon have found a groove over the last couple of rounds since that 1 versus 1 against Reaper. They've got a second wind, and I think Langley Lucis is going to have to hope that they don't get a third or a fourth. Things will slow up here in this round. Langley Lucis, they want to get the bomb down. Technically speaking, there is nobody from Cannon directly watching this. So this bomb could go down, and there ain't a thing that Cannon can do about it.
No. The nades don't hit, stuns don't hit, and Da Vinci might get some timing off of this as well. Already draws the first blood. Quick trade from Wolf, but again, the back and forth is going to begin, and look at this situation. I don't know how Argo actually hurt him there, but we find ourselves into a 2v1. Bomb down, 30 seconds left. Lots of time to play this. And Tantalize getting caught as well. Lovely help coming out from Crusade. Argo trusted his teammate to get that kill. He sticks the defuse, and Cannon find their third in a row.
That's going to be something about these audio cues right now, because what was that? Both Tantalize, I think it was Argo that was heard as well. I don't even know, dude. It's so weird in this situation, but Crusade finds the final kill. Perfect prediction coming out from him to check the closet there for the moment. Great retake from Cannon on the whole. I'm kind of surprised in a way that Langley Lucis didn't push all the way back in towards the middle building, because they had players all over the place there for the post plant, and that left them open for Cannon to make that retake work. So this is now 3 rounds on the bounce from Cannon. They're looking very hot here in Search and Destroy to tie up the series at 1-1. Langley Eustace need to find a way back into this one, and they need to do so now. It's a very aggressive, it's a fast defense from them. They've got players in towards A.
Oh, that's going to be an awkward one. Wolf going to meet his maker, or Da Vinci. Shadow Concaster. As we are going to get a trade from Reaper. Hey, going to keep this back and forth for numbers in favor of Cannon. Bomb going down. Tantalize working the flank. Does it pay off? No, it doesn't. Hate crossing with his teammate. Denying everything from Langley in this search and destroy.
25 seconds for Wolf to do something crazy. He just has no information, absolutely nothing here to work with. This is so unfortunate. We'll take down Hate. We'll actually put some extra bullets out as well, just to try and catch maybe a second aggressing player off guard. And, well, Wolf is going to hop the bomb. Crusade actually takes a second to realize what Wolf had done. That would have been an insatiable play, but it just doesn't happen.
Would have been. Would have, could have, should have been, maybe. A pretty nutty play to get this team back into the full spirits that we know Langley Eustace can bring to this server. But, hey, 4-1 we go. Cannon Air Force Base swiftly bouncing back off that map 1 blunder back in the rewind hardpoint. And I'm worried that if Langley Eustace don't pick it up soon, this is going to continue in an upward trend for Cannon.
Langley Eustace just need to find something right about now, but Cannon are feeling themselves. Crusade running straight out in the open for the first bloods, and you take those trades, finding something positive if you're Langley Eustace. Argo trying to bring it back down to a 2 versus 2, and Reaper is not escaping that death. Hate now looking to force the issue even more so, but the double up on is pretty good here from Wolf and Reaper, so the numbers now in their favor, and I love this reposition from Langley Eustace.
Yeah, just go over towards A. You know exactly where Argo is, so put some distance between you and him and force him to come into your domain. So that's exactly what Argo is going to do for the full wrap over towards P3. He's going to see if he can find an angle on any of these players, but nothing is showing.
Argo on the hunt. Made some noise, so they should know, generally speaking, where he's coming from, and they do. Flying across, it's not going to happen. You're not even going to find one of those kills, and yeah, that's a really good decision from Langley Eustace. You're in a 2 versus 1, you know where the last player is, just get the bomb down on the other side.
A couple of these rounds truly do come down to the first bloods, Brody. As much as you don't want to be that broken record in playing your life, trying to win those early battles, it's so important in terms of staying alive or keeping this round possible, because even you boil down to that 1v2 that Hate had. If he gets one of those kills, yeah, it's a totally different look for Argo on that A retake, but the fact that Hate finds nothing in that situation, you leave your teammate in an unwinnable spot. So you have to look at these next few rounds. That if you're Cannon, you want to put it away here, you just have to be a little bit more coordinated, a little bit more team-oriented. And it could make massive dividends for Langley. It's the same thing. If you just trade each other, get those first bloods, stay alive.
Yeah.
You could be back in no time.
This feels so passive from Langley Eustace. I mean, they don't have any control of the middle map whatsoever. The only control they have is Reaper, who turns at the right time, picks up the 2 kills. Yeah, you trade off, but Da Vinci is in a position to make sure Argo's down for the count. And what felt like a position where they didn't really have any mid-map presence now has gotten one where the trap has been set and it has been sprung. RT for a 1v3 now, bomb in hand. Will pick up Wolf and gets away with it. So this is plausible, but time not really on his side.
There's no idea where Reaper and Wolf are sitting. And if I'm these 2 players from Langley, I'm not even challenging the bomb site. You let him plant. Force him inside. And it doesn't even matter because Reaper's going to get the timing anyways. So kills Langley, or kills Cannon off the bomb. Brings things back to a 1-round difference, Brody. Man, for Langley Eustace, it might have been a slow start to this game, but they picked it up.
Yeah, it was, what was it, 4 rounds in a row from Canon, I think it was, where they'd really figured out everything that Langley Eustace are throwing at them. And I think over the last couple, we've seen a couple of different looks from Langley Eustace where they have started to figure things out. Reaper now on 4 in a row off the back of that round. The Reaper has awoken, and he is coming for you. All the doors being knocked down. Langley Eustace now looking to tie this one up. It is going to be an aggressive push through towards B. Hate has consistently been at the back of the map. If anything, this 1 versus 1 between Tantalize might be big. I imagine this is going to be a very fast push forward towards Crusade, who should be able to pick up that kill. Reaper didn't expect him in that corner.
That was a great play from Crusade. Just getting aggressive, and he's going to take that space, get that kill, and get out. Or already has passed the majority of these players, at least sitting inside L. He's going to spot them across on the inside. Big win that's bombed down. Gets lost, but it's the trade from Wolf. 5 HP. Bomb recovered. Da Vinci backs him up. Well, it's Reaper on 5 in a row. Wolf on 2. Together, a 7 spree. Let's see if they can clutch up once more for Langley and tie it up.
I don't think they're going for the bomb. They don't know where Wolf is, though. Wolf could catch him off guard, and that's exactly what happens. Goes for the trade, does Crusade. He reveals his position, and that should be the reaction. It's Wolf who finds the final kill. Kind of unfortunate there. Some premature shots taken by the 2 players on Cannon at 1 player. They didn't know where Wolf was, and he will... I don't think he's actually going to be the player to find the final kill. Da Vinci is the one to do it, but there were definitely some team shots there. Regardless, it was the fact they just didn't know where Wolf was positioned. That's unfortunate, and now it's 3 rounds of the bounce here for Langley Eustace.
Da Vinci's been on a little bit of a run for the team. 6 in a row. Wolf 4-3. As that's a clutch that Cannon are going to look back at and wonder, is that the turning point for this team? Is that where we choke the rest of this rewind? Back onto the offense. It's a play towards A. You have Wolf in a position where he can hit a fast flank, but he's going to need Da Vinci to let him know.
Aggression from Artie. This is big. Nice clearance. That's a big play to take off the board as well. Should give you credence to get the bomb down here. And there has not been an immediate reaction from Langley Eustace. They are very far away. Wolf! Oh, it's so unfortunate, but he will only find 1. It's good enough for the trade. It's good enough for a bit of information, but you really do want players alive here.
So you poke and prod, you go back over towards A, and now the bomb is down. You know Tantalize is going to be in the courtyard. You can imagine that Reaper is not too far away from this. I want to go over towards Reaper. I want to see how close he is to this Hellstorm. Because that might be something you're playing for right now.
I certainly would be. Reaper trying to get it done. Child from the right, and he gets shut down. It's actually Tantalize, excuse me, that goes down. Reaper finds number 7. He's very, very close. 14 seconds left. There's feasibly no time for this 1 versus 2. So now you're looking for the kill, and Hate will take it off the board. I'm very surprised that Reaper full sent that for the 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, with 6, 7 kills in a row, you want to be playing for that streak. You've been taking so much time to get it going, but you just throw it away in the matter of a round, giving map point over towards this Cannon Air Force Beast team. 5-4. Heading into round 10 of Rewinds. Let's see if they're going to give us a round 11, Brody. That would be insane.
That's what we want to see. We want to see a round 11 here, and I'm sure Langley Eustace do as well. Crusade in a position they're not going to expect. Shots taken out now. Got to imagine that Crusade is going to get here, as will Artie. Everyone is here. And Cannon haven't got anything to do just yet. Langley Eustace aren't making a move. Finally, Tantalize tagged up now, and here we go.
This could be it. Looking to tie up this search or the series just in general. Artie on the flank. He's going to be watched. Reaper with the pick up. Brings this back into a 3-on-3. But look at the position of Crusade. Da Vinci doesn't spot him on the other side. He is waiting to see if somebody crosses B.
Langley Eustace are running out of time. 35 seconds. The longer you take to think about this, the longer you take to think about this is the longer this is going to go wrong. And yeah, they're right. The reposition is a bit of a weird one here. This is a commitment that Canon didn't need to make. They've now given full control of the A site, and they're going to have to burn about 10 seconds of the clock to actually get back to the site.
You should have known it. You had a player watching the cross. You saw nothing, so a call of uncertainty just to re-clear it. Now you're going to have to retake this A site, 3 versus 3. Hey, with the first initial contact, but it's the first fight going Wolf and Crusade off of this trade. Tantalize, can he wait in the wings to draw out this clock a little bit more? Well, it's a little help from Reaper as he wins both the fights outside, bringing us to a round 11 in the search.
Yeah, I mean, to call it for what it is, that's an error from Canon. You know you've got the advantage in that situation. You know that really the only realistic path is that Langley Eustace are going to reposition towards A, and you still have options if you stay where you are, right? Like, you still have options. You can hit A from hedges. The fact they commit all the way towards the back line, it just gives so much time to Langley Eustace. It burns a lot of time for Canon on the reposition, the retake. Now we go to round 11. Langley Eustace will be thanking their lucky stars that we even got hit. Off the start, Crusade takes himself out of the play, or it's Wolf who takes himself out of the play. It's actually a car bomb. I have no idea what on earth that was, but it is Wolf that's down.
4v3 for Cannon. Surely you don't throw away another life advantage like this on defense, but information from Reaper off the stuns, and the nade's going to confirm that somebody has repositioned, so he's going to watch the flank, make sure that nobody is trying to get in behind.
If Reaper goes down, this round might be over. He is the only thing stopping these players from getting out of Electrical right now. He's just found the godlike timing on towards one, but he might be selling. Has another player on the other side of Electrical to deal with. He needs the assistance, and he's got it. And those players now have to back away. All of a sudden, what was a horrendous situation might have just fallen in their favor.
Well, it's up to Argo and Hate to see if we can equalize this series. Langley Eustace once again looking to steal this one away. Bomb planted. Argo, has he seen Tantalize? It doesn't look like it, and he has, but Tantalize brings it into a 1v2. Quick trade from Hate, but it is up to him for the clutch. Can he do it? Da Vinci's going to have to call for it. He's going to see the slide, and did he not? Oh, he did see it. Langley Eustace, they clutch up. They take it up 2-0 in the series, and they're letting them know.
What did we just see? It really did feel like we just got the wildest possible set of rounds possible. A round 11. A round 11 which started, by the way, with... what happened? Because in the feed it said Crusade died, and I was like, oh, Crusade is dead. And I looked towards the top left, he was still alive. Wolf was on the sun out of the round. Genuinely would love to know what on earth happened in that round 11. But how about we tell you what happened before that point? Because it started so well for Canon. Outside of that first round, it was, 4 rounds on the bounce for Canon. They looked phenomenal. And then, of course, Langley Eustace, 4-2 for Nell to get back in. Clutch after clutch after clutch. And when it came down to it in those final rounds, Seymour, it just felt like Canon kind of let those rounds slip.
I mean, there's so many chances that you can look back and see Canon should have won this search and destroy, but this team's got no ice, Brody. I don't know what to say. They have 0 ice in the veins, and in those high pressure situations, they crumble under that pressure. Langley Eustace are exposing them and shutting down so many opportunities that just should not be. And this 2-0 is something that now you have to look at it if you're in Langley Eustace's point of view. This is something that you cannot let fall through your fingertips. You have an opportunity to qualify for Worlds just one more map away.
Yeah, and that map will be a Hacienda control when we get to it. Wow. What a series so far. A super close Hardpoint. We literally get a round 11 search and destroy. This series has been incredible between these two teams. We set it up like this, Seymour. We did well to say that this is going to be the one. If all of the series here in Winners Round 2, all of the qualification matchups is what I'm going to tout it as, to be the closest between these two teams. And I called a 3-0. And I said, even if it was going to be a 3-0, all 3 maps are going to be close. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't know Dilly squat. I had no idea what was going to happen. I was just throwing a 3-0 out there just to say it would be a 3-0. I know nothing, all right? I know that. But it's still been an insane couple of maps so far. And if the rest of the series has anything to say about it, I mean, I really do hope I'm wrong. I really hope this goes the distance to a Game 5 because every map has been phenomenal so far.
Yeah.
That's what Canon are going to want. That's what Canon are going to want. They're going to want a game number 5. They do have to force us to a game 4 to begin with, and they've got to start that comeback on a Hacienda control. They're going to start that comeback, though, after a very short break.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back everybody here to the CONUS Esports Championships of 2025. 3 teams have already booked their spots to Worlds, and we are potentially 1 map of Call of Duty Black Ops 6 away from sending another one. This series has been nothing but chaos so far. I just want more. I want more. I don't want to see this end in 3. I want a map 4. I want a map 5. I want to see this go the distance, Seymour.
I'm dead, Brody.
Okay, I didn't know if you were actually asleep.
I didn't know. I don't know what to think anymore after this one. I said it before the break. What's going on? I'm smiling through the pain. You guys can't see me crying through these glasses, but my pick'ems just continue to fall through the floorboards. I mean, you look at this series just in general. It could have been a 2-0 the other way. I could have been big braining this, but Cannon, guys, somebody's got to close a map. Eventually.
Well, maybe they won't. You know, maybe this will be a throw, and I'll go up even further in the predictions against you guys. You can unite against me all you like, maybe. You're not going to win. That's just to accept that right here, right now. This could be a 3-0, and I could get another point. What am I, 4-3 now? Something like that? I don't know. I'm feeling pretty confident right now. And so will Langley, because they must be riding a serious high. To clutch up a Hardpoint, to clutch up a Search and Destroy in the way that they've been able to do is insane. And it should be stressed. These are clutches. Now, you can view them as chuckles if you want, but to us here, it feels like clutches. It's important to say, go back to map number 1. And Cannon were, 70 points up? Something ridiculous like that. You go to map number 2, and it was a 4-1 advantage for Cannon. Even with an advantage in the final couple of rounds as well, they could easily have taken both of those maps, and you're right, it could well have been a 2-0 lead for them. But it's not. That's not universe, that's not the timeline that we live in. We are looking at a 2-0 lead now for JB Langley, and they are just one map away from getting that 4th and final spot out of the upper bracket into Worlds.
Well, I mean, Hacienda Control has been a doozy, to say the least, in every single time that we've seen it. I was talking to Enigma earlier about it, Brody, that I think that this has been the most versatile map in comparison to others in terms of control. Whether it's offense or defense, you still feel like you have a chance at winning these rounds. It really just comes off to a multitude of things. That, you know, if you're on the attack, you win your break off, you're feeling good at going over towards the B zone. If you lose your break off, how do you recover from a potential spawn trap? Because that's what Hacienda defense has in their cards for that. If you're defense and then you're kind of facing off the backside, you have to retake the top of the map, get through those halls, and set up those pinches to get to either control zone. But for when you look at that hard point and the way that things went, I imagine that this is going to be no short of pure and utter cinema.
All right. Potentially one more map. And it is going to be the 4th and final team out of the upper bracket. Will Langley Eustace manage to pull it off here? Hacienda Control is always a fun time. As you rightly put it, cinema potentially on the cards. RT wants none of that, though. It's going to be Cannon off the rip here, picking up 3 kills between them. And they've already got a couple of options in this round.
Yeah, the break-off is good so far. You don't drop a life, and Tantalize is going to overextend over towards the back of A, traded by Hate, but Da Vinci right there to keep the pressure away. Over towards B, though, is this that double progress. The second segment should be a lock, and it is, but not sure if you're going to be able to stay alive any longer. Crusade, he's going to be cut down, and you can look towards that minimap, and you already see that Reaper. He's looking to put some pressure off the respawning players.
Now, this has been a big stop for Langley Eustace. They haven't fully stopped the pressure, but they have calmed it down somewhat. Look at the amount of damage, though, that's been done at the beginning of this round. 2 ticks on B already, 1 tick and a half through on A. This has been a solid start for Cannon on the whole. They just need to keep up that pressure. They need to keep up the pace, and they need to continue now by taking Da Vinci out of the play. Whoa, Crusade gets burned there in the play. 45 seconds on the clock now. If I'm Cannon, I really start to focus in on one of these points.
Well, there you go. Double kill between Hate and Argo. Da Vinci's going to get caught as well, and you look towards Reaper to see if he can stall. He's done just that. 30 seconds left, 22 lives, playing 19, and you're going to need something of a miracle from Cannon. Who is going to deliver? Well, they're going to stop and get that double progress going once again, but that's not really going to amount to anything, Brody, other than thinning out the line that is this offense and giving Langley Eustace this easy retake.
Oh, Hate's still alive, and now no longer the case. Yeah, as you said, easy retake now. Still on the cards, though. 15 seconds left. The choice has been made for Cannon. They're going to send 4 players straight for the middle of the map here. 3 stack on the point, and Crusade takes his own teammate out. Friendly fire at the apex moment in this game. Is that going to cost them?
Well, I mean, to be fair, nasty snap, but that is not the moment that you needed. Reaper, he is still an issue. 6 kills in a row. Continuing frying off of that Search and Destroy. He finds his 7th. The time is going to run out. And Langley Eustace with a successful defense to open up this map.
Dude, I would love to have heard the comms. I genuinely, I really need those comms to hear when that kill went through from Crusade. I just want to know, like, that little snap, just like, what was the teammate like? Dude, what the hell in that situation? If that kill doesn't go through, go on, do it.
Nice shot. He snapped. He snapped on that one.
I would have been so heated. I'm not gonna lie, you've played rank play. I get so heated so easily. If you did that to me, I might have physically slapped you. I like them. It's just crazy. Anyway,
there's a large body of water between you and I to.
I got long arms, mate. Don't worry about it. Anyway, video games. We've got esports to talk about. Langley Eustace looking to have a solid start to this one. It's been a somewhat mixed presence thus far. Canon on the defense here have sent a couple of players forward, but one player has gotten past their line. That is Wolf, and Wolf will be looking to deal with the players coming off of the respawn. Crusade will be the next threat, and that pre-fire from Wolf, hello. That is great counting on the player coming off the spawn.
Hate over towards the patio, waiting for a chance to pounce. There it is. Back up as well. You know, Wolf is behind your lines. You have to turn around to deal with him. 50 HP, regen as well, and Wolf's going to double dip back into it. Hate gets caught now, turned around, and Wolf is creating such distress on the side of Cannon Air Force Base. I don't know how you recover from this.
This Wolf is hungry, and he needs to be fed. 7 in a row for Wolf. 8 in a row for Wolf now. He is very close to a Hellstorm missile. He's wanting it, but RT will stop him. That's a big shutdown. But Wolf did so much damage. We know what we always say. You're looking for a streak. Sometimes you are the streak. And that certainly felt like the case there for Wolf. As now that second tick is about to be through. The double stack is looking pretty good. And if I'm Cannon in this situation, just give it up. Just go straight towards A. Stop the bleeding. I don't know if they can. This is a very open wound right now.
Yeah, well, Wolf 15-5, Brody. He dies, he's right back into the spawn trap. You just can't stop him. And the relentlessness that comes with the name. You still have a player behind your lines. You see Da Vinci is going to move up towards those top halls, get into the office. Trying to catch some of these players again in the back, but Crusade punching a hole to lobby. Trades from either side. The only issue is trades aren't good enough right now for Cannon. You're down in lives, almost twice fold. You need a clean 4 down.
Yeah, it is the lives that's the biggest issue here. Time is also a factor, to be fair. Cannon could win it on that, but they do need to have basically two full holds, and that's without counting the fact that things can get scrappy. So we'll see whether or not they can do it. Right now, Langley Eustace are burning a fair amount of time on the clock here, repositioning. That might be for the best, as now they're coming in from behind enemy lines. 3 players from Cannon pushed all the way forward. Reaper goes through and does get cut down. So that's a good start for this defense. Now 20 seconds of that minute is gone.
39 seconds to ice up and show some pushback. Langley Eustace is going to take their time. I like this call to jump onto the control zone. You see Hate, Crusade continuing to just cut down these lives, but Reaper's in a spot. He's going to jump through, and time stopped at 28 seconds. 3 lives left. No more respawns. You have to go big. No room for error. And here is the setup. Crusade goes down. Hate, he's in the mix of it. He gets 2, but is it going to be enough? Artie alone. Ooh! Artie still in it. 1v7, Brody. It would be intense.
But he literally has to line every single player up. This is going to be difficult. Trigger discipline is good. Oh my god. Artie's held his trigger. He held his trigger. They don't know where Artie is. Now he's going to pop off for a 1. The shots in a Reaper are less than desirable. And it is a round that Artie is not able to pull it off. But let me tell you, mate. If Artie does that 1v4, what would effectively be a 1v7, genuinely could have anything from he likes.
You see a moment there where that is possible. That is doable. A couple shots a little bit straighter. He beams that second guy, hits the deck in a prone, and then pops back up to find the second coming out of you. That was a winnable round. That was a winnable round from him. It would have been close. It would have been very difficult, and it was difficult, but I saw the vision.
Man. Langley Eustace 2-0 up in the series. Just one control round away now from a 3-0 and the spot in Worlds. How does this opening look? Trades, and I'll be honest, I think if you're Langley Eustace, you kind of take that. You want this to be mixy for Canon off the start, because last time around, it felt relatively convincing. They got 3 ticks to begin with. The same thing doesn't look like it's happening here.
Well, Reaper going to pull together 2 kills in through the office. Da Vinci, now it's his turn to chime in. 3 down over towards Patio, cleaning out their spawn. Only 1 more to worry about, and Artie's going to try to see if he can recover anything for his team. Well, that might be enough. Da Vinci, a couple shots. The Hellstorm from Reaper. That's going to replenish any progress you had over towards getting this A defense set up.
Yeah, I really love that Hellstorm. You know, just use it, right? You're burning more time off the clock. Even if it doesn't fully clear everything out, you are really forcing the hand of Canon to do something, and they've chosen exactly what they're going to do. Nice read on Argo here to make sure that Wolf doesn't become behind. He can still be a threat. RT needs to deal with him, and Wolf actually finds a kill before he goes down. RT now down for the count as well. That is a huge clearance from Wolf.
He's just way too scrappy, and Crusade's going to get caught out as well. You're just losing these 1v1s, and it's a domino effect. I mean, you're literally lined up, marching towards the zone where cannon fodder for Langley Eustace. 18 seconds left, and Langley Eustace just trucking towards a World's qualification spot.
Feels like this cannon might be blocked. Langley Eustace still have to fight, though. 2 players now on each point here. What do the Langley Eustace do? On the defense. Flanking play coming through the middle of the map. Wolf is trying to stop the progress over by A. It's happening on both sides, though. You need to take all these players out. Hate is going to find one. Reaper will not get traded. So Hate continues to capture this B zone. He still needs to go big, though, and he loses the fight. 10 seconds left. All that's left is a touch on A.
Yeah, Crusade's going to be there. Already not too far behind. You can see the reaction coming through from Cannon. He's trying to just get to a position to touch one of these zones, but nobody's going to get there. Nobody's going to have the chance, and maybe, oh, he does. Wolf, though, he shuts it down. Now back over towards A. 8v9. The capture's through.
Extra 60 seconds. As you said, live's a problem here for Canon, though. They've lost a couple of players, so they're actually going to have to hit a reset here. 1 player pushed forward, and all of them going to have to funnel through the well or back through the middle of the map. And you're seeing them wait patiently for Wolf to get over-aggressive. It's the right call, because you find those kills towards the point, though. Tantalize, being frustrating, finds yet another kill, and now the live's just not there for Canon.
No, they're not. 3v5. You have some time here, so no need to rush it. Langley Eustace, they know what they got to do, but do you have what it takes? Reaper, of course he does. He is the Grim Reaper back on rewinds. He's looking to do it again, but the progress, he has to contest it. He does into the flank. Hate's going to get taken down. It's Argo, shot in the back, and welcome to Worlds Langley Eustace. A 3-0 sweep has delivered the last match of the night.
Congratulations to Langley Eustace. They are your 4th and final team from the upper bracket to book a ticket to Worlds, and they do it in indomitable fashion, 3-0. All 3 close maps. Maybe not so much this Hacienda control. The 3-0 is the most dominant of the 3 so far. But man, they really had to fight for that every single map. Let's take a look back through all 3 then to show you guys how it went down. I do think Canon are going to be looking at the start of this series and lamenting how this happened, because they were up 70 points in the hardpoint, and they blew it. They were up 4-1 in the search and destroy, and they blew it, and they had an extra couple of rounds to boot as well. And then, of course, they get to that control, and, well, we just saw what happened there. Seymour, incredible performance from Langley Eustace, though. We can't take anything away from them.
No, yeah, I mean, Langley Eustace, Reaper especially, had one of the best series I've seen from him all week long. So hats off to him for putting on for his team.
And just individual performances, dude. Just so good. And you know what's funny is we've been talking so much about Langley Eustace being this team that has been reliant on one particular player. I think that was a conversation point that came out in one of the post-match interviews. I can't remember which one it was. And a lot of people were talking about Wolf. A lot of people were talking about Reaper at times. This series, I think, proved that Tantalize and Da Vinci have so much more than just objective play to offer to this roster, because they had their moments of like keeping the game alive, keeping the series alive. Just really, really good play from the whole of Langley Eustace. And what have we been saying consistently about all of the teams in the competition here at CONUS is that you need a roster where all 4 players can step up to the plate and perform if you want to come out on top at the end of the entire tournament. Well, this roster, they've got past one of the hurdles they needed to jump, which was making it to Worlds. So that is in the back pocket. Next up is the path of victory through CONUS.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the case. Like, you can compete with just, like, you know, a couple players who pop off, but it's going to separate the top 3 to, like, the top 4 or 5 or 6 when you do have everybody firing all cylinders. So you're right to say that that is where we look at this Langley Eustace team to start to see the puzzle pieces fall in place.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, let's get into our final interview of the night. I believe the artist himself, Da Vinci, is joining us here from Langley Eustace. I don't know if that's like the reference you're going for, Da Vinci. We won't talk about that. Don't worry about it, pal. What we will talk about is the insane series that you just had. You guys were giving us just an insane amount of hype. Like, we were sitting here hyped at the end of every single game. How did that feel for you guys coming out of a close clutch in the Hardpoint and a close clutch in that Search and Destroy?
It felt great, you know, like, of course we weren't playing to the best of our abilities. You know, there's always room for improvement, and it's the end of the day, you know, everybody's tired, but the fact that we can do that and still pull the win, it just hyped us up.
Is there like a moment within the Hardpoint or the Search and Destroy where somebody just says something to rally you guys back into it? Was there like some time that you knew that, like, yeah, we're winning these games?
So we've had a lot of issues with our comms. So when, I think it was like P4, like the second rotation or the first one, I don't know, but I know it was a P4. Our comms just went to a whole nother level, and that's got everybody up. Everybody was complimenting each other, saying good, you know. So it just turned us up, and we felt the energy and, you know, everything that was happening.
Yeah, and I mean, what a way to put it away, too, in those very dramatic ways. Entertaining from our side. I'm sure entertaining for the stream as well. For the future, though, of your day, how's the team feeling for, you know, or of the week? How's the team feeling about this this challenge that approaches you now, pushing through the winner's bracket with, you know, more teams to play? I'm fairly certain, if I take a look myself, you guys are going to be jumping in with the Peterson up next. So that's going to be a rough one, or a tough one, not a rough one to go up against. How are you guys feeling with an opponent like that?
We're excited. You know, we don't know anything about them. We never played them, and we know they're a good team, and we always strive for the next level. So we feel like that's the next level, and just to really see how far we can push it. So we're very excited to go against them.
That's awesome.
Well, Peterson is the next team you guys have in the bracket. If you get past Peterson, there is a solid chance that you guys would get a rematch with Eglin, which would be the 3rd time you guys have faced that team. If that comes to pass, where are you guys looking? Are you guys confident for that matchup? Are you wanting to play Eglin again?
Yeah, we can definitely. In my opinion, the 3-2 should have never happened. Should have been a 3-0, but, you know, we just weren't ready. You know, it's first game on. As you saw, the next 2 rounds, we kind of slammed them. And so we're very confident when it comes to Eglin.
Yeah, I don't blame you guys, dude. You guys are on fire at the moment. Again, congratulations on what was an awesome series there. It's been so fun to watch you guys, and I can't wait to see more of you both tomorrow and hopefully the day after as well. Before we let you go, anything you want to say to anybody at home, anybody back at base, and of course anybody in the Twitch chat?
First of all, I want to shout out my mom. You know, love her, #1 woman in my life. I want to shout out our ambassador here, Party at Gills. He's great. You know, whatever we need, he gets it. He checks in on us. So he's been a real big play and part into how we're doing today. I want to shout out my friends back home and at base, putting Langley on the map. And I want to shout out Cannon, except for Hate. You know, I'm coming for Hate, but Argo, Artie, and Crusade. You know, there's some shooters. Yeah. So yep, and my team, of course. You know, like Wolf, #1. I feel like we put a lot of time and effort, and you know, we're trying to get up there. But shout out to Wolf.
Shout out to Wolf, man, and shout out to your entire squad again. Congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of your night, mate. You guys just crushed it.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was Da Vinci from Langley Eustace. They move on with the 4th and final spot out of the lower bracket. But we're not done, Seymour. We've got 2 more spots still to give away here. Let's show you guys the bracket as it currently looks then at the end of day number 1 of the CONUS Championship bracket. You can see all 4 of those teams neatly slotted in.
Yeah, just kind of look what we got. Eglin versus Nellis match, Peterson versus Langley match. Lower side, I mean, Malmstrom, Dover, that's going to be a fun one. Cannon, Joint Base, Charleston, that's also going to be an exciting one to see if Cannon can fix their mistakes. Buckley, they are the only team to take a map off of somebody in the winner's brackets. They drop down. How are they going to kind of form off of that success that they did find? A lot of open questions and exciting matches to kind of look forward to in our coming days. And as we close through CONUS, heading into now the second half of this tournament, Brody, because we are now 4 days in, starting tomorrow. This is where the fun begins.
Yeah, this is where the fun begins. Of course, we know that everyone is looking forward to those upper bracket semi-final matches, and you will get those tomorrow in the afternoon. Of course, in the morning, though, we're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. We're going to be eliminating teams for the first time this week from the competition. We did have the regional brackets. Those were all just effectively for seeding, though, and the title of regional champions. Now is going to be the moment where we get rid of some teams. It is going to be a tense morning of action, so make sure you guys join us tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. to see who is going to fall out of the competition as we start slicing some teams out of the CONUS Esports Champions and cruelly taking away the chance to make it to AFG Worlds. Seymour, it has been wonderful to talk to you today about all of this stuff. Any final thoughts before we send ourselves away?
Yeah, I mean, stay tuned for tomorrow. We still have 2 more days left of the CONUS Esports Championships. And don't forget, I mean, if you guys are here supporting your base, bring that pride into chat. Show these players how much you're caring for them. And I want everybody to just show their support, be loud, be proud, and make this one of the most exciting tournaments that we've had for CONUS in the past couple years. It's been fun so far, but I'm ready to rock through the roof for the next 2 days.
Next 2 days, everything gets even better. Today's games have been awesome. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to day number 1 of the CONUS Esports Championship 2025 bracket. Tomorrow, we get rid of some teams, and we get some teams in the upper bracket finals. We'll see you there.